Okay, I declare open this hearing of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee into the 2025-26 supplementary budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders, both past, present and emerging. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee has fixed Thursday, the 29th of January 2026, as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with corporate matters of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect, and I will enforce that today. An officer called to answer a question for the first time shall state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to please mute their microphones. Right, I now welcome Senator the Honourable Anthony Chisholm, Assistant Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, representing the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Morning, Chair. No, thanks.
Thank you. I'll welcome Ms Justine Sanders, APM, Acting Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. Ms Sanders, you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, I'd welcome the opportunity, Chair, to make a brief
statement. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair and Senators. Thank you for the opportunity for making a short opening statement. It has only been 8 weeks since we last appeared before this committee, but in that time there have been a number of important developments across the department's work, which I did want to touch on. This morning's agricultural commodities and Australian crop reports from ABARES indicates that the fundamentals of our sectors remain strong. The combined value of agriculture, fisheries and forestry production and farm exports in 25-26 is forecast to reach record highs. Farm profits are expected to increase and the national winter crop is forecast to be the second largest on record. Our annual report was tabled on the 27th of October and highlighted our achievements over the 24-25 financial year, including our work to create and maintain export opportunities for Australian agriculture, including the lifting of the remaining trade barriers for Australian beef and rock lobster into China, supporting farmers and rural communities facing dry conditions in partnership with states and territories, and our work to proactively improve our biosecurity system through the first National Biosecurity Strategy Action Plan and the One Health approach to high pathogenic avian influenza H5 preparedness. Core to this work and our achievements are our people. We've continued to focus on our internal culture and capability to deliver. Our census results published last week showed improvements across communication, change management, innovation and wellbeing across the department. We know there is more to do and our Culture Action Plan sets out where we'll focus over the next 12 months. Alongside our internal capability, we continue to prioritise the uplift of our regulatory system. We are modernising and tightening our biosecurity arrangements so they remain effective in an increasingly complex and dynamic risk environment. The Inspector General of Biosecurity's assessment of our biosecurity regulatory system confirmed we have a strong strategic foundation, while also identifying areas for improvement that align with the work already underway by the department. We welcome this constructive feedback, and it is shaping how we continue to evolve, mature and demonstrate strong regulatory leadership. Finally, we welcome the Prime Minister's announcement of Vic Anderson as Secretary of the Department from 8 December. Vic brings a wealth of experience and skills, which positions her very well to lead the department, and in doing so, a more sustainable and prosperous Australia through biosecurity, production and trade. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Saunders. Okay, I now invite questions to corporate. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to follow up first from some questions at last estimates. I was asking in this exchange at estimates around the departure of Mr Fennessy, and there were a couple of things that were taken on notice. In particular, I asked when did the Minister become aware that Mr Fennessy would leave the role, and Senator Chisholm, you said that I'm happy to take that one on notice to come back with a specific date. Another one was I asked, did the Minister or the Minister's Office relay any concerns about Mr Fennessy's performance before the conclusion of his contract? Again, that was taken on notice. And a final one was Mr Fennessy given any reasons for the early conclusion of his contract? Another one taken on notice. As of this morning, at least, I don't believe we received answers to any of those questions. Why not?
Senator, if I can just might have to take a moment to come back to you, because I'm not aware we haven't responded either. So
okay.
If you can just give me a few
Well,
moments.
that's the information I have is we don't have those responses. Maybe we could park that, I suppose, if people can. Yes, just okay. Yes, we still checking?
Yes, we are, Senator. As soon as I have an answer, I'll come straight back to you.
Thank you, and we might Chair Senator Colbeck has some follow-up questions, I think.
Sure. Just some other unanswered questions. 228, 227, 208. 216.
I understood all the cons have been tabled, Senator, so I'll just confirm the status of those also.
Okay, I'll check my end as well.
We'll just check that too. But you're saying all of the questions I notice have been returned?
That's my understanding.
When was the last one returned? So there might just be a bit of catch-up, because I think we received some on Sunday. So it was probably being a bit of catch-up. And
I will confirm that and come back to you soon as I have that information.
All right, thank you. Can I just ask then, what is the arrangements in place to find a permanent replacement for Mr Fennessy? Is there research ongoing? Have interviews been conducted, etc.?
The Prime Minister has announced Ms Vic Anderson will commence in the role as of 8th of September. I think corrected.
8th of September.
Sorry, 8th of December. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So in a week's time.
That's right. So
okay.
that was announced last week, Senator.
Right. Okay. I missed that. Okay. So who was engaged to conduct, or was there someone engaged to conduct an executive search for the role?
As we indicated at the last hearing, Senator, the process was undertaken by Prime Minister and Cabinet with the Australian Public Service Commission. All
right. Okay. Did you apply for the role, Ms Saunders?
No, I did not apply, but I was invited to participate in a process.
Okay. You were on the panel, were you, or some such?
No, I was invited to participate in the process as an applicant. As a potential applicant.
Okay, but you didn't apply. Not sure if we've got more information there. There's a bit of chatter. Maybe I don't want to. I suppose if your officers are distracted, we might just wait until we move on.
My understanding is all questions on notice were lodged by Friday, the due date.
So they're stuck in the Minister's office?
No, you mean lodged with the committee. Can we just check that? We might just ask the Secretary to check as well on those, and the particular ones I asked and the ones Senator Colbeck asked about. Okay, I might, although there's still, I'll just have to wait.
Senator, I understand they were circulated to the committee at 7 a.m. yesterday.
Right, okay. Maybe I'll just check with the Secretary.
Yeah.
All right, well, just given how late they've arrived, it sounds like we're still catching up with all of that. But we'll just try and chase down those ones in particular. Okay, moving on then. Just wanted to ask a little bit about staff expenses. It would appear that in the department's financial statements for 2025 or financial year 2025, staff costs or employee benefits, to be precise, have come in at 848 million, just a bit over that. They were budgeted at 714 million. Can I just seek an explanation? Well, first, is that correct? Have staff costs blown out by $134 million last financial year? And if so, why?
As a general observation, if I could, I just want to note that the actual department came in with a balanced budget for the year 24-25 and is on track to also fulfil its financial obligations and meet its budget for this year. But I will hand over to Matt Geisen to give further context to your question.
Thank you, Senator. Matthew Geisen, Chief Finance Officer. So the variance that you're referring to in the financial statements reflects a number of things. Firstly, the department had increased cost recovery revenue, of which there is an associated employee expense increase with that. The department also prioritised the engagement of staff over contractors in accordance with the strategic commissioning framework of government. And what I'd also reflect, Senator, that there's also been a number of government decisions since that budget figure was published. That budget figure reflects the 24-25 budget, so it's some 15 months difference between when that figure is published and what we report against versus the end of the financial year.
Just on the, you mentioned reducing reliance on contractors. In note 18 to your financial statements, you spent $186 million on contractors and consultants. That's an increase of $13 million, though, I think, from the previous financial year. Is that correct?
It is an increase, Senator, but that increase reflects a number of time-limited ICT-related projects that we have. So for the Taking Farmers to Market project and also the Simplified Trade Enhanced Processing project.
But I'm just wondering, you mentioned before that some of the blowout in the employee benefits was due to lower reliance on contractors, but the contractors' expenses have actually gone up.
So there hasn't been a blowout of expenditure, and as I said,
you can describe it as you like, but 134 million on 714 million is a fair increase. Yep.
My observation would be that whilst there has been a small increase in consultants for the reasons outlined by the CFO, so very targeted, specific work, there was a growth in our APS staff footprint in accordance with government's investment in biosecurity in particular, in addition to increased cost recovery arrangements. And so with the increase in revenue providing support to the services we provide, there's obviously been a commensurate increase in staffing as well. As you'll note, a growth in about 1,000 staff last year. 500 of those were in Border Operations Division, directly supporting our biosecurity efforts at the border.
Okay, I was going to go to that next. So the $134 million blowout in employee costs, how much of that is due to increased staff numbers and how much due to higher salary costs?
Senator, I think the department's, obviously the staffing expenditure each year does increase by the pay rise in the enterprise agreement, which was 3.4%. So we will naturally have a year-on-year increase in our employee expenditure due to staff pay rises. The balance will be for the reasons that I mentioned before.
How many staff did you have employed in 2024? Financial year 2024.
Sorry, Senator, just one moment. So, Senator, the headcount that we had at 30 June 2025, so the end of the financial year, was 6,977 staff.
And financial year 2024?
5,888 headcount.
5,500.
5,888.
Sorry, I missed that again. 5,888?
88.
Okay, 888. Okay, all right. Right. So most of that seems to have been increased headcount, is that right? So I've got the average costs in 2025 being $121,000 for employee benefits, not including, I suppose, some costs, and the 120,000 in 2024. Do you have a look at these sort of things?
Senator, the average cost per staff member obviously changed depending on the profile of staff.
Yes.
What I would say is the increases that we have seen in staffing numbers primarily relate to biosecurity frontline staff. And so those frontline officers will be employed at certain pay points, and that will influence
They're probably below average, below what you paid here in Canberra. The frontline staff, are they getting less per person than the public servants here in Canberra?
There's no distinction based on location.
No, it's not. But what's the average? Well, okay. Well, we can just work that out. What's the average of the wage bill, the employee benefits per person for Canberra-based staff, and what's it for non-Canberra-based staff?
I'd need to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay, maybe take that on notice. I'd imagine you guys are all very well remunerated here. So, yep, that's probably explained. So the actual per person employee costs have only grown by 0.6% in my calculations. Is that roughly right?
Senator, I don't have your calculations, but what I would say is the figures that I provided are headcount, so it doesn't necessarily reflect a full-time equivalent, so we'd have to go back and do those calculations. But
that's all those, because some of those frontline staff might be part-time, etc.
Correct.
But it's obviously not growing in line with the 3.8% increase, 3.4%, sorry, increase in salaries. Okay. Is that level of around 7,000 staff, is that the intention to maintain that this financial year, or increase or decrease?
Yes, it is intended to maintain those figures. They're within our ASL caps that we operate within as a department.
What's your ASL cap?
6,373. So that's the ASL, not the headcount.
That's the FTE equivalent. Okay, right. There have been reports, it was confirmed yesterday in the Infrastructure Department, that the Finance Minister and the Treasurer are seeking a 5% cut in costs. Has that been communicated to you, Ms Saunders?
Certainly we've, as reflected by colleagues in other departments, we all, as a matter of course, leading up to any budget process, consider how we might offset new proposals, how we might reprioritise activity to meet increasing demand, changing demands and priorities. So as a matter of course, we routinely look at how we might do that within the department, and we continue to do that.
So you have received correspondence, you yourself received correspondence from... We routinely... No, I was specifically asking, okay, well, have you received correspondence in the last... Since you've been in the role, Ms Saunders, have you received correspondence from either the Finance Minister, the Treasurer and or their officers that there is a need to seek efficiency dividends, further efficiency dividends in the Department of Agriculture?
I want to clarify. Certainly we've been asked as part of budget process to consider how our new proposals would be offset. And as part of that process, we will consider how we would reprioritise, deprioritise our activity, and we provide advice to government in taking any new budget proposals, how we might do that.
It's not quite what I asked. Have you been asked to find additional efficiency dividends separate from any offsets you need for other new policy proposals? Have you been asked by anyone within government, just make it clear, anyone, to cut costs independent of finding the normal offsets through a budget process? No,
we haven't been asked to cut costs, Senator.
Okay. You might be soon by the look of it. The efficiency dividends you are expected to do, I think the incoming government brief had $6.4 billion in savings needed identified. Do they normally apply to the entire costs of the department, or just those that are non-cost recovered?
Typically, those that are non-cost recovered, so are appropriated.
Okay. How much is that of your budget?
For this year, Senator?
Approximately 53%, 47% is cost recovered.
About half. How much is your total budget? So I'm just trying to get a dollar figure then.
Yeah.
Senator Tess Bishop, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Enterprise and Engagement. Our appropriation budget for this financial year has been $1.4 billion.
For the year, 1.4 billion?
Sorry, Senator. Ms Bishop has provided you the figure that is our total resourcing for the organisation. The appropriation subset of that is $759 million.
So that's about the half, so about 700 million. So if a 5% efficiency dividend were applied, it would only be to that 700 million odd, typically.
Ultimately, that would be a decision of government, Senator, but I would expect that would be consistent.
Okay, all right. And so has there been any work done so far to seek to identify where savings of, I suppose, something in the order of $15 to $20 million could be found?
We've certainly considered internally within the department about how we would do that, but as a matter of course, we routinely look at how we would reprioritise, deprioritise, where we would make savings if we needed to.
Of that 700 million, how much of that is staffing costs?
I think it's approximately 2/3, Senator.
So it's a big chunk. So if you are to if you are required to deliver or get something like $15-20 million, almost certainly that will need to see cuts to staff numbers.
I wouldn't want to preempt a decision such as that, Senator. There's a range of options available to us in terms of supplier costs.
Well, can you explain to me how you could achieve such a large cut when 2/3 of your costs are staff?
Well,
there is no proposed cut, Senator Kennedy.
There is going to be. There's going to be, despite your ridiculous scare campaigns. You're now doing exactly what you said you wouldn't do to people here in Canberra.
That hasn't been established.
You're
making that decision.
Yes, it's been confirmed by your Treasurer. He confirmed that he's seeking
actually said that wasn't the
efficiency
case.
dividends across the public service. And unless you can explain to me otherwise, Minister, it's not clear how such a large efficiency dividend, which some commentators have said is the biggest since the 1980s, could be achieved without staff cuts, when staffing is, in this department's case, 2/3 of their costs.
we haven't been asked to make those cuts.
I mean, presumably the 1/3 that's not staffing, a lot of that's locked in through how much is property-related costs, lease, or how much is your property costs. You can't really change that very easily.
Don't know whether I have those to hand, Senator.
Okay, well maybe you could take that on notice for me, but I doubt there's not a lot of discretion in the other 1/3. Might be a bit of travel and that sort of stuff, but that's probably not going to add up to 5%. At least the government's not being clear on what its plans are here, especially to the hardworking people here in the departments of Canberra. I just want to move on then, obviously the other side of your budget that is cost recovered. Just to these additional costs that we went through before, the $134 million blowout, can I confirm then that the vast bulk of that is being cost recovered?
Sorry, Senator, the bulk of...
Well, you mentioned before the reason your employee benefits line has blown out by $134 million from one year to the next, and that was the budget amount. I'm not saying it just grew. Your budget was $134 million lower than it came out at. Is your evidence, I thought before, was a big chunk of that at least, if not the most of it by the sound of it, has been recovered through charges to industry.
There has been an increase in revenue associated with cost recovery, Senator, yes.
How much increase in revenue has there been
I'll just
from 2024 to 2025?
Confirm the figure. So cost recovery revenue collected from importers, excluding Australia Post, increased from $365 million in 23-24 to $428.8 million in 24-25.
So 364 to 428?
Including $40.3 million for self-assessed clearance SAC. So that's a new measure that was introduced last year. So that's for biosecurity. In relation to export cost recovery, that was actually a deficit of 25.6 million.
So export cost recovery went down by 25 million, is that right?
The arrangement was ran at a deficit, so it was an increase from a deficit of 34.7 million in 24-25, and an increase from the 25-26 million deficit in 23-24.
I'm just trying to hang on. Is the deficit, is that how much was recovered, or when you say deficit, are you saying the amount recovered has fallen, or the shortfall in recovery costs?
That's the shortfall.
The shortfall. That's not quite what I'm asking. I'm asking for the gross amount you received from industry.
Yes. So
not the difference between what you received and what you cost.
That was just handy, Senator. I had that available to me to illustrate.
So the $64 million increase, that was just, 364 to 428.
Yeah.
I think it's 64. I've done that in my head. That's
63.8. That's right.
63.8. Okay. So that's just for biosecurity, did you say?
That was biosecurity, correct.
And then there's export charges on top of that.
Indeed.
So we got those.
So, Senator, approximately 582 million in terms of revenue recovered from industry across biosecurity and export arrangements.
And that was in 24-25?
Correct.
And what was the figure for 23-24?
Don't know whether I have. If you leave that with me for a moment, Senator, I will find that for you.
Okay. Now, well, while you're doing that, my information is that the department has received a letter from industry about concerns that there's a significant amount of increased cost being imposed on them without clear plans around containing departmental expenses. Have you received such correspondence?
I'd have to confirm whether we've received correspondence. We certainly, industry have expressed concerns about potential increases associated with costs for our export cost recovery activities.
Okay, well, sorry, I should have maybe been clearer. My understanding is the industry group sent a letter to the Agricultural Minister, which I'm sure you would have seen through your department as well. This was in October, and some quotes from the letter include that, and I quote, "We are gravely concerned that in the absence of a clear plan or genuine effort to cut departmental expenses, it is DAF's intent to simply transfer unrecovered expenses on to industry." Is that familiar? Have you received that information?
I'm aware of statements to that effect, Senator.
Yeah,
yes.
okay. Has anyone got the actual letter that I've just quoted from, or knows what I'm talking about?
I don't.
Okay, maybe
happy to take that
some
on
others
notice.
are coming to the table that might be able to help.
Senator Tina Hutchison, Deputy Secretary, Agriculture, Trade and Regulation Group. The letter you mentioned was a letter, I think the letter you mentioned, Senator, is a letter co-signed by a number of industries that was sent to the Minister, and we are aware of the statements made in that letter.
Thank you. Just quoting further from the letter, the costs would inevitably be borne by the entire supply chain, impacting the competitiveness of Australia's agricultural exports in a global marketplace where Australian businesses already face an uneven playing field against subsidised competitors. Has the Minister responded to that letter?
That process is underway, Senator.
Okay. When was the letter received by?
I believe it was in October. I'll check the
If you just check the exact date. I mean, it's at least a month now. So has the department drafted a response for the Minister?
Yes, Minister. Yes, Senator.
And that's been sent to the Minister's office?
I'll check where in the process that letter is.
Okay, and if you just check if it has been sent to the Minister's office, the date on which it has been sent. Maybe just confirm that you will do that, just for the record. So in case just in verbal, nods don't
Sorry,
go to Hansard.
I will check those
thank you.
dates.
Sorry, I could see your nod, but not usually recorded in Hansard. Okay. So hopefully a response will be received soon. The chairman of the Australian Meat Industry Council, Mr. Maguire, has been quoted as saying that, and I quote, Industry was in the dark on why there had been significant increases in departmental costs in recent years. What it looks like is there's been a large increases in costs and overheads in the department that they're asking us to cover, but the things they do to regulate the industry haven't changed. Is Mr Maguire right that has there been changes in how they're regulated that would justify these large increases in costs?
Senator, I'll hand over to my colleagues. But initially, before we do that, I think it's important to say that in 2021, government legislated stepped increases in export fees and charges, with the final price increases taking effect on 1 July 2024. The department has engaged with stakeholders between 26 April and 24 May 2024, requesting feedback on legislated price changes to regulate charging under the export arrangements and the relevant cost recovery implementation statements. I understand and we can provide more specific details in relation to the nature of communication, but we've communicated regularly and consistently with industry about the legislated price increases, and this has been through multiple consultative committees and cost recovery implementation statement updates. The reality is that we aren't, as I indicated in my earlier evidence in regards to cost recovery arrangements, we are not fully recovering costs associated with our export cost recovered activity, and so we are in the process of working with industry to develop methodology and approach that will ensure that that does occur.
So, yes, we've gone through the fact that there are things not cost recovered at length in previous estimates. The government did plan to tax farmers to try and close that gap, but aren't these increased fees just a backdoor way of doing the same thing?
No, they're not,
because
Senator.
it's effectively being imposed on farmers now without the authority of Parliament, really, just the department increasing the fees.
It's a process by which we can fully cost recover the activities we undertake in direct support of industry and its export activities.
Right. So I understand there's a thing called the Sustainable Trade Funding Task Force. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's an internal task force, Senator.
To your department?
That's correct.
How many people are on the task force?
I'll get you those numbers, Senator.
But it's a small number of staff, Senator.
Okay.
19 people, Senator.
That seems quite large to me. I wish I had 19 staff. Okay, small number. Yeah, it's all relative. Are they getting cost recovered? For those 19, the cost of those 19 staff feed into the
cost of
charges you charge the industry?
Senator, the cost of that team was provided through a measure, so it is
it's funded by taxpayers, not by exporters. Correct. And how much is the budget for the task force? Or that measure?
I will get the correct amount for you, Senator. I can advise you, going back to your earlier question, that a letter was received to the Minister's office on the 22nd of October and a response was provided to the Minister's office yesterday, the 1st of December.
So, just to be clear, so the response is, what was the date of the recital? Sorry.
22nd of October.
22nd of October. A response.
And the response was provided to the Minister's office yesterday.
Okay.
And I can confirm that the sustainable costing team was provided $3.689 million over 3 years from 23-24 to undertake a process to design a sustainable cost recovery model. The cost recovery arrangements that Acting Secretary Saunders referred to has not recovered the costs of delivering the services since 2015. So the effort has gone into understanding that model, the cost base, and an appropriate model to recover those costs from industry. You heard a reference to the deficit between what's collected and what it costs to deliver the services.
Right. Okay. Has there been consultation between the task force and industry?
There has, Senator. Over the last couple of years, there's been 92 engagement sessions across 12 different industry consultation groups over the last 18 months, and I have a list of those consultations per group if you'd like me to go into that, but
Maybe take that on notice if that's okay.
Yep,
thank you. I just have a slide presentation here. It's from your department titled "The Sustainable Export Trade Funding Industry Briefing will begin shortly." I suppose that's not the title of it. The title, I think, you should, I don't know why that is in large text.
Yep.
The large text is that, but the smaller text down the bottom says enabling agricultural exports of the future. I presume that's the title. There's no date on it, as I can see.
It was the 30th of October.
Okay, so you know that
this
one.
Year.
Right,
Yep.
Great. I just want to take you to page, if you've got that in front of you then, by the sound of it, at page 12 of that document. It's titled Other Activities That Could Be Considered for Cost Recovery.
Yes.
I might ask you to go through most of these, but just start, could you explain the fit and proper person assessments that, are you expecting or proposing that industry cover the costs of doing these assessments?
Yeah, so part of the process that we've undertaken, and Mr Geisen could take through in detail the structure of the cost recovery arrangements as set out by government and the framework and the conditions under which the department is required to act. So part of that is careful consideration of what activities we undertake that fall into a type of activity that could be cost recovered versus one that would be appropriation funded. So this slide outlines a number of activities that the department undertakes and is required to undertake legislative or, as part of their duties under the Act or as part of policies or to meet importing country requirements such as the CIFA one, which is the first one on your list there. In considering whether it is falls into the guidance on whether it could be cost recovered, whether it can be directly attributed to an individual who benefits from that activity. So that is an activity undertaken by the department and considered could fit in under the cost recovery arrangement as an example.
Can I just come back to the fit and proper person assessments? What are they?
So there are requirements under the Act that if you are going to undertake certain activities, you may be required to meet a fit and proper person test. So if you're given an authority or a permission to do an activity, you have to demonstrate that you are a fit person to do that you don't have
is this say, for example, to get access to airports or ports and these sort of secure places that might be at risk?
In this particular example, we're talking about export activities. So under an export arrangement, if you are required to, for example, hold a licence or operate a third-party premises, you are required to
Can you give me a specific example? What do you mean by third-party premises?
So if you're Bridget, I need a fit and proper persons test. So what am I doing?
If you were to want to export meat, for example, and you have an export meat arrangement and you're operating...
Am I the owner of the export business or am I the person carrying the boxes? Am I inspecting the meat? What am I doing?
Under the Act, it depends on the role you play. So if you're a person in management and control, that you have authority to make decisions on behalf of that business around their operating activities to export, you are required to be a person who is fit and proper to undertake that activity.
I'm just trying to understand, aren't these costs that you're bearing at the moment that you're looking to potentially charge others to cover? So
correct.
So it's not, well, presumably the people in the business, if they need a fit and proper person test, I presume the business pays for that, not the department.
So it's an assessment undertaken by the department. So part of that might be providing a police check, for example, that you would have to provide, but you don't undertake your own fit and proper person assessment. You provide information to the department and the department undertakes the
Why do they need this? What's the policy purpose?
To ensure that where people are operating an activity under the requirements of the Act, that they do so in a way that is...
So the other place a fit and proper person test is used is for union officials to be able to access workforce, workplaces, right? There's a fit and proper person test under the Fair Work Act. Is this fit and proper persons test akin to that? or completely separate?
So if you're asking a question, just to be clear, Senator, these costs associated, if there was going to be cost recovery associated with this particular activity under the Export Control Act, it would be in relation to individuals who are covered by the Export Control Act for the purposes of export. If you're asking, would this be used for other purposes for fit and proper person within the department, the answer is no, it won't be a generalised charge for all fit and proper person activities undertaken in the department. This is specific to the fit and proper person activities relevant to the Export Control Act. And I'll just...
Can you give me an example of what are these activities?
That is accurate. Yep. Sorry, in terms of an example of activities, as I mentioned, being a licence holder to operate a business that requires a licence to export, like live animal export licence holders, for example. If you want a licence, in order to export live animals from Australia, you must be licensed. In order to hold a licence, you must be a fit and proper person.
All right, we might move on to the others. The overseas listing, you say here that some of these are required to access, for example, the Chinese market.
Yep.
So these are costs associated with meeting obligations that another nation's government might impose on our farmers.
Correct. Well, on exporters.
Oh, yeah,
so
okay,
if you're
well,
an
exporters. Sure, okay, yep, through the farm supply chain.
Export to that market, they require you to...
I mean, I believe it's a pretty common concern of Australian governments, and certainly myself and fellow senators on this side, that these countries are often imposing these obligations as a non-tariff barrier, not really as something that is to do with their safety. So imposing these costs on our supply chain, isn't that just playing into the hands of the other nation's government? I mean, the whole reason they're doing this is to put effectively a tariff on our exports. So, and you're then just weaponising it.
I wouldn't agree with that characterisation, right. Senator. That's
so you don't agree that other countries potentially use these requirements as non-tariff barriers?
So the department is well aware of the activities of overseas markets to potentially use non-tariff measures, and we've seen a piece of work by ABARES this year that estimates that the increase in non-tariff measures has increased tenfold over the last decade, which certainly drives up work within the department. There's a lot more work to maintain the markets we currently have, and this is a really good example of that, where an overseas market changes a requirement. The department obviously works really hard with all of our overseas markets to negotiate, to seek alternatives, to reduce the amount of burden that is placed on Australian exporters, and we do that day in, day out around the world. But as with Australia as a trading nation, if other trading nations make a decision that ultimately is required in order to access that market, and an incredibly important market for Australian exporters, we need to make sure those things are in place for those exporters, which we have done in relation to this arrangement. And yes, it puts cost into the system, and where those costs are genuinely able to be cost recovered under the arrangements set by the government for us, we look closely at that, and this is an example of that.
Well, what I'm saying here, because I think we've established we do have common concerns that another country, I'm not trying to pinpoint particularly China or anything, but another country seeks to put sand in the gears and slow down our exports to them. We don't think that's for their safety or environmental requirements. It's clearly just a trade barrier. And then your proposal is we take the costs of complying with that measure, that non-tariff barrier, and effectively turn it into a tariff. Because what you're doing here is putting an export tariff then on our exports, their costs that they have to pay to meet that. So it's effectively no different than us being the conduit through which another country puts a tariff on our exports.
It's not a characterisation I agree with,
Okay,
Senator.
well,
if there is work to be
you've
done by the
explained my logic pretty
department,
well.
the work needs to be done. That work needs to be paid for. It either gets paid for through appropriation or cost recovery.
Totally agree, but
And the
that's my
department
point. And this is more
looks
for the
at
government. It's a
the-
policy decision, obviously, but my point here is that perhaps it would be better not to play into the game in the hands of these countries seeking to stop our exports. And yes, it's unfortunate this happens, but it might make much more sense for us as a country to stand up to this kind of behaviour, spread those costs across all taxpayers, rather than effectively putting an export tariff on our own farmers. That's what this would do.
Senator, as Ms Hutchinson said, we actually routinely are engaging and negotiating with countries to ensure as best we can that those measures are proportionate.
And I wish you all the best, but in the real world we know, so both sides of politics, I'm not trying to make this partisan, we're not always going to be able to convince those countries to do that. They will protect their own quite often. And the point I'm making is I just don't think we should let them get away with it. I think Senator McDonald had a follow-up for me, Chair, if that's okay.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, I mean, industry is saying that the costs that the department is providing is making them uncompetitive. And I guess the question is, it's not whether or not it's appropriate to cost recover, it's whether or not the costs that you're incurring are reasonable and efficient. And if we shut down an export market, and particularly I think of the live export market, through just tariffing them out of existence, then that would be a failure of the department. That's a statement. So my question is, how do you review whether or not your costs are reasonable and fair if you're now operating, over $100 a head per every animal that goes out of the country, and our customers are saying, why don't we just go and buy meat from somewhere else where it's not as expensive?
Senator, if I could just a reflection on your observation. I'm not sure there was a question there.
The question was, how does the department review whether or not your charges are efficient and effective?
In fact, we're required under the government's framework to ensure that the services we provide are efficient and cost effective. It's a requirement. So we routinely are looking at how we glean efficiencies, and in fact through these consultations we're continue to work with industry in regards to how can we get more efficiencies into the system. And we have done, there has actually been quite a lot of work done to improve efficiencies, and I'll hand over to Ms Hutchins who can give you illustrations of that work, but we continue to do that and we're required to.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying, but if we end up making Australia uncompetitive with other markets because of whether or not you're a fit and proper person, a whole series of Australian initiatives, then I'm putting it to you that this is actually an Australian fail, and it won't be. It won't. It's very easy to hide behind, department speak, but these are real. There's only like less than a handful of exporters left in the country because of the costs.
I note your concern, Senator, but it's a theoretical question. Because we're
no, it's a very real question, because these guys are saying that it is now so expensive to meet the government's charges that they are becoming uncompetitive by the time they've bought the stock, met all the government requirements, the biosecurity at the ports where they won't operate without, can't have lights on, the charges within the department, the cost recovery, the number of staff, the amount they're paid, what activities they're doing. If we make ourselves uncompetitive, that's not a win, surely. But is that the point that you look at? Do you ever look at the commercial reality of how whether your costs are making it unviable for this industry to continue?
The short answer is yes, we do, which is why, as Ms Hutchinson touched on, there's been significant consultation with industry, so we fully appreciate and understand the implications of any increase in costs would have on industry. Of course, we would consider that.
So over the course of the last 5 years, Senator, by way of example, there's a huge amount of work and engagement that have gone on across our sectors. So, for example, in dairy, we've had underway a dairy export assurance program. A whole lot of work has been done to assist exporters be export ready, understand market access requirements, to assist an export facilitator service that's reduced time it takes for new entrants to receive export certification or registration down from 10 months to 3 months. We've developed a risk-based tool that assists in identifying low-risk audits and have seen a reduction of over $400,000 in the expense base for dairy, eggs and fish exports due to that reduction. We've done a significant amount of work.
Do you mind if I just interrupt? I'm sorry, because you will have, and on notice, please provide all of that. That's fabulous. The question is whether or not, if you said industry, do you want us to continue doing this work? What programs, what streams are providing you value that you can remain competitive in your marketplace?
And these... Oh, sorry, Senator.
Yeah, sorry, just to finish that. So I'm talking by segment. So what you're doing in eggs and dairy might be a different issue to what's happening in cattle and,
correct,
and something else.
Yep.
And so that's the question is, you know, is industry driving the decisions that you're making about whether or not they even want to pay for the service that you're saying, oh, good news, this is what we've done and this is what it's going to cost you?
Absolutely.
That's
So those programs that I talked about were designed in collaboration with industry. So they, for example, sought increased export awareness, reduced regulatory burden, streamlined audit arrangements in the dairy sector. So we worked with them to deliver that. In the grain sector and the horticulture sector, been doing similar things. So the horticulture sector looked at the overlap between industry schemes and regulatory requirements. So we have a process now in place where there's duplication between what the department requires to audit for importing country requirements and horticultural pack houses have with their maintenance under, for example, the Global Food Safety Initiative. So we've reduced audit times by 30 minutes, and we also estimate that the pack houses themselves have saved 3 hours in audit preparation time. That's direct engagement with the industry about what's going to be valuable for them. And we've got similar examples with
terrific. We'll run out of time. Thank you. Please provide that on notice.
Sure.
What I'm hoping now is I don't get a flood of emails from exporters saying, this is the question you should have really asked. So I'll leave it there, Chair, but that's not the feedback I'm getting, particularly from cattle.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, a lot of that is driven by commodity price, not by marginal profitability of the business.
Government and what we've been able to do and open up new markets and trade arrangements as well,
yes,
which has been significant.
Farmers are saying they're drowning under the costs of production, increased fees, and the margins are reducing. So it's great to export it, but it's very thin margins is what I'm saying to you. So they'll disappear quickly if we're not really alive to being a competitive regulator and cost-effective regulator.
And we're making every effort, Senator, to be a cost-effective regulator and be as efficient as we can. You know, we're in the process of, considering how do we make our processes, our systems. We've made investments in our technology. We're exploring AI and how we can better use that to really squeeze out as much as we can from the system. But as the Minister did touch on, we do have the largest export value this year, $83.9 billion, highest on record, 4.6% increase in last year.
But that's the top line. And businesses only operate if the bottom line is still viable. And this is what I'm trying to get at, the cost in the middle. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Canavan.
Chair, just returning back to this page 12, going down the list to Manual of Importing Country Requirements Sustainment. What's that?
So MyCore is an important system. It provides visibility to exporters of importing country requirements. So it's a online system that exporters go to. So there's a cost to updating, maintaining and supporting that system.
Right. So it's effectively just an information portal?
It's a critical information
And to date,
portal.
has that's been provided free to exporters effectively, has it?
My understanding is it has not been cost recovered to date.
So it's been free, a service. I mean, we kind of used to have a situation where we're trying to help businesses, wouldn't we, and help exporters. Why wouldn't we make such just basic information free? I mean, it seems to be so. Well, obviously, there's probably a natural advantage in governments collating this information, I presume, given your relationships with other governments, etc.
It is important information that is made available to exporters.
How much does it cost the department to do this MyCall per year?
I'll get a cost for you for that.
Okay. Yep.
Chris McDonald, Assistant Secretary, Sustainable Trade Funding and Traceability Branch. The annual cost of the manual of importing country requirements sustainment is $1.2 million.
I don't understand why we shouldn't provide such a service to people making. I mean, they pay taxes. They should get something for that. Okay. The last one there on the table, regulatory continuous improvement and efficiency. And it says, ongoing funding is needed to ensure regulatory functions delivered by the department remain fit for purpose and can readily adapt and change in an evolving external environment. What does that mean?
So exactly the question Senator McDonald was asking, a continuous improvement program to ensure that we're working with industry to make the changes that they think is going to help with their business in line with our requirements needs to be funded.
Can you give me an example? So, what are you going to do?
So any sort of streamlining or business improvement where we might look at the arrangements we've got, are the policies still fit for purpose, undertaking that policy review, removing steps from the regulatory process. The examples given around auditing, removing audit duplication, there's a whole range of things that we constantly need to be looking at.
When you say like a whole range of things, it sounds like a bit of a catch-all just to chuck whatever departmental expenses you like onto the backs of industry.
That's not the intention or the approach, Senator. The intention
I wouldn't have imagined you'd admit to it.
Well, it's not about admitting, it's about describing.
Well, it sounds to me like the cost code we used to use in accounting of thought leadership. You know, you'd put that down. And if I was a client and going through, you know, the 15-minute bills and saying, why am I getting charged for thought leadership? I think farmers have a point here. Industry has a point. If you can't be clear and specific with what you're actually providing them, which you haven't been able to be with me with all respect, why should they be paying for it?
Well, Senator, we're preempting an outcome that has yet to be realised, and we will be entirely transparent, as we are in the case of biosecurity.
Well, I'm just playing my role to try and stop it before, because that in particular, I mean, the other ones at least are clear. Some of them I think we can have policy disagreements over whether taxpayers generally or the industry should cover, but that one does just seem to be a complete ambit claim on behalf of the department in an environment where there's already legitimate concerns that this is causing quite a lot of heartache for industry. I just wondered, just more generally here, have you benchmarked, or can I just check, how much is cost recovered? I think we had the figure before. Was it 47 or 53?
47%.
47% is cost recovered at the moment. Have you ever done any benchmarking on how that compares to sort of like agricultural exporting countries?
During the course of the review, the task force we were talking about earlier, we have undertaken a number of studies to try and understand comparative costs. It's not an easy process, and I'll just ask my colleagues whether you have any more detail. We have tried to both have a look internationally at what costs might look like in other countries from publicly available information, which can be difficult, but equally trying to make estimates of the costs of regulation for Australian exporters. But I will ask my colleagues whether there's any additional information to provide on that.
Senator Al Campbell, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Trade and International. As Ms Hutchinson said, it's a challenging area, and as the Acting Secretary has said, we are required to constantly look at our costs and deliver them for minimum efficient costs. Benchmarking internationally is challenging. There's limited information out there publicly on what makes up the cost base of other countries, but we are constantly reviewing the fees and charges and the cost base to make sure that we deliver it at the minimum efficient cost.
Right. So the information I have here is that the cost recovered proportion is only 34% in New Zealand. Is that? Have you got any estimates of New Zealand's
Senator,
cost recovery?
34% of what?
Well, that's just the figure. Well, it would be of the expenses incurred by the department. That's what it says here. Have you had a look at New Zealand? I mean, it's obviously a very light country. You could call up their department. Presumably, you'd probably have a pretty good relationship with them, I imagine.
Senator, we've had discussions, including with other regulatory agencies in other countries. Obviously, there's no one size fits all. No one country's regulation is the same as another. For example, importing country requirements sometimes differ by the regulatory system that exists in that country.
It's just a benchmark, and you've said you've tried. So, okay, if you obviously don't have a quantitative figure for me, but have you been able to assess whether the proportion of costs recovered in Australia is at the high end or the low end relative to countries like New Zealand, Canada, probably the United States, I suppose, a bit different though in terms of their export focus, but anything like that?
Senator, as I've said, benchmarking against other countries is a challenging exercise because there's no one size fits all.
Sounds to me like we're at the high end.
We're happy to take on. We're happy to take on.
It's challenging. That's code for. Well, I can't tell you, Senator, because it would be too embarrassing for the department.
We're happy to take on what we can provide.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, pretty fair.
We've been here long enough. We know how to decode the language. But it would be a relevant thing if I were on the industry side of this discussion, I'd want to know that you were trying to charge me millions of dollars a year. I'd want to know, okay, how does this benchmark against others, particularly given you're a monopoly? They can't go to anyone else. So the fact you can't give clear answers to that, again, causes, I think, a lot of concern that, in fact, there is something to hide here.
Senator, I think it's also important to contextually understand that the Export Control Act and the vast majority of what we do is to meet importing country requirements. So this is to enable Australia's exports to get into other countries. So they're, as we sort of touched on earlier, they're the rules set by our trading nation. We work really hard to make sure those rules are as least impact as they can, but at the end of the day, they are a decision for foreign government, and we put in place the least onerous arrangements we can, but under constant review. But this is about enabling Australian exports.
Yeah, I get that, and I don't want to hold up the committee, but just to be clear, very clear, the 2 points, the two key points I think we are making here in this discussion on behalf of industry is one, as I've already raised, I won't labour on, is that, well, some of those requirements of other countries we believe are unreasonable, so it's a concern to me that we'd sheet them home to industry alone. And secondly, with all due respect, given you're a monopoly, there is a need for external oversight here because you are conflicted. Like all agencies or organisations, you'd like to be bigger. There is an incentive perhaps to sheet home some costs to a person you can charge rather than go to the Finance Minister and ask for an appropriation. So there is a need for this, and I've been, the whole time I've been here, I've been very, very concerned there's not significant external audit over exactly what's being put into these charges, because you seem to be running the show.
And interestingly, the export control arrangements, again, over the last 5-10 years, the department's done a significant amount of work with a range of industries, including the meat industry, horticulture industries, whereby, and we touched on fit and proper person earlier, but a significant amount of activities are undertaken by industry authorised officers. So the actual model that's run to minimise direct departmental staff, there's a significant amount of the regulatory system that is distributed across industry at their request to drive cost improvements for them and balance the requirements. Often our importing countries, and we know, for example, in our meat industry, we've got big trading partners who have very significant requirements for direct government service and certification in certain parts of our industry, which is why we have government officials there. But where we don't need to have them, we look to industry arrangements, and we've got broad and as I mentioned, across horticulture and grain, arrangements that very much suit those industries so that they can employ the people they need to employ in the places they need to employ them, having them doing the work when and where they need to do them, which has made significant cost improvements for industry. and we are constantly checking and working closely with our trading partners to make sure that we're not stepping beyond their expectations of government-to-government certification, which is what makes Australian agriculture quite different from other export commodities in that requirement to have government-to-government certification for sanitary, phytosanitary and increasingly other elements of assurance that foreign countries require. So we actually have a model that tries to minimise the amount of direct government staff, maximises flexibility, meets the importing country requirements and does it for least cost. And we have brought a significant amount of cost out of the entire system over the last 5 to 10 years in a challenging environment that all our industries are well aware of, given they are businesses. As you've mentioned, Senator McDonald, prices move around us at the same time. So we see movements in inflation, we see massive changes in the cost of doing business. So as you're bringing cost out in one place, it's coming back in another. We are alive to that, and we're bound by the requirements set for us by the Australian government, which we take very seriously. By understanding the complexities of agricultural industries and their supply chains and trying to make sure that the prices we set and the places we put them are best set and designed to enable small and large businesses to operate, which, as you would absolutely appreciate, is a technically difficult thing to do, and match that to a workforce in the department that, again, doesn't line up with our cost recovery arrangements, because that would be inefficient. You want to make sure that the staff you have on the ground can do all the work available for them to do wherever it is, and not be bound by whether they're funded through cost recovery or appropriation. So there's a lot of modelling that goes on to try and bridge the gap between where we can bring costs, where we can charge them, how you distribute them evenly, fairly and appropriately through the department, and then reflect that back in a transparent way to industry, which is what they ask for and what we strive to do. And we've made significant investment in doing that in biosecurity, and we're doing the same in exports.
That is all very well said, Ms Hutchinson. I'm just mindful of time, and I realise I've gone a lot longer than I thought on this. But I think Senator McDonald has one follow-up. Sorry, Chair.
The point I'd make is we've talked about whether or not the department assesses whether what they're charging is efficient, hopefully necessary, but as I knew would happen, I've immediately started getting text messages from farmers. One who's just profited, well, the USA subsidised their farmers by $9 billion in 2024. I assume that's US dollars. And it will be $42 billion this year. Australia doesn't subsidise, and we are very proud of that. And to all those Greens and Labor members who thinks that diesel fuel rebates is a subsidy, no rebate. People say it. People say it, Senator.
No, I'm going to take you to task on that, Senator Donald. Don't group me in with the Greens on this stuff.
But have you got a point of order? Sorry, Chair, that's not a point of order. You're a chair of this.
You're right.
Interrupting questioning as chair is highly disorderly.
I'll defend my position on this. No, Senator McDonald.
But you can do that when you get the call.
Yeah, you're right. Point of order, I'm out of order. Okay. Shut up, Glenn. Your call. Now would you like another go? Senator McDonald.
If other jurisdictions are subsidising their farmers, as we don't, and then we're only comparing the costs we charge against what we think other countries want us to charge, I think it's very dangerous territory. It behoves upon us that if we expect our farmers to be incredibly efficient, unsubsidised, with no assistance from government at all, then surely the flip side of that is that regulators need to be as lean as we have forced our farmers to be. And I think that's a point that Senator Canavan's making, and I just wanted to get that on the record, that this is what our farmers are competing against, and we have a real responsibility to be as lean as we have forced them to be.
Understand, and my understanding is that our cost recovery arrangements currently represent below 1% of the value of our export industries in most industries. So we agree with you, Senator, and we take that very seriously.
Senator Kennedy.
Look, just a couple more. I'll try and be quick. So if we can keep answers brief, that'd be great. I just want to ask how much of the fees, the expenses, that are cost recovered, how much of that is overheads?
It varies via arrangement, Senator, but it
I'm happy for a figure across all, an average across all cost recovery arrangements.
So, Senator, with regards to export cost recovery arrangements, the average is about 20%.
20, thank you. Very good, very brief. Are there expectations that fees will increase in July next year?
It'd be too premature to say at this point.
Sorry?
So we're undertaking the process to ensure that we have a sustainable cost recovery model for exports, but that work is ongoing.
So when will the fees be announced for July next year?
I'll hand over to CFO for the timing of the CRIS arrangements and any changes.
Well, Senator, with regards to any increases in fees or charges across any arrangement, we would have to take consultation with industry. It's mandatory under the charging framework. Standard practice is that occurs in the second half of the financial year to give industry time to provide adequate comment to what is proposed by government, if something is proposed, and then that ultimately has to go through a clearance process.
Okay, thank you. And going back to the discussion I had earlier about the potential for quite large efficiency dividends, and there was some, I mean, they were my estimates based on your evidence of somewhere in the order of 15 to 20 million potentially. Could any of that be recovered through an increase in export fees and charges?
No, Senator.
No, that doesn't happen. Okay, thank you. Chair, I think Senator Mackenzie has some questions.
Thanks.
Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you. I just want to go to some stress leave-related absences. Can the department clarify whether stress-related absences are recorded as personal leave, mental health leave or psychological injury?
I'll have to confirm what the system.
Yeah,
the
that's
system
why I'm
allows
asking
for.
the questions.
Yep.
Senator, morning. Tim Simpson, Chief People Officer. Just as a general point to yours, it'd be under personal leave.
Under personal leave, thank you. How many DAF staff took stress-related personal leave in each of the past 3 financial years?
We'd have to take that on notice, but we probably wouldn't be able to get to that granularity. When we have personal leave, it doesn't come down into subcategory about what it actually is for. So it could be both personal leave or miscellaneous leave, but as far as the actual reason behind that, we only have whether there's evidence provided or it's without evidence.
So
and then
how do you know, how do you track stress-related leave then?
Well, it depends. So we have a range of programs within the department that looks at supporting staff, but I guess it relies on individuals coming forward and working with our rehab case management team. We also have our employee assistance program, but ultimately that comes down to an individual providing the reasons to their manager and the manager engaging with rehab case management to actually support the staff member.
So you can't tell me which divisions or locations within DAF have the highest rates of stress-related leave claims?
I couldn't tell you about specifically stress-related leave claims, no.
So how do you manage culture within your... Like if you've got a stress staff situation, how do you find that out?
We have a range of measures, Senator, by which we do that. One, obviously a fundamental one across the APS is the culture survey, which gives us an indicator of, gives us a temperature check of the culture within the organisation, what's important to them, what's not, where they think there's scope for improvement, where there's not. We've also added to that to complement that work, knowing that can be quite generic, is we've undertaken our own cultural survey as well within the organisation. So
why don't you tell me what the findings of your culture survey are when it comes to stress?
And I'll hand over to the Chief Operating Officer for that.
Sorry, Senator, I'm just getting that one for you.
So just, Mr Simpson, my understanding is what most people call stress leave is legally covered as personal or carer's leave, bracket, sick leave, close bracket, under the Fair Work Act. And then there's different sections within the Fair Work Act about whether it's protection from adverse action. But you don't define it as that at
Not
all.
directly in the system, no. So I guess to your point, I think...
Okay, so it's only a personal conversation between the staff member and their line manager.
Or we have a central, as I said, rehab case management team which sits within my area that support the individual. But to your point, I think where you're going down that path is if they did like a claim, might be the case, but what we look is an early intervention program.
Yeah, but before you jump into making claims, you just might be stressed for 5 years.
For 5 years?
Yeah. Like, not everyone makes a claim the first day that they feel stressed at work.
Yep. So we...
Anyway, we'll go to Ms Bishop.
There's
how
no,
are you...
Yeah.
What does the staff survey say?
There's no specific indices around stress, Senator. But
What about feeling overworked, overwhelmed, underworked?
There's wellbeing policies and support, and across all of the indices, including saying, I think my agency cares about my health and wellbeing.
Yep.
All of those we've actually improved in the last 12 months. Like across all indices, staff are reporting feeling greater levels of support in assistance in the workplace.
Okay. So what is the current average time a staff member is absent when taking stress-related leave, and how does this compare with the APS average?
As I said, I don't think we can go to the stress-related leave for the reasons both my colleagues have outlined, but we can certainly give you advice.
Ms Saunders, do other departments treat other departments are able to indicate stress leave?
I have to take that on notice.
Yeah, if you could.
I don't know.
I would like to understand how you track it.
Having said that, though, that whilst I can't give you the data, obviously we are concerned about our members being stressed. There are some indicators which assist us to tell us that we're on the right track. I know in terms of our wellbeing and workforce support sort of indices, since 2024 the department has seen a 9-point increase in people reporting they have about the right amount of work to do. Now I know stress can be driven by many things, not just about the quantum of work, but nonetheless that's a good indicator, and a 10-point reduction in people reporting that they are well above capacity. So they're indicators of stress, so we're seeing improvement there. I think there's a range of measures which we can talk to that we're doing to uplift culture and give people the voice to be able to speak up if they are feeling stressed in the workplace or they have other concerns about culture. We've got a range of measures in terms of early intervention where people are concerned. We talked about
so
EAP
thank you. Mr Simpson, when you spoke about the other mechanisms available in the department if staff are feeling stressed, can you give me some metrics about bullying complaints or harassment, people that have gone to see their manager about issues?
Yeah, Senator, so we do have a range of mechanisms for people to...
I don't need to know what's available. I assume your staff know what's available. I want to know who's accessed it.
And perhaps I can say there has been a reduction in bullying harassment.
Great, that's what I'm here to ask about.
So the department does have the integrity hotline, as I said at the start, or a range of mechanisms, as we said, just from the numbers perspective, and this does cover not just stress-related, bullying, harassment, anything that's integrity-related comes through to the team. For the last financial year, so up from 1 July 2024 to 30 June 2025, that inbox or those mechanisms received 322 matters that covered a range of issues. So there were 33 that related to bullying and harassment. And I will say these are themes that are reported in. These aren't the final outcomes.
It's okay. Just give me the numbers.
Two for sexual harassment. 212 related to other unacceptable workplace behaviours. 22 were potential security breach or incidents. 44 related to fraud or corruption. And 9 related to unacceptable behaviour by external party.
The 212, what might be encapsulated in that? Because that's quite a large number.
There is. We don't
have themes.
We don't define that, but that could be things like local kind of conflict between staff or between managers, so a whole range of issues that don't meet the other thresholds, but it could be really...
And are these numbers up or down on, like, have you got these numbers over the last 3 years?
I don't have them with me over the last 3 years.
But on notice, I would
could
like,
take that on
I would
notice,
like
yes.
those. And just to Senator I just wanted to understand, Acting Secretary, in response to Senator Catavan's questions, you hadn't received a letter from Katie Gallagher around the budget cuts?
I said we haven't been asked to make budget cuts, Senator.
No. Have you received any correspondence from Minister Gallagher around expectations heading into budget around finding savings and priorities?
Certainly, we have received correspondence from the Finance Minister asking us to explore and to provide advice in relation to opportunities if we were to reprioritise.
Well, that's all quite public, so
that's right.
Yeah, so has Minister Gallagher written to Minister Collins, or has the Finance Minister Gallagher written to the department?
And I guess that's where my reservation come from. I have to take.
Well, someone could actually don't take it on notice because you've got your corporate section here. Can someone assist the acting secretary with the Coro register and let her know where the letter arrived? And I'd appreciate what date. I just finally to Senator McDonald's commentary. It's not just we are all getting texts from farming advocacy bodies, from individual farmers themselves concerned that the deal between the Greens and the Labor Party with the EPBC Act last week also included getting rid of the off-road diesel fuel rebate, which farmers and miners and those who don't use our public road system rely on to ensure that they can run their machinery on farm efficiently, because they shouldn't be contributing to public road network in the way that other users of road networks do. I would like to understand whether that is the case, that there is a discussion within government about getting rid of the diesel fuel rebate.
Firstly, Senator, these are not matters for corporate, and secondly,
they are matters for corporate, actually. And I'm asking you, is this a discussion within government about getting rid of the diesel fuel rebate, and what will be the implication for the agriculture sector?
Not a discussion that I'm privy to, but I have to take that notice and check with colleagues that would not
Minister?
be at this outcome.
Not something I'm aware of, Senator Mackenzie, and I think it's desperate that the National Party keep going down these scare campaigns, particularly after losing Barnaby Joyce, the former leader, who's obviously ditched the National Party.
Political point scoring.
All you have to do is go down scare campaigns.
This is not a scare campaign
that the National Party do. That's all you've got.
This is absolutely the type of deal your government will do to get the EPBC changes across the line.
Scare campaign after scare campaign. We saw it yesterday.
It's not a scare campaign. These are
Senator Mackenzie, order. Resume your seats. Resume your seats.
Here.
So I'm asking for the microphone, please. How many times do I have to sit in this room here and ask people to, if you're asking a question, at least have the decency to listen to the answer? No, stop. And the other way around. I read it into the opening statement about how we deal with each other, and you screaming across the table. So all I'm asking you is, if you ask the Minister a question, let him answer it. For God's sake, I've had a guts full of this.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Your turn for a point of order.
Just on relevance, if we want to maintain the decorum and respect that you are correctly asking for us to do, it would be helpful if a minister could stay relevant to the question. Introducing extraneous points about who is in or in another political party does not relate to the estimates that we are doing here today. So if we stay on topic, like we have this morning for the vast bulk of the time, it's likely to stay polite.
Thank you, Senator Canavan, and I would ask, I take your point, and I would ask, excuse me, when questions are asked, please let the people finish answering without yelling over the top of them. That goes for everyone around the table. Now, Senator or Minister, you were answering. Have you finished your answer? You have. Thank you. Questions?
Yes, Minister.
Senator Mackenzie.
Minister, has the Labor Party done a deal with the Greens to get rid of the diesel fuel rebate for our miners and our farmers as part of their deal on the EPBC Act with the Greens?
It's not something I'm aware of.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. I just had some questions around the changes to the EPBC Act last week. In particular, could you explain to particularly farmers and graziers in the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park area what the new rules are for clearing within 50 metres of a catchment area?
Senator, these are questions for DQ. Certainly we've been working with DQ and they've consulted with us in some aspects of the legislative reform, and they're best dealt with in outcome one. That's when I'll have my colleagues available to answer questions regarding EPBC.
We'll probably come back to it then. I'm just asking here because there are these cross-portfolio issues. So in terms of that consultation you mentioned, when did DQ contact you about specifically about this issue of the clearing within 50 metres of a catchment area?
Once again, Senator, if we could take that question in outcome one, I'll have colleagues who can be more specific in answering that question.
All right, we'll come back to it. In terms of the continuing use provision, when was that first raised?
Likewise, Senator, it might be more efficient if we do it with all questions associated with the EPBC Act reforms in outcome one.
I just want to ask here, in case there's a problem later, who is the principal department or part of the Australian government responsible for managing regional forestry agreements?
That's this department in collaboration, obviously, with relevant jurisdictions.
So you take the lead on the RFAs?
That's correct.
Okay. I've got some questions then about the changes last week in particular.
Can we take those in outcome one, Senator?
You're going to do those in outcome one as well. The minister, I'm asking here because it's a different minister, but it obviously has serious ramifications for agricultural produce in this country. Last week, on the 27th of November, Minister Murray Watt was quoted as saying, and I'll quote, "We will be commencing the provisions relating to agricultural land clearing and removing the exemption that currently applies on the date of royal assent." So that is probably the next week or two. The reason we've done that is that we have seen in other circumstances where particularly state and territory governments have sought to regulate land clearing, what's known as panic clearing occur. That is where people, for either good reasons or bad, decide to get in there and start clearing land urgently in a way that is about to be prevented by legislative change. We want to make sure that doesn't happen, and that's why we are commencing the provisions around land clearing and removing those exemptions as quickly as we possibly can. Did Minister Watt's office, the Department of, or DQ as it's known, did anyone contact the Agricultural Department about this issue of panic clearing? Did they receive any advice from the Federal Department of Agriculture on whether that occurs?
Senator, as I said, can we take that in outcome one? I'll ensure I have got my colleagues.
Sounds like there wasn't.
No, I'm not Senator. I'm just saying, can I bring my colleagues in outcome one?
Does the department or the minister have anything to say about a federal minister effectively accusing our farmers of being environmental vandals in this way?
Well, I don't think that's the case, Senator Canavan. I know you're wanting to misrepresent Minister Watt there, and I think they're perfectly reasonable for the department to suggest that these questions would be better put in outcome one when they'll have the officials here who can provide answers to the questions that you're putting.
Well, he's obviously talking about our nation's farmers and calling into question their ethical behaviour. It's unfortunate, I think, that we have an Australian government that seems to view our nation's farmers, our food producers, as enemies.
Well, I don't think that's the case, Senator Canavan.
Well, that's how they're hearing it. I'm actually just someone
I also
contacting me.
I also engage with farmers
as we speak.
Senator Canavan, you're not the only one in the room who does it.
Like they've got a government that's
I have a very different point of view when it comes to that.
Right. So, yep. Sorry, Senator O'Sullivan.
You might give me the same answer. This might be best placed for later on, but. I want to ask about the consultation that was done in relation to forestry in the APBC Act.
once again, we'll take it in outcome one, but obviously the legislation was just passed, Senator.
Has it received royal assent?
No, it has not.
Thank you. Okay, I've just got probably one more topic, Chair. Corporate.
No worries.
There are some reports that there's been a cost blowout in particularly the costs of regulating live animal exports.
Senator, can I just correct the record? I've just been advised it did receive royal assent yesterday.
Oh, it has
aware
received.
of that.
It has received royal assent. Okay. Glad you clarified that. Thank you. Yes, can I just check on the live export industry is very concerned about potential for increased fees from extra expenses associated with live export. I know we've been talking more generally, but are you aware of the concerns of ALEC in this case in particular?
Yes, Senator, we are.
Okay, so how much extra costs are they facing than expected?
There is a current gap between what the cost of delivering the services for the arrangement are and what the department is recovering. How that gap might be bridged is a matter for consideration currently.
Okay. How much? Sorry. How much is that gap?
I'll find that exact amount and I'll be able to tell you shortly, Senator.
Senator, I don't want to preempt the outcome, and it's not as simple as a straight extrapolation of that gap.
So the gap last financial year was 9.8 million.
9.8 million?
Yep.
Okay. I believe the ALEC Chair, David Galvin, has written to you and said, I quote, unrequested regulatory activities have increased dramatically after the last 5 years, despite the good animal welfare practices of the industry in that time. Is that correct? Have you increased activities without sort of consent from the live export industry?
Well, the live export industry or any regulated industry doesn't need to consent to regulatory activities.
I get that, but you said before that before you went through at length saying that a lot of these costs and expenses to help the industry to access markets and the like.
Well, I didn't say they asked for them. They are required by our importing countries, and therefore we are required to ensure that we can provide the assurances that an import country needs.
I suppose we've been around this a lot, but there just seems to be a lot of the industry that don't trust you that you're actually imposing fees that appropriately recover costs. They seem to think that you're either over-recovering or padding your own expenses to impose costs on them. What assurance is given? I'm going to come back. I made this point briefly, but what external audit is done? Like, apart from you checking your costs, is there any kind of KPMG or Deloitte that comes in and says, okay, you guys are properly applying cost accounting principles?
Senator, the Audit Office does routinely do audits in regards to the services that are undertaken. In fact, there is a cost recovery audit underway currently by the ANA Office. But if I could just repeat my earlier evidence in regards to ensuring that we're open and transparent through the process, and any outcomes will be entirely transparent about also in terms of breakdown of costs as appropriate. And also note that we are in ongoing consultation and communication with industry throughout this process.
I mean, ANO was another arm of government, though. For the people being charged, it might not be that much of assurance. Has there ever been the offer given to the industry to engage some external auditors that are external from government and at arm's length from industry?
No, that wouldn't be common practice, Senator, nor do I believe it's necessary, knowing, as I outlined, we do our own internal audits. The ANA Office is an independent agency, and they're
not independent from government. They themselves get budget. They get themselves, but hang on, they get funding from government. And look, I've got respect for the Audit Office, but they're not external. They're not arm's length. I mean, I find it unusual to say that wouldn't be common practice. I mean, it's very much would be common practice in the commercial world if there is and not even in a monopolistic environment, if there's a level of dispute about what costs should be imposed, there'd be often external auditors appointed to just check matters on behalf of both parties. It would be not unusual at all, would it, in the commercial
I'll just
world?
be repeating my evidence, Senator.
Okay.
One, I can assure the committee and industry that we are committed to open, transparent consultation. Communication will be transparent in regards to any outcomes as a result of the work we're doing to build a sustainable model. And as I said, the ANAO Audit Office is currently undertaking an audit in regards to cost recovery.
Okay.
And under that cost recovery framework, we have industry consultative committees with all of the commodities, including live animal exporters. So we engage with them on a very structured, regular basis, as well as an ad hoc basis. We're well aware of the views and opinions that they've expressed via that letter and directly to us about which elements of the system work well for them and don't. And we continually engage with them on looking at where we could make improvements to those, including running trials, as we have in recent times, about improving the notice of intention process for the live cattle export out of the north, for example, which is a very short turnaround industry. So how do we make regulation fit for purpose there? So it is something we're aware of and we do work on. Senator,
can I sort of make one? I was just reminded, and it's a very good point, is that the charging framework is owned by the Department of Finance. So of course you can also direct questions there. They have a keen interest in oversight in relation to the way that the framework is operated across the APS, including our own department.
But I'm concerned that they're even more conflicted because they'd love to see more costs recovered from industry and less requests from you to them. So it makes me even more concerned if they've got a role in charge of deciding what's recovered or not. Okay, look, I'll move on. Or did you have a follow-up? Sorry.
No, sir.
Separate. Well, do you want to take the call? I'm moving on, so I might go to Senator McDonald.
Thanks, Chair. I want to turn to the issue of fertiliser in Australia. As you'd be aware, Phosphate Hill remains Australia's last fertiliser manufacturer onshore. During COVID, we came within 2 weeks of running out of fertilisers in this country, and there was a conga line of trucks going up there to try and get phosphate and fertilisers to keep farmers farming during that time. I want to ask if the government is aware of the current threats to the viability of Phosphate Hill, including high energy and gas costs, gas supply disruptions, and will the government commit to ensuring domestic fertiliser manufacturing capacity remains viable?
I can certainly say that I'm very much aware of the issues with Phosphate Hill, Senator McDonald, and I'm also Assistant Minister for Resources, so as you know, that had come a little bit of crossover with there. We certainly understand how important it is to the industry. There's obviously a bit of crossover here with the work that we do in agriculture and the work that Minister Ayres is doing as well. So I'd certainly encourage you to put questions to him later in the week. I think he appears on Thursday in regards to the issue of Phosphate Hill in particular.
Oh, just staying with the ag portfolio though, I want to ask if any assessment has been done or will be done of the national supply chain and food security risks if this last fertiliser producer closes. So specifically impacts on fertiliser availability, cost of inputs for farmers, domestic agricultural productivity, export competitiveness.
Thanks, Senator. You raised some really obviously critical issues in regards to food security and supply chain vulnerabilities, which will be the subject of consideration as we progress the food security strategy, and specific questions as it relates to that strategy once again are best dealt with in outcome 1.
Okay. All right. I'll come back at outcome 1. Thanks.
Come back to you, Senator Canavan.
I think Senator Colbeck.
Oh, sorry, Senator Colbeck.
I get the same answer, but still, this goes to industry capacity, and I know the program isn't delivered by agriculture, but it's pertinent. I was talking to Tassie's largest beekeeper last week, and they are saying that beekeeping doesn't qualify for support under the Australian, under the Ag Apprenticeships program. Now, I guess that it's not delivered by your department, but the policy in relation to what the priorities might be would be something of concern to your department, and particularly in the context of the plan. And Senator Sterle's run away because I was going to do a reference to varroa mite for him. But, you know, we've got the wild honeybee population collapsed over the last 2 years right down the east coast as a result of varroa. Puts a lot of pressure back onto the beekeeping sector to provide pollination services, which is critical to a whole range of horticulture down the east coast. And yet beekeeping doesn't qualify under the Ag Apprenticeship scheme, is what I'm being told. Now, you might have to take that on notice. It might be a policy conversation that needs to be had, but I would have thought, in the context of the conversation you just had with Senator McDonald in relation to the food security plan, beekeeping is fundamental to that, because pollination services are fundamental to that. You've got the incursion of varroa, which is going to impact across the country over time. Do you have anything that you can give to me in respect of the qualification for beekeeping in that scheme?
Senator, no, I can't. Obviously, we do have an agriculture workforce group that comes together and brings industry and unions to discuss agriculture workforce issues. The issue of the apprenticeship program is under ongoing consideration, and skills. So you might correct me, skills.
Yeah, I was just trying to think of the name.
Yeah. Too. But I'm happy to give you further details in outcome one. But there certainly is the subject of consideration, keen interest by all stakeholders in regards to getting the apprenticeship frameworks right. So I note your questions. I'm not familiar with the beekeeper issue. It hasn't come up in those conversations, but I'll see if I can answer that and give more detail on outcome one.
And I'd add to that, there would be the opportunity for the Beekeeper Association to engage in that process with the skills group who are actually doing the work on what the ag visa what the ag trade apprenticeship would look like. So that isn't too late, and there would be an opportunity to do that. That we'd be happy to help facilitate.
Thank you.
Deputy Chair, so I've just realised the last part of my question on the fertiliser that I think I need to ask here in corporate is whether or not that program would be eligible under the National Reconstruction Fund, because I'm keen to understand how much of the $500 million available under the National Reconstruction Fund has been spent on agricultural projects.
Senator, I have to take that notice, knowing that we aren't responsible for the National Reconstruction Fund.
No, but this is cross-portfolio, isn't it? This would be the place where if you're engaging with the National Reconstruction Fund, I would find somebody at this point of estimates who would be able to talk to me about it.
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I suspect that the colleagues, that if we did have visibility over your particular question, it would be in outcome one, and I'm happy to deal with that then if we can.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. You're back. Look, I'll try and be quick. Actually, I just had some follow-up from biosecurity. Just the live export section, or going back to those, of DAF, have the costs of that regulation increased from 16 million in financial year 21 to 23 million last financial year? So figures someone has sent me.
Do you want to ask CFO to come to the table?
It's live animal experts part of the department.
Senator Matthew Garson, Chief Finance Officer. The figures that I have in front of me for the cost base for the live animal exports arrangement, for 23-24 it was $21.3 million, and for 24-25 was $23.9.
Sorry, you probably didn't hear me. This was also after financial year 21?
For 21-22 I have 19.8.
19 million, okay. My understanding is the number of the head of livestock being exported has fallen over that period. Why have costs gone up then?
The costs, Senator, are not directly related to cost per head throughput. The structure of the arrangement is both fee for service, so things like certification for particular exports, but there's also charges for managing the arrangements, for example. So if you have an approved arrangement or if you're a licensed exporter, those costs are not relative to how many you export directly. So part of the department's activities are fixed and will cost a certain amount irrespective of the number of head, and there's a proportion that are variable depending on the number.
Maybe I noticed, so we can keep going. Can you tell me the staff that were employed in that division in 21 and in 25? And I suppose this is another issue for me that when an industry or a business faces lower demand for their product, they can't just necessarily say, oh, well, all our costs have to go up, now our price has to go up to cover higher per average fixed charges. But you can do that. You're effectively also adding to potentially a downturn in a particular sector by saying that during such a downturn we're going to increase our fees because our per unit costs have gone up, imposing an extra burden on the industry. Okay, but that's just a comment. I want to move on or back to, from last estimates, the ANAO report on biosecurity materials, construction materials. Seemed to be a little bit of a lack of knowledge about this audit report last estimates. I'm not sure if that was due to all the leadership changes, but hopefully there's a little bit more.
Senator, the central oversight of our engagement with ANO is a corporate issue. However, if you're going to the specifics of the ANO audit and our actions, I'd ask that we pick that up in outcome 2.
Okay, well, I would hope, Secretary, as I said last time, there seemed to be just a lack of knowledge. I'd hope that an audit office report would be front and centre of your own mind and your leadership team's mind, so presumably you'd be able to give some information here on that. I just wanted to check about whether or not instructional material has been updated along with the recommendations of that report, which showed that 40% or 39% of the material had been out of date.
My understanding is there has been work done in that area. The specifics of that work and the current status I would need to deal with in outcome 2.
Are you getting regular updates on whether that's being fixed?
I'm not personally getting those updates, but I have great confidence in the biosecurity executive team to ensure they've got appropriate oversight and ensuring momentum on that work.
When's the last time you were briefed on the implementation of, well, have you ever been briefed on the actual audit office report?
If I was honest, Senator, I think the last discussion we had was about 8 weeks ago in this room.
So you haven't been briefed on it since last estimates?
Not in
yourself?
8 weeks, no.
I just wonder if you're taking that seriously enough.
Absolutely.
It was a pretty damning report. As we went through last time.
Senator, I don't believe it was a damning report. It actually was a positive report, which obviously, as all these reports do, identify areas for improvement, which we are seeking to improve.
Well, it makes me more concerned then that you'd take a report which said there were 40% of materials out of date as somehow a positive.
So you've drawn on one recommendation, Senator.
Well,
and
yes,
and there's
but it was a pretty serious one. Last time,
report.
no one seemed to even know about it.
And Senator, if I could also make an observation in regards to the Inspector General of Biosecurity and ANO reports, we have over 279 recommendations, all of which are important, all of which we're seeking to action as a department. So I don't have visibility over all 279 recommendations, but I do have great confidence in the framework and governance that we've put in place to ensure that momentum is maintained and that we actually address the recommendations that have been brought to our attention.
Okay. Would the costs of implementing these recommendations be added to the cost base for cost recovery for exporters? Because they're biosecurity issues?
I don't believe so, but I'd confirm
Maybe
that,
you could
Senator.
check on that.
Yeah, I'll confirm
Again, I'd be pretty upset if I was the engaging entity, and then my client says that, oh well, sorry, we got things wrong. We're just going to have to charge you money to fix things. because of our mistakes.
I'll confirm that, Senator.
Okay, well, that would be nice to check on notice. Moving to another Audit Office report, there was a Audit Office report, compliance with domestic international travel requirements in the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. This is report number 8 of 25-26. That report found in a sample of travel arrangements that 57% of domestic travel expenses did not sufficiently document approval and had value for money consideration. Now that seems a bit concerning. What happened there? Why are nearly 60% of travel expenses domestically not going through what looks like the appropriate processes?
Agree, Senator. That was a concern, which is why I've looked at this closely and put remediation action in place. But I'm going to hand over to the CFO to give greater specifics in regards to the nature of the concerns, why it was so, and remediation action that we've taken.
So, Senator, there's a number of reasons, and first importantly, just to flag that the period that the ANAO undertook their testing covered a period of really unprecedented change for the department, with major structural changes and a transition to the new whole of government provider. Historically, and it's a legacy arrangement as DAF was created, that domestic travel approvals were held not in a centralised system. For example, they were held by individuals in emails, and there were a number of approvals that were unable to be located. We also had one instance that covered a range of the sample identified by the ANAO, where there was an overarching approval provided for the PGPA approval, where the ANAO viewed that that was not compliant with the PGPA Act.
Okay, all right. And when's this going to be fixed by?
Senator, we've already started remediation steps, as the Acting Secretary said. We have put in steps to ensure that there's technology so that there is one central point of recording all travel approvals, and the updating the department's travel policy regulations and regularly updating other guidance material is also underway. There's also training occurring across the department, even including tomorrow, Senator, so that every staff member has the latest information about ensuring compliance with the policy, regulations and guidelines.
Okay. Sorry, Ms Saunders, did you want to add anything?
I just want to make the point that this was poor systems and process. The actual consideration, though, of value for money and ensuring that travel expenses were consistent with good use of taxpayers' money and or industry's money was fulfilled. The processes were inadequate and they've been rectified.
Okay. Thank you. Look, I believe that is it for corporate. We might have a break now.
Yep,
perhaps.
thanks, Senator Camban. Rather than start outcome 1, let's go to an earlier break. It's scheduled for 15 minutes, so we'll reconvene at 11:10 with officers from outcome 1. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Back, everybody. Now, this is outcome one. I'm sorry, I can't. Mr. Love?
Mr. Lowe.
Mr. Lowe, my apologies. Hello, Mr. Lowe. Our outcome one people are here?
I think we're just waiting on the secretary, the acting secretary.
Oh, yeah. We're a lot of things in this committee, Miss Saunders, and there are a lot of things that we aren't. The one thing is we are sticklers for time. Do you like that? That's the truckie in me, see? If I say I'm going to be there at 9, I'll be there at 9. Righto. Questions? Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. I might kick off with some questions we touched on in corporate, particularly around the change to the EPBC Act. As I mentioned earlier, been contacted by a lot of farmers and graziers concerned here. When did the department become aware that there was a proposal to prohibit clearing within 50 metres of a catchment area of the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park area?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. So, Matt Lowe, Deputy Secretary of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry Policy Group, Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. Senator, as you'd be aware, these were amendments that were moved through the course of parliamentary negotiations, and our awareness of those amendments was kind of proximate to the timing that those amendments arose during parliamentary negotiations.
So Thursday last week?
Yes.
Thursday last week. Okay. Yeah. Were you asked from GQ or the Minister for Environment for any advice on the potential impacts of such a restriction on clearing?
I'd have to test my knowledge, but I think they arose late. We were made aware of them. We weren't asked for formal advice.
Right, so no advice from the Agricultural Department.
About informal advice? Phone call, text?
Let's just say we had discussions with DQ at the time that the amendments were
okay.
The amendments were
What about, I presume
proposed.
it's probably the same, but what about the continuing use provisions on clearing for the trees that are more than 15 years old?
Yeah.
That was the same, so you learnt about that same time, and no advice was sought. Okay. As I mentioned here, there's significant concern about the impact of these. Have you been able to, since last Thursday, start to prepare some advice for farmers, for graziers about what this means?
Yes, my understanding is, and Senator, I should have said at the outset, and apologies for not doing so, that obviously the EPBC Act and those amendments are the purview of DQ.
Yep.
And obviously we're not responsible for them. Obviously we take an interest in them, as you've outlined. There is an implication for farmers and land managers. My understanding is that Minister Watt has met with peak body representatives of the agriculture sector recently, and we will be working with DQ to provide peak body representatives and land managers with information in relation to those amendments.
Okay. Was there anyone from the Department of Agriculture in those or in that meeting with the Minister for Environment and industry groups?
No, there wasn't.
Right. Okay. Would you know when that occurred?
I don't have exact timing, sorry, Senator.
Okay.
I can take it on notice.
Subsequent to the amendments being moved?
Yes.
It was on Friday.
Friday. It was on Friday. Thank you, Minister. Was the department consulted ahead of that meeting for any information?
My recollection is that we were made aware that the meeting was happening.
But you weren't asked to provide any briefing or notes from
No, we weren't.
Minister? Okay.
I think Minister Collins, a representative from her office, I think was involved in the meeting.
Okay. Okay. In particular, as a Queensland senator, and some of this only relates to Queensland in regards to the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park area, there's significant concern about what this means for Category X under the Queensland Government's native vegetation laws. Just to explain, Category X is non-regulated areas where clearing can occur. Landowners are free to develop their own land. Have you had a look yet at whether or not any of these areas put regulations on previously unregulated areas of property owners' land?
Senator, you'd obviously appreciate that the amendments were obviously moved only recently, so it is something we'll have a look at in greater detail.
Okay.
Speaking broadly, I would anticipate that there would be some intersection with those in terms of those reforms with that land.
I mean, it's pretty remarkable that such a sweeping change could be made without the government even knowing whether or not areas of someone's property previously unregulated have now had regulations applied to them. Minister, can you has the government made this decision without that basic knowledge?
Will they be questions that would be better put to DQ, Senator Canavan?
It is shockingly unbelievable. I mean, effectively what we're talking about here, if this is the case, and government can't dismiss that it's not, there's a lot of concern out there at the moment. If this is the case, then effectively a property owner has had rights taken from them because they had a right to clear their land. It's an economic right, it's a valuable right, it's embodied in the value of their assets, the security they provide to the bank. They've had that stripped from them by a law passed at the last minute with no consultation with the Department of Agriculture, with no consultation on the industry. Can you guarantee that the Commonwealth will ensure that no farmer in this country faces a financial loss because of these changes?
Well, Senator, maybe if I can go back to the amendments, my understanding of those amendments, and I will caveat them with these being my understanding and the responsible agency being DQ, but my understanding is that the amendments that were moved relate to imposing or introducing a 15-year threshold in relation to the clearing of land. And so landholders are able to clear their land up to a 15-year time threshold.
This is on regrowth.
And then
you're talking, that only applies to regrowth, just to be clear, is my understanding. I realise it's... maybe I'm wrong, but...
It goes to...
what is it, 15 years?
The provision,
what 15 years from what, I suppose? And my understanding is it's 15 years from the last time cleared, basically.
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct. So,
okay, yeah, right. So regrowth, yep.
Yes, and there has Nick Belong, Sustainability Climate Division. That including under the previous legislation, it was part of historical practice that predated sort of the original EPBC Act in 1999.
I also asked about Category X, where such rules don't apply. You can clear there even if it's not regrowth.
That's Queensland law. So obviously part of DQ's task in front of it is looking at intersections between the new legislation and Queensland.
And there is also now a prohibition, just to be clear of my understanding, a prohibition on anything 50 metres from, is it a watercourse, a wetland and a drainage line?
So
within the Great Barrier Reef.
Within the Great Barrier Reef catchment area, Senator, and our understanding of that provision, and again, I'd encourage you to take these questions up with DQ, but our understanding of that provision is that simply ensures that the EPBC Act is consistent with Queensland state law now.
So what's the definition of watercourse, wetland and drainage line? Do you have maps available for farmers to know where those areas are and the 50-metre buffer applies to?
We don't, Senator, but as Mr Lowe indicated, our understanding is that amendment, specifically that amendment around the Great Barrier Reef catchment area, brings the EPBC Act into a line with existing Queensland land use regulations.
So is that have you asked DQ whether they have any maps for watercourse, wetlands and drainage? It's a fairly broad definition.
We haven't had that conversation with them yet.
Sorry?
Senator, we haven't had that conversation with them yet.
It's remarkable that such a thing could be passed without sort of basic understanding of what area you're covering, which is what we're hearing here
I
morning.
would just reiterate, our understanding is that it brings the EPBC Act into line with Queensland state law.
Okay, well, but then that raises the question, why can't you just produce a map? I mean, I know the Queensland government have maps on this stuff, very detailed maps, even those laws I disagreed with. I'll give the Queensland Labor government the due. They did go through a process and there was significant mapping done associated with that, which has all these different categories. They're called PMAVs. People can go and get the map for their own property and know exactly what the law applies to. But here, we've effectively been leaping before we look, and passed massive laws, massive changes, without understanding basic things. Now, we had all the opportunity to do that. We still have a Senate inquiry going on into these laws. It wasn't due to report till March next year. But in some mad rush that the government hasn't been able to explain to me, they've decided to rush these through before Christmas without basic understanding of what they're doing to farmers. That's what's happened here. Minister, can you enlighten farmers? I mean, if a farmer calls me, well, I've got a farmer communicating with me this morning, and he said that machines are pulled up in paddocks everywhere. They're in the middle of jobs, and they have no idea where they can operate or not. Can you point this constituent of mine to something the government's released that lets him know whether the machines he's paying for, the contractors he's engaged in, are allowed to operate without him breaking the law?
My understanding is the maps are the same as the Queensland maps, and we're attached to the amendments.
That's not, your understanding doesn't really help. I mean, won't help him in a court of law. Can you point us to these? We just heard there was no maps.
Download the map.
Yeah.
Is that really?
I mean, the Department
that's attached to some amendment.
They haven't seen any maps
on the parliamentary website.
Senator, I'd just kind of... I would encourage you to direct these questions to DQ as the responsible agency. My understanding, as the Minister said, is that the maps are consistent with Queensland maps. They are attached to the amendments. And as I mentioned earlier, Senator, we'll be working really closely with DQ to ensure that information is provided to landholders quickly, and we're looking at ensuring that there's initial information provided in a matter of days.
Okay.
And we agree with you that information is important to get to landholders.
Yeah, well, it's costing people money now, right? Because the laws come into effect, as we just heard before. Can I just ask one more follow-up, and then I'll go to Senator Mackenzie. You've mentioned now a couple of times later on in my questioning that your understanding is the maps are consistent with Queensland law. Why can't you then tell me that no Category X areas have been affected? Because if it was consistent with Queensland law, farmers should still be free to clear land in Category X. Is that true or false?
So, my understanding, Senator, is there are two elements to those amendments. The first is in relation to riparian zones within the Great Barrier Reef, and that's in relation to land clearing within 50 metres of riparian zones within the Great Barrier Reef catchment. And my understanding is that, and my colleague can no doubt add to my comments, but that clearing is prohibited, and that's consistent with Queensland state law. Then there's a broader provision around introducing a threshold for land clearing of 15 years, as we spoke about earlier, and my understanding is that would apply to Category X land. And my understanding is that would apply to Category X
would apply to Category X
or could apply, depending on the circumstances. And I would just also add that I'm speaking on my understanding of it. The other thing I'd just add, Senator, as I think it's an important point, is at that 15-year threshold, what the landholder needs to do then subsequently is to consider whether the clearing is likely to have a significant impact on matters of national environmental significance. And if they determine that the clearing is not likely to have a significant impact on a matter of national environmental significance, then they don't need to refer and can undertake the action in line with any state requirements.
Their own judgment doesn't protect them from prosecution, right? I mean, they can come to that determination, but that doesn't prevent the federal government down the track saying, oh no, we don't agree with your judgment. This has had a significant impact, and they could be prosecuted under the Act.
And
this is the problem with it. The significant impact is not defined in the Act, so it's quite vague. And typically what will happen is any matter that is potentially covered by this Act gets referred. And then you're talking millions of dollars normally to get an approval.
I think the key thing is that you know there is that ability for landholders to self-assess, and for landholders that are effectively managing their land, as my experience with farmers is the vast majority of farmers are responsible land managers and also take environmental stewardship really seriously.
I totally agree,
Senator.
but I don't have the same faith in those that are opposed to farming in this country, and effectively now you're creating a situation where farmers are under an added level of anxiety if they don't have enough to worry about, where at any point in time a green activist group could take them to court, and if they haven't got that referral, if they haven't paid millions of dollars to get approval, they could go out of business.
Probably two other comments, Senator, which is that existing EPBC guidance in relation to these sorts of matters, such as land clearing, stipulates a guideline of around 10 years as kind of a guideline for cyclical clearing. So I'm sure that responsible land managers would be aware of that and be guided by that. And then I think the second point just to acknowledge is a key tenet and focus of the EPBC Act reforms, as I understood it, was to, and understand it to be, is to improve assessment and assessment timelines and streamline those approval processes. So I understand that continues to be a focus as well.
Thank you. I think Chair Senator McKenzie had some follow-up.
What I might do is I will,
Yep.
but I'll just check. Senator Whitten, do you have questions for outcome 1?
Yes.
Okay.
Very short.
Yep, Senator McKenzie, and then I'll come across to
Just
you.
to follow up on Senator
Yep.
Canavan's line of questioning. Mr Lowe, I really want to clarify, given the significance of the changes to the EPBC Act that was slammed through the Senate last week with the deal between the Greens and the Labor Party, is it your evidence to this committee that Minister Watt did not seek advice from the government's Agriculture Department as to the impact of the amendments he moved?
Minister Watt directly did not seek
His
advice
office,
from us.
his department.
His office, no. And as
His
I said
department.
before, I just acknowledge that those amendments, those specific amendments, only came to light late in the parliamentary process.
They did, and the Senate's always a fast-moving space, so your evidence was no formal advice was sought or given. Was any informal advice sought or given?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Why? No one called you?
I had conversations with my colleagues who
About
who
the
made me
amendments?
aware of the amendments.
About the amendments?
Yeah.
Yep. And when did you have those conversations?
Again, I'd have to take them on notice.
Was it
on
Thursday?
notice, but it
Was it Wednesday?
It was proximate to the time that the amendments were moved.
So Thursday. So
I'd have to take the
government was
specific
moving
senator on notice.
amendments that impact agriculture and our farmers, particularly those in Queensland, and our foresters. And were you kind of like, are you guys okay with this?
I'm not going to
What was the nature of the informal conversation?
Well, I think it was largely providing awareness at that stage of the nature of the amendments.
Ms Saunders, wasn't just agriculture specifically, it was forestry, the whole primary industry sector significantly impacted by these amendments that were dealt into the game very late, were not subject to a Senate inquiry or any public examination or understanding. Is it your evidence to this committee that DQ, the Minister or his office, did not seek your department's advice on the impact of those amendments and the EPBC changes to forestry
and farming.
I could only restate Mr Lowe's evidence. So, one, I can't comment in relation to the nature of discussions between the two ministers' offices.
No, I'm asking if anybody bothered to ask you or your department about the impact of these amendments, part of the Greens deal, on agriculture and forestry.
As Mr Lowe has outlined, there were discussions and Mr Lowe has taken on notice the
Was it only
specifics of the
Mr Lowe
timing of
who
that.
was spoken to? Were you contacted, Ms Saunders?
No, I was not.
Was it only Mr Lowe? Who else within your department had informal discussions?
I'd have to take that on notice. I certainly know.
I think you know.
I personally don't
What,
know.
you
who
only
else
just
within
found out
department.
Mr Lowe had informal discussions while he's sitting next to you?
No, that's not.
No.
It's not, that was not
Of
my
course
evidence,
it's not.
Senator. No.
So
Mr Lowe
who
kept me
else,
abreast of
other than
discussions.
Mr Lowe, was part of the informal discussions as the amendments were being moved?
I know Mr Lowe had discussions with DQ in relation, informal discussions as outlined, and he's taken on notice when those conversations occurred. I don't have visibility of other department officials engaged in those
So
conversations.
you don't know if anyone else in your department, nobody has made you aware, as the acting secretary, that
No.
they had conversations with DQ about aspects of these amendments?
Matt Lowe is the deputy of that area.
No,
and
I know.
I've been talking to Mr
That
Lowe
wasn't my
about
question.
these issues.
That wasn't my question.
You have to ask Mr Lowe.
I'm
who else
asking
within his
you
group.
if any of your other officials have made you aware as acting secretary that they had conversations around these amendments.
Senator, Mr Lowe kept me advised of discussions.
So is it your
Senator
evidence
McKenzie,
that
sorry,
nobody else...
Senator McKenzie,
Yeah.
I'm not stopping you from asking questions. Can we just hear the answer? Because once again, the witness is still talking and then you go into a next question. So I can hear too. Sorry. So Senator McKenzie, you have the call.
Mr Lowe, as the Deputy Secretary of the group, reports to the Secretary. Mr Lowe kept me abreast of developments. I did not have visibility on other departmental officers' engagement.
And is it so no other official in your department advised you that they'd had conversations about, informal conversations about these amendments other than Mr Lowe?
I'm not sure how many other ways I can
it's just
express
a yes
this
or
to
a no,
Senator.
Ms Saunders.
I
You
spoke
can use
to
all the
Mr
fancy...
Lowe.
Yeah, no, I know. So
That's
is it
the
a
only
yes
person I've
or a
spoken
no?
to. The only person I've spoken to was Mr Lowe.
Thank you.
Which is the evidence I've been given consistently.
Well, it's a
Senator.
little bit cute, all your language. It was just a simple yes or no, but we eventually got there. What's been the feedback of these changes from industry on Friday or subsequent to Friday?
So Senator, again, I'll just acknowledge that the department wasn't part of those conversations. What I understand...
No, I know you weren't, yeah.
Would
you
be
said
the
you weren't part of it.
What I would
but
be
I
the...
assume, well,
sorry, maybe if I
you used
just...
to be in constant contact with industry.
Yeah.
Are you still... Industry feels they can pick up the phone and let you know what they think?
They generally do.
They do. They're texting us, they're contacting you. So my question is, since the amendments have been moved and the changes made, what has been the feedback to you, recognising you're not part of the formal conversation on Friday?
So my broad characterisation of it would be an interest in obtaining further clarity and information about the implications of the amendments.
And so when do you think, to Mr Canavan's commentary, there are people sitting in their bulldozers literally wanting to know whether they can clear or not. Comms is really important, and expecting them to log on to the Senate website, download the amendment and find the attachment with the map that may or may not be there is not going to happen. So what is the plan from government to let them know?
Yeah, so again, Senator, we agree with you. I'm very confident that DQ agrees with you as well, that getting that information to landholders is critical.
Do we know when?
We're talking matters of days for initial guidance.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Right. Senator, well, I'm going to go across to Senator Whitten. Is this on the same topic? Can I just take in, if I come to you on this topic, are we finished with that part of the questioning, that topic? No.
There's a lot more.
No, I know you got more on outcome
Don't
one.
have an inquiry into it.
Okay, all right.
Sorry, Chair. Can I? I might just quickly I was just reflecting on Senator Mackenzie's questions in relation to the EPBC Act reforms, and I'd just characterise that the continuous use provisions were obviously introduced quite late in the piece. The government's policy position around applying national environmental standards to RFAs has been a relatively long-standing commitment, and as we've led in previous estimates, we have had conversations with DECU about that over the course. So just to kind of, because I think you mentioned forestry and land management, and I just want to make sure that that was clear.
All right. Okay, thank you, Mr Lowe. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Chair. I asked Minister McCarthy during question time if Australia would mandate the use of Bovea 10, as we've seen overseas in Denmark. She replied no, but that the government was introducing methane reduction additives. Could you elaborate on what's being used as methane reduction additives other than Bovea 10?
Thank you, Senator. Broadly, there are a range of feed additives that have the effect of, or stated effect of, reducing methane from ruminant animals. As it's in the Ag and Land Sector Plan, which was released recently, it's one of a range of different, what we characterise as technology pathways that is open to producers to pursue, to look at methane or emissions reduction as part of their enterprise. Bovea, as you mentioned, Senator, is one of the technologies that's methane reducing. There are a range of other seaweed supplements, for example. I think NOP 3, is it NOP? 3 NOP is another one. I wouldn't say, based on my understanding, that they're in widespread use. They're in relative niche use across the Australian production systems at the moment. And there have been a number of research trials that have been looking into the effectiveness of those supplements.
So there's no plans at this stage to mandate?
There is no plans to mandate. What we'd say is that we want to support producers, and this was definitely I guess a principle or a key consideration as part of the Ag and Land Sector Plan. We want producers to be at kind of the centre of decision making for their enterprise about how to, one, maximise the profitability and sustainability of their enterprise, but also to make decisions about how to best reduce emissions or sequester carbon on their enterprise as well. There are a lot of, advisors and experts out there who are looking to work with farmers, but what we really want to do is support farmers to ensure that they're best placed to make decisions that are best for their enterprise.
So if they're not mandated, are there targets on reductions of livestock emissions that would effectively require the use of these down the track?
Senator, so the Net Zero Plan didn't prescribe any specific targets for agriculture. There's obviously an economy-wide target as part of that for 2035 and obviously for 2050 for net zero. So there are no targets for agriculture specifically, and there's certainly no targets for methane reduction.
Okay. So you're aware of the mandates that happened in Denmark?
We are aware, yes.
Yep, and that the impact they've had on some of the livestock there, the dairy producers, and the concerns that they've had?
We're aware that there have been concerns. We're aware that the Danish government is looking into them. Probably don't have much more awareness than that, Senator.
Yep. Yeah, no, probably about as much as I've got. That's all I can find.
Yeah.
So what independent research has been conducted to make sure that they're a safe product to use? So not research has been conducted by the manufacturer or the independent research?
I am getting out of my level of detail here, but I'll ask colleagues to come to the table. So for my understanding is that there's been a range of independent studies, particularly in the EU and UK, in relation to what I'd characterise more broadly as the methane inhibiting feed supplements. So we understand that there has been rigorous testing in relation to these supplements. And obviously we've got a robust system in place in Australia to regulate animal welfare and these sorts of things, food safety, and we're also looking into to understand if there's anything more we can do to ensure that our regulatory system is robust and fit for purpose in relation to the management of these methane inhibiting feed additives.
So if you're relying on overseas work, who in Australia assesses that work and make sure it's good science?
I might pass to my colleague.
Yeah, so hi, Sarah Jane McCormack, First Assistant Secretary, Agvet Chemicals, Fisheries and Forestry in the department. So just to add to what Mr Lowe has already said, a number of international food safety authorities have looked at this, including the EU's European Food Safety Authority and the UK's Food Standards Agency, and they've assessed Bovea and consider it safe for use. And in particular, the UK Food Standards Agency evaluated more than 58 studies of Bovea and concluded that it poses no safety concerns to consumer, animals or the environment. So that's probably just adding to what's already been said. In relation to arrangements here in Australia, certainly at the moment, these sorts of products don't fall within the regulatory remit of the APVMA, which is probably one thing. They don't necessarily meet the definition of a veterinary medicine under the APVMA, and then therefore don't fall necessarily within the remit of the APVMA from a federal point of view, but feed additives generally a responsibility of state governments.
Yeah, I haven't figured out yet how it falls into food standards and not the APVMA. I mean, is there a flow chart on how to figure out which way you might go?
It definitely falls from the definitions in the AgVet Code, which include definitions of what is characterised as an AgVet chemical or veterinary medicine, and at the moment these products don't fall within that definition, and so therefore fall to the responsibility of states. But
okay. So, I mean, given, I believe on the product safety information, you have to wear a fair bit of PPE, and it does list the risk to male reproductive health as a side effect of the product. I would have thought it might have been better suited under the APVMA, perhaps.
The other thing I'll just note as well in relation to sort of want to talk about the regulatory environment, I guess. Food Standards Australia and New Zealand sets chemical residue limits for domestic produce through this Food Standards Code, and the code does not permit any residue of these sorts of environmental inhibitor products in food, which is then subject to enforcement by state and territory governments. So I should have just been clear on when we were talking before about the regulatory framework.
But Senator, if I could add to my colleague's comments, to some extent, we agree with you that this is worth further consideration, just to ensure that our regulatory environment is fit for purpose. So my colleague and her area are conducting further work to investigate, I guess, the nature of the regulatory frameworks that are available, and as part of that, are looking at, for example, whether it should apply, or whether sort of APVMAs, if you like, kind of responsibilities should apply in this area. We haven't finished that work yet. That's still ongoing, but we're certainly looking into it as well, and we can keep you apprised through further estimates as to how that work's progressing.
Yeah, so I'd like to get your thoughts on, given there's more work ongoing and It wouldn't be the first time a product has come to market and been used in the food supply system that has been removed because of safety issues, that we take a precautionary approach. How do you feel about labelling that, you know, this product may contain
bad stuff?
Well, if I could go again to my colleague's earlier comments around the food standards code, residues of this additive or this substance are simply not permissible in food product that goes to market.
I think I read that it will flow through into milk at minimum, and given you're still doing studies on it and other products have come into service and then been taken out because of their toxicity or whatever it might be, endocrine disruptors, taking the precautionary approach, how do you feel about labelling this product may contain?
Well, I guess as Senator, I'd just restate, based on our current regulatory environment, there are no residues of those additives are permissible in product that is available or can go to consumers. In relation to labelling more broadly, food labelling, that is an area that's outside our remit and is best directed to... I was asking
for an opinion on what you thought.
Yeah, I'm not prepared to provide an opinion on another area of government's responsibility.
Well,
sorry,
yeah.
Senator.
I had to ask.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. Thanks, Senator Whitten. Yeah, Senator Canavan.
Can I just check, is that warning on the label that Senator Whitten mentioned?
I'd have to take it on notice.
Okay.
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Right.
Which warning is it?
The warning you mentioned on male reproductive health.
Yeah.
I mean, it does sort of concern me. Although I think I'm done, but I'd like to have grandkids. Is a product used in Australia?
Sorry, Senator?
Is a product used in Australia?
Which feed, the methane inhibited feed supplements?
Yep.
It is, as I said earlier, Senator, but happy to just go there again. Our understanding is that they're used, not widely, but they are used currently in a range of different livestock settings for ruminant livestock.
Is there any requirement for a product that is made, or a consumer product, a consumer food product, that uses this supplement in the supply chain? Does it have to label that to consumers?
I'm not aware, Senator. I'm sorry.
So.
I'm happy to take it on notice and come back to you.
Just more generally, I mean, this is a major issue, male reproductive health around the world and reductions in sperm count, etc. There's some evidence of some people have been linking that to, more broadly, the food supply system and plastics and things that might be in it. Was the department doing any research on that or involved with anything in the health of our food supply system and its impacts, broader impacts on human health?
Not specifically, Senator. What I would say, which I said to Senator Whitten, is that we are looking into the regulatory arrangements around environmental inhibitors, so methane inhibiting feed additives and nitrification inhibitors as well.
Can I just say, and this would be surprising, I'm not interested here in the carbon emission stuff. Like, I'm just a bit more interested in the fact that we don't seem to be having as many kids as we used to. That's a big issue, which no one seems to. We all care about, apparently, carbon dioxide emissions, but not about the future survival of humanity. So that's what I'm asking about. Is there any research being done on the decline in fertility, decline in sperm count,
characterise that as
and
research.
its linked potential
That's the best I've got for you.
Food supply, the health of our food supply?
I wouldn't characterise it as research. We're just looking at the regulatory arrangements to ensure effective coverage.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Senator, of course, we're embarking on work in regards to food security, and there's a nutritional element of that. We know Department of Health are doing a lot of work in this space. I suspect, based on your question, that question is probably better directed at Department of Health.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks, Senator Whitten. You'll finish. Further questions, outcome one. Senator Colbeck.
Particular additive, there are a number. You mentioned seaweed. The utilisation of the particular additive that Senator Whitten talked about, is there any licensing regime or oversight regime at all in the country in relation to that? Even with considering that there are warnings, is the reason that there's no MRLs because nobody's considered it? So it has naturally defaults to a zero MRL?
You might be getting out of my level of detail, Senator, but my understanding is, as my colleague Ms McCormack mentioned, is that there is oversight at the state and territory level, where it would naturally sit as it currently stands. And as I said, we're looking into the regulatory arrangements. There are no, to answer your direct question, there are no licensing arrangements that I'm aware of.
So with respect to the direction that this stuff is heading with, in terms of driving emissions reduction, and I'll try not to upset Senator Canavan too much, but where are things at in relation to methodologies for that, and what input is being had from this department in that context? Because having spoken to Sea Forest, for example,
yep.
Which is an Australian-based product which has a significant reduction in methane output, but also has, according to the briefings that I've had, a significant productivity gain in cattle growth. What work is occurring with respect to the methodologies to certify, in particular, the methane reduction?
It's a really good question, Senator. So there is work underway. I think you probably might have in mind maybe an ACCU method or something of that nature. So I understand there is work underway. I'm going to defer to my colleagues here as to the specific nature of that.
I mean, there's a number of elements. So first and foremost is sort of scaling up a lot of the R&D and pilot and trial sort of data to support the development of an ACCU method down the track.
So my understanding is the data is quite strong with respect to being able to verify methane emission reductions in dairy and in feedlot.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's our understanding as well.
Pasture-based is more difficult
yes.
because of ensuring
delivery mechanism is more challenging.
So is separation of animal management type a consideration as part of the development of the ACCUs?
Senator, I guess it goes back to, so there's an R&D task to develop the sort of peer-reviewed science and information that would support questions and scrutiny around efficacy, around emissions reduction. And then there's another piece of work, because this would obviously fall under a proponent-led methodology under the ACCU scheme. We certainly know, and I think MLA might be appearing later this evening at this committee, they are certainly in discussions around options to develop and lead a proponent-led method, specifically around feed supplements. And I think ERAC sort of gave evidence at another committee yesterday, sort of talked through some of the steps that they sort of take to assess sort of compliance with the offset's integrity sort of criteria that they oversee. So I think the short answer to your question is yes. We're sort of certainly in discussions with the sector around enabling the development of these proponent-led methods. It would have to be an industry-led method, because that's the arrangement the government has in place around the ACCU scheme, and we would certainly sort of
industry-led.
Yeah, well, it's a proponent-led method is sort of the arrangements we have in place. And then the industry would need to come to a position where they've sort of got the sufficient evidence to submit an expression of interest under the government's ERAC framework, which includes consultations and sort of further sort of a scientific sort of assessment, and as well as compliance with the overarching legislation for the ACCU scheme. Senator, just to clarify, that would include the different sort of production systems that you have available, whether it's the more intensive sort of production systems or extensive grazing systems.
So would be open for them to put a feedlot-led model?
That could be. I mean, that might be the fastest.
Or a dairy stall-led model where the animals
correct.
were being... You could verify what the animals were actually fed, therefore
there's greater controls in place.
Impact of the volume being fed.
That's correct. Having said that, there's a lot of work underway at the moment to look at how you deliver these types of supplements in extensive grazing systems, which is, of course, of interest to our sort of livestock industry.
On the same topic. Thank you,
Fire away.
So I just want to clarify then, what ACCU methodologies are available for farmers right now, given that there are zero available to beef herd methodologies?
Certainly, soil carbon method is one that comes to mind and is in active use. Obviously, then the others sort of relate to plantation forestry predominantly.
Add to that. Senator McDonald, Heather McGilvray, Assistant Secretary Climate Policy. There's also a method that's available at the moment that relates to animal effluent management systems, and then a range of vegetation type of methods that are available for use by farmers.
We can supply, we've got a list which we're happy to supply on notice, Senator.
That would be excellent, thank you. Does that include the proposed integrated farm and land management method that's been under development since 2022?
That method isn't available at the moment. It is, as you say, under development. That work is being led by DQ, and I understand they're expecting to put out a consultation draft shortly.
So where I'm getting to with this is that currently there is, the biggest, well, certainly by export dollars, the biggest sector in agriculture being beef has no methodologies available. And producers are telling me that having spent, in some cases, millions of dollars in genetics, pasture management, feed regimes, that their investors or their boards or their families are saying no more. We just cannot afford this, given that government is still not providing any pathway for Australian ACCUs. There is pathways, as you say, with the feed and the water technology to be able to get Vera or other overseas methodologies. I'm interested about, given that ag is, the most responsible portfolio in terms of representing farmers, what work are you doing to encourage, support, push, demand greater, faster action on ACCU methodologies for Australian farmers?
Senator, we're certainly advocating for the development of methods that support good practice and emission reduction opportunities for farmers across varied sort of production systems, including in livestock. You're right, the beef herd method has recently sunsetted, although I understand it's sort of under consideration as to whether it can be remade in a slightly different way that sort of met the integrity standards that the EURAC has been scrutinising recently, and they've sort of been in frequent conversation, I think, with affected stakeholders as well. I think more broadly, we're certainly looking at encouraging certainly the RDCs, and I know the sort of grains RDC and both MLA and GRDC are quite interested in the opportunities that proponent-led method development offers their sector. And I think they both might be appearing later this evening that can sort of talk to some of the trials and studies and sort of packages of work that they're developing that might be suitable for submission to EURAC for consideration.
All right.
Senator, if I could just kind of acknowledge your comments and agree that we think there's significant opportunity here for Australian farmers who are world leading in terms of emissions intensity, low emissions intensity producers. We do think there's significant opportunity here, and we are working both with DQ, but in terms of conversations with like MLA or GRDC, these are things that we discuss and I guess ensure that we've got an active dialogue going about the opportunities and ways forward on these sorts of methods. And maybe if I could just make one other comment, which is certainly in relation to kind of, if you like, the livestock management piece, there aren't methods available. There are methods available, as my colleague mentioned, in relation to soil carbon. There's methods available in relation to vegetation and plantation, and we understand that they're actively taken up by livestock farmers. I was reading recently in the Weekly Times about Adam Coffey and his enterprise, where he's both increasing his stocking rate by rotational grazing and managing to acquire accus as well as a result of increased soil carbon. So there's joint benefits, if you like, as a result, which I think is where you're getting to.
Well, it is, and I won't labour the point, Chair, I'll just finish on this, is that your comments make it sound quite positive, but you've just described one methodology that's not available to the vast majority of the herd size in Australia. And Mr Coffey is a leading producer and proponent, he and his wife. But the calculator for the beef herd methodology has been halted, despite people putting a significant amount of money into those programs. There's no plan for it to be lifted. The proponent-led plans have all been rejected. So I think that it's really nice to say that proponents can bring forward programs, but not one has been accepted by the relevant agency.
And that's exactly the same message that I'm getting. Nothing is going anywhere. It's all stalled. It's all stopped. There are no decisions being made, and people are really frustrated about where this is going. We're all being told, you know, there's this plan with so much allocated for reduction from agriculture, who've already done an enormous amount, but no one's getting anywhere because the Q aren't doing anything. It's all dead in the water.
It's all talk, no action, lots of opportunity, lots of potential, but the very people who grow food and fibre, both for Australians and to export, are the ones saying we cannot keep going like this, we cannot keep spending money on programs that there is not even no financial recompense for, no accus, no pathway, no recognition, and at the same time there is sector programs that would lead you to believe that there will be further requirements on emissions reductions from agriculture. So I think this is incredibly serious, and you know, whatever you can do to make sure there is real outcomes, because otherwise we run the real risk of shutting down our own industries through government inaction, which seems kind of crazy given that these are world-class operators and proponents, and they can get accus in offshore places, but Australia won't recognise our own farmers. So that's a statement I'm asking you, I'm begging you to really light a fire under your colleagues.
We equally take those matters seriously, take those opportunities seriously, acknowledge the frustration that you're hearing, we're also hearing, and it's certainly something that we're engaging with really seriously.
Okay, so after half an hour of cow burps, we done?
No.
No? Senator McKenzie?
More on cow burps.
Oh, no.
And probably the other end as well. Last estimates, we asked a lot of questions on the potential changes to the measurement of methane emissions. All those questions were deflected to DQ. But I understand in the incoming government brief to the Minister that you are leading the agriculture and land sector plan together with the Ministers for Climate Change and the Environment. Yep.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Hansard nods. The agriculture and land sector plan has 3 scopes, including methane. Is DAF liaising with the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water on how methane emissions for livestock are to be measured and reported? And if so, what is the status of those negotiations?
So, we are, Senator, I think is probably the short answer. What I'd probably say is that's quite a big question. Are there specific elements of how we're working with DQ in relation to reporting of methane?
Well, have you come up with a methodology yet?
So what
we'll work backwards from there.
And I'll ask colleagues to speak to this in more detail, but we are doing work in relation to, I guess, technology that will ensure that for farmers who are using on-farm emissions calculators, that there's, if you like, a robust standard calculation that sits behind. So, if you like, all producers are comparing apples with apples, whatever calculator they're using to calculate their emissions, and obviously methane could be part of an enterprise depending on whether they're a livestock enterprise or not. I might just check, Senator, am I going to the point of your question or not? I don't want to get
I'll
off track.
refer to the actual quan that is driving the frustration.
Yeah. I don't want to cause further frustration.
Please, it's early in the day. It's early in the day. It's quan 424, SQ25 424.
If you can give me just a moment.
It is to ABARES, but I've also got it here in outcome 1 because we know there's been a lot of funding, $7.7 million committed to DAF to improve greenhouse gas accounting. We know it's part of the incoming brief. You're leading this.
Oh, yeah, I can see this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you are liaising with DEQ on how methane emissions for livestock are measured and reported. Well, where are we at with that?
Maybe if
we
I
get
could
lots
defer
of
to
meetings
Corinne.
and no outcomes, or I'd like to think that we're moving forward.
Senator, so there's a number of sort of layers to sort of the inventory and on-farm emissions reporting and accounting. So the measure you referred to is a budget measure that our department is implementing. There's a grant that's been awarded to Ag Innovation Australia to develop and support on-farm calculated tools that will make it easier for producers to baseline their emissions as a farm business. And so that's one element, because that's something we heard very strongly through the development of the Agricultural and Land Sector Plan and industry consultation.
I think it is about the accuracy of how we do record and report on methane emissions, and I think there's a lot of concern, as Senator McDonald's questions go to it, that it is an accurate measure of the things that are supposed to be measured and not capturing things that aren't. And my understanding is that the methodology, the current metric used to report emissions in most countries is the global warming potential, GWP 100.
That's the IPCC standards at all Paris Agreement countries.
Right.
Yep.
Which presents everything as a CO2 equivalent. And the issue for the beef industry is that it does not account for the fast breakdown of methane for stable herds. It overstates the warming of methane to 300 to 400 PC. And I guess this has been a conversation for a long time in this committee about applying European and North American production systems to what is predominantly a grass-fed system here in Australia. And back in the day, I thought we were having international conversations about having quite a nuanced or an Australian mechanism. I guess I want to understand, are we still doing that? Are we accepting the international and applying it to a system, an agricultural production system, that it's not fit for purpose? And where are you up to with DEQ in advocating for the consideration of GWP method?
Maybe I could jump in there. Senator Mackenzie, Heather McGilvray, Assistant Secretary, Climate Policy. I think there's a number of parts to the question in relation to the accounting and reporting of methane. Australia does its accounting in line with requirements under the Paris Agreement, and we report our emissions, as you say, in a CO2 equivalent manner, but we also report them separated by gas. So that information is available about CO2 emissions, methane emissions, and also by sector. So whilst sort of our aggregate results from a national perspective are CO2 equivalent, the separation of gases is dealt with in the Australian inventory. In relation to your question about measurement, there is a range of work going on across industry and also, for example, in the new Cooperative Research Centre around improving the physical measurement of methane from livestock, trialling different technologies to kind of allow us to have more nuanced, less default values around methane emissions. So that work is going on, and then that influences inventories, which then goes into the kind of aggregate reporting you're asking about.
How are we accounting for feedlots v grass-fed production systems?
Certainly my understanding is the inventory splits out those two production systems in our national accounts. You can drill down to quite a granular level in our national accounts around emissions and biogas.
So I want to understand how active the department is in advocating for consideration of the GWP method.
Well,
within your discussions with DQ.
The GWP method is the one we use. The GWP,
and there's no
in line with the Paris Agreement.
Yes, but there's no. When, as I understood it a few years ago, we were also, whilst accepting that was the international metric for reporting, we were also advocating behind the scenes to have that changed, or at least having the ability to have an Australian version of that. But that's, we just now have accepted GWP and we are all full steam ahead on reporting that?
Yep.
Okay. Just wanted to understand how many attended COP30?
From DAF, it was
Yep.
2 officials.
2 officials. Did you go to, did you look at any biofuels while you were over there?
I'd have to defer to colleagues.
I would love to know if you had on notice. So how much did those 2 officials cost, and what levels were they?
Do we have trade cost on that?
The forecast cost for COP30 is approximately $69,500.
For 2 officials?
For 2 officials. The airfares. Do you want to know the specifics? So
I thought we'd be getting out of it for under 30.
Yeah,
69.
Yep. So this was in Brazil.
Yep.
The airfares were 35,800, and this is approximately. I think we don't have the final acquittals done, but it'll be in this vicinity. 35,800 for airfares, 27,000 for accommodation, 22,300.
How long were they away? A month?
They were away for, one official was away from the 10th to the 21st, and one official from the 9th to the 21st.
Okay, sorry, you were just running through the ACOM, which was 27,000.
Yep. Other costs: travel allowance, transport, airport parking, 2,344. And there was a contingency there of 4,357, which brings the total to 69,500. But once the final acquittals are done, it might be slightly less or more than that.
So what happened at the discussions at COP30 about methane reporting? Did you advocate for a change as per the industry split gas coalition?
Senator, that topic wasn't part of the negotiation. So as part of COP, there's multilateral negotiations that have been going on for a number of years. In the agriculture space, the primary focus is around climate adaptation. So that's what the issue around measurement and reporting under the IPCC. It was not something that was in scope for the agriculture negotiations.
So we are members of the Split Gas Coalition or not? Is Australia or is our industry bodies?
The Australian government isn't.
That's an industry.
So MLA is part of Split Gas Coalition?
No.
NFF?
I'd have to check.
Which industry bodies would be members of the Split Gas Coalition?
I'm just seeing if I've got any information for you on that, Senator.
Senator, I believe that Cattle Australia, the NFF and Sheep Producers Australia were involved in the matter recently. As to whether there are others in the coalition, I'm not sure about that.
And so were there, for $69,500, is the evidence that neither of the officials discussed the issues of methane accounting as per Split Gas Coalition at COP30?
That's
I know it's not part of the formal negotiations that Minister Bowen's sitting down and doing, but having been to COP, there's lots of conversations going on
all around the place, and I want to understand what the DAF officials were doing at COP.
Certainly, Senator. So
they weren't sitting with Minister Bowen, I'm assuming.
Senator, so there's a number of streams of work that occur under COP. A key one that obviously we have a key interest in is around the multilateral negotiations that sit under the Paris Agreement and the UNFCCC. As I said earlier, a key focus of those negotiations is around climate adaptation in the agriculture sector, and particularly interest around climate finance. So these are negotiations that have been going on for a number of years under the UNFCCC. To give an example of some of our interests in that area is, for example, ensuring that climate finance isn't used as a mechanism for environmentally harmful subsidies, as we know from our sort of broader multilateral agenda in the WTO and beyond. Agricultural subsidies are sort of could be very trade distorting.
Sorry. I don't want to get in. I can go ask DQ what happened on the sidelines around environmental issues. You sent 2 officials. You've got 3 of our top peak livestock industry bodies and members of this split gas coalition who want to see an alternative metric to what's being used internationally, the GWP 100. And I want to know if our ag officials are engaging in international dialogue around alternative metrics when it comes to...
That's a DQ matter.
So what were the ag officials doing there?
Well, as I was alluding to, are setting out our interests around the multilateral negotiations around agriculture, climate adaptation and climate finance, which we've got a strong interest in ensuring there's no backsliding around agricultural subsidies, which can be both environmentally harmful from an emissions perspective, but also very trade distorting and production distorting. So we've got very strong interests in that space. There's also quite a number of sort of action areas around collaboration on things like livestock emissions.
So on livestock emissions, is the department backing industry, sheep producers, MLA and the NFF on the Split Gas Coalition?
Senator, maybe I'll make a couple of comments on the Split Gas Coalition.
It sounds like you're not involved. That's something that industry does and you're not
We're aware
involved.
that industry is interested in this. And maybe I'll just to ensure my understanding aligns with yours. My understanding is that MLA is not part of that Split Gas Coalition.
Oh, sorry, Cattle Australia.
Yeah.
My apologies.
So I think... So our targets cover all greenhouse gases, including methane. And as my colleague mentioned, we separately report on methane as well.
No, I'm talking about the I understand. My question is about the advocacy our agriculture departments conducting in international fora on behalf of our industries.
Yes.
That's my question with respect to the Split Gas Coalition question.
I guess my question, the nature of the advocacy would be to start with, I guess, kind of what it is that the split gas kind of coalition is trying to achieve that Australia's current reporting doesn't achieve. And I don't know that I have an answer for you on that.
Yes, Senator Canavan.
Call. Can I just get? I think Senator McDonald raised earlier Phosphate Hill. Is that right? I just wanted to check. Was all of that asked in? I might not have followed it all at the time, but is the department covering it all, or focused at all on the potential loss of our last fertiliser plant in Australia?
Certainly, Senator, we're aware of. I think that Phosphate Hill is for sale, is my understanding of it at the moment. We're certainly tracking developments. And as I think we provided information on notice in relation to fertiliser imports and production in Australia from last estimates, and we're happy to talk to that in more detail, but obviously the vast majority of our fertiliser is imported. It's something more broadly, as we mentioned at last estimate, Senator, and you raised in questions, that is a concern of the food security strategy. Fertiliser is an important input that supports the Australian production landscape, so we will be looking at that, and I guess what, if anything, we should be doing in relation to sovereign capability and those sorts of things.
Okay. Can you give an update on urea situation for Australia?
I might ask my colleagues from ABARES to come to the table on that one.
While ABARES is coming to the table, I mean, the point is that Dino Noble have written down the value of that asset. There is the risk that there will be no production, onshore production of fertiliser, and I think Senator Canavan's questions were going to, well, you know, what work's being done with the National Reconstruction Fund? Is this a matter that is being seriously taken, or are we just going to let it close and have no onshore production, which it was only in 2020 that we discovered we came within 2 weeks of having no fertiliser onshore at all?
Yeah. So certainly happy to take up kind of those questions on notice in relation to the issues around Phosphate Hill and the NRF and whether they're engaged with that matter at all. Obviously NRF is a matter for the DISA portfolio.
But how much is going to... One of the questions that I asked in corporate was what amount of the $500 million fund is going towards agricultural projects and food security projects?
The $500 million,
yes.
Allocated fund. We understand that there's been one project that has been funded out of that allocation or fund at the moment, I think to the tune of $36 million for a food manufacturing enterprise in Gippsland, actually.
I think that's a pie.
I think you might be right, yeah.
So it's not actually food security, it's manufacturing. So I'm just wondering whether or not the Agricultural Department would be taking a keen interest in Australia's last onshore fertiliser manufacturer.
I can certainly assure you, Senator McDonald, that the government is, and as I mentioned before, that I know Minister Ayres is very exercised about this issue, and I've had conversations with him about it. I certainly know it's an important institution in Queensland as well, with the jobs that rely on it, and I certainly am confident that Minister Ayres will be able to answer detailed questions about this on Thursday.
Great. Sounds good.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator
I think we were... Sorry.
No, I'll come back to you, then I'll go to Senator Whitten after you.
Oh, yeah, no worries. I think we're going to get an update on urea from ABARES.
Jared Greenville, Executive Director of ABARES. Thanks for the question, Senator. So not to, I guess, waste your time, understand we provided some data on the imports and the situation hasn't changed all that much since that previous response and the question on notice. We have made some updates. I know you're a user of data to our trade dashboard online, which now tracks monthly imports of selected inputs, which includes fertilisers, so that we can better provide that information out into the public domain.
Okay, thank you. So, in terms of how much, do we have a figure? You've given me the figures on. I've just pulled this up on the imports of fertilisers. Do we know what is the value of the fertiliser market in Australia?
So the approximate would be essentially the value of the total imports, I would say.
Sorry?
I'd say the approximate would be the value of total imports. There is obviously the Phosphate Hill and some other small domestic producers, but I don't have a
We pretty much import
figure.
all our fertiliser needs now.
Most of, yeah, pretty much all.
Okay. Right.
The figures, though, just a caveat that we've given you are total imports. Not all of that is used in agriculture, as you can imagine.
Yeah, okay. Some of this is potentially used in what, explosives industry or...
And home gardening and the like.
Okay. All right. What about the Karratha plant? The Perdaman, thank you, Senator McDonald. Is there an update? Are you tracking that at the moment? There's a new urea plant. I think it's under construction. I haven't been there for a little while. Under construction. Thank you, Senator McDonald. Are you aware of that? plans?
Broadly aware, Senator, but I don't have any more information.
All right, might be useful to get yourself up to speed on that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll be a complete panacea for us given its location, but it does definitely, well, they intend, I'm told, last time I met with them, to provide some of their product domestically to help with this issue. I might just take this opportunity to ask about the Food Security Task Force. Can we get an update on that?
I'll ask colleagues to come to the table on the Food Security Council. Perhaps you're referring to, Senator?
Yes, sorry. Okay, Council.
So yes, we're Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry has appointed an 11-member Food Council, and the Food Council will be meeting on the 8th of December, so imminently. And we'll be running through, I guess, kind of their opening meeting and running through a range of different matters in relation to food security at that meeting. In relation to the appointment process, we're happy to go into detail on that if you'd like, Senator, and I can ask colleagues to go to that.
I suppose I'm probably just more interested in what is the work program here? What have they been tasked to do?
Great. Fantastic. So maybe if I can just make an opening comment, which is that they are a food council which is advisory in nature, chaired by the department, but we do have a detailed work program in place for them. They haven't met, so to the extent that we go into detail on it, Senator, will be information that the council hasn't yet been provided. So I'll defer to the judgment of my colleagues who are more closely involved in this as to how much detail we go into.
Hi, Senator. Paul Denny, Assistant Secretary, Food Policy Branch. So the Council has been established to advise the government on the development of the National Food Security Strategy. So that's a 2-year budget measure over $3.5 million over 2 years. As Mr Lowe has indicated, the Minister announced to the Council on the 21st of November. Its first meeting is due to happen on Monday the 8th of December. The work of the Council will really be about advising the government on the development of that strategy. The work program hasn't been finalised yet, but that will be a discussion that we'll have at the first meeting on Monday.
Right, okay. So, but, I mean, presumably in setting up the council, the government has some idea what it wants from it. Is there going to be some kind of plan, report?
Yes.
What's the output of the council?
The end product will be a food security strategy.
A food security strategy, okay,
Correct.
All right. And that will be signed off by the Minister, though, will it?
Yes.
The council just informs the strategy?
Correct.
Okay, is there a timeline on when that work will be complete by?
So the aim is to have that strategy finalised by mid-2027.
Right, okay. Is there some plan to go out to consultation or the like?
So, Senator, the first step, so we've already done a fairly significant public consultation. So the first step in the process was to prepare a discussion paper, which went out for public consultation. When was that? That was from 13th of August to the 1st of October. So we've had significant interest in that. 408 submissions were provided on that discussion paper. They've all been published. They were published on the 28th of November. Well, about 318 of those 408 were published. There was around 90 that didn't want that submission published, but for those that were agreed, we've published all of those. So that was the first step, I guess, in testing the public and industry's views on what a food security strategy should look like. The department put out a broad set of questions and a broad concept, I guess, for what that strategy might look like, recognising that food security is a fairly complex matter, so it covers a broad range of issues. The department is now analysing all of those submissions. The next step for us is establishing that council, having the first meeting, and then the first half of next calendar year, there'll be a significant period of consultation and co-design that will happen with industry and the broader public. So that's the significant piece of work that's yet to happen. As Mr Lowe said, we're very much at the beginning of the process. So there's a significant period of co-design and consultation that will happen next year.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. The Chair is not here, so I think I've acquired his powers and responsibilities. I'll go to Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I've got some questions around the Western rock lobster industry.
Certainly, Senator. I'll ask colleagues to come to the table if you'll bear with us.
Give them a chance to come forward.
Yeah.
Just while we're waiting, I've got one other question, just taking a quick step back.
Sure.
When I was in the Environment and Communications Committee, I was informed emissions from livestock are not included in Australia's climate targets.
They are. Well, we have an economy-wide target for the net zero plan, so for 2030, 2035 and 2050 for net zero. And livestock emissions are a contributor to our overarching emissions in Australia. So they're captured in the economy-wide target, but there's no specific target for agriculture.
Yeah,
and therefore there's no specific livestock target as a result.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
Sort of, yeah. I mean, if there's no target, then what are we talking about them for?
There's an economy-wide target.
Yeah, no.
And we so while there's no specific target for agriculture to reduce, as part of the net zero plan, we anticipate, as a result of technology, as a result of improvements to practice, that agriculture emissions will reduce, and those those emissions reductions have been forecast is the wrong word, but outlined in the Treasury modelling that supported the net zero plan.
Okay, the Western rock lobsters.
Western rock lobsters. Over to colleagues.
Do you know why the lobster fishermen don't use metal cages to catch the lobster?
In relation to specific questions around that particular fishery and the gear requirements or other management requirements that might be in place for that particular fishery, that would be a matter for the West Australian State Government, as it's a state-managed fishery. So that would be a question for them.
I'll let you know where I'm going with all this so you can understand what I'm trying to get to. Geograph Bay, they're looking at putting offshore wind turbines. There's obviously a significant fishery there, and the Western rock lobster is a significant industry and export for Australia. And they don't mix well with electrical currents. So my understanding is, having spoken to rock lobster fishermen, is they don't use metal cray pots because of they give off a very slight electromagnetic, for want of a better word, that the lobsters are that sensitive to, that they can pick up on it, so they'll stay away. That's why they use wooden ones. So I guess I'm getting to, are you aware of the effects, effects that the cabling running to onshore might have on the rock lobster industry?
I don't think we have any detailed work that we're aware of, but we can certainly take that on notice, Senator.
Yeah.
Or unless my colleague has something to add.
Yeah, George Day, Assistant Secretary of Fisheries and Aquaculture. So the offshore wind areas in WA were a process run by DECU, so those considerations are best directed to DECU.
To who, sorry? The
Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water.
So direct my questions about rock lobsters to them? Is that what you're...
Correct.
It's about the wind farms that you're talking about, Senator Whitten, that they would be the ones responsible for that.
Yeah, I'm not specifically talking about the wind farm. I'm just talking about the cabling coming from it.
Yeah, which is part of the wind farm, I would have thought.
And the impacts that will have on the rock lobster industry.
Sure.
So I'm not specifically talking about the wind farm, the impacts of that.
Certainly with those areas that were declared off Western Australia, we were engaged in that consultation with the Q and provided information on the interests of the fishing and aquaculture sector, and we also ensured that the industry was consulted and the WA government who manages that fishery. So there were some changes made to the Bunbury offshore wind areas as a result of that consultation in relation to Western rock lobster, but the details of all that decision-making process rests with the Environment Department.
Okay, because I spoke to the Western rock lobster people and they said they weren't consulted, but I will.
So there may be two issues you're looking at. So there's the consultation around the declared offshore wind area off Bunbury. So we were engaged in that consultation, and I understood industry was involved in that as well. There's also a proposal that has been considered by DQ in relation to that area and then testing for deployment of wind farms in that area. And that's another consultation that is also led by DQ, Department of Environment.
Okay. So given that you've consulted on it, I'm assuming there's some research, specific research to do with EMF and cabling coming from a significant project and the impacts that would have on the Western rock lobster industry, given it is so significant to the people of Western Australia and Australia in terms of export?
No, sorry, just to clarify my answer, we haven't consulted on that. That consultation was undertaken by the Department of Climate Change, the Environment, Energy and Water.
Okay, so fisheries didn't consult on it?
Not led by us.
Yeah, and maybe if I can just clarify, and please correct me if I'm wrong, colleagues, but this is a state fishery, so our interest as a Commonwealth department is in Commonwealth fisheries, and so it's not a usual course of events that we will get involved in state fisheries.
Yeah, it's a Commonwealth state lease. I can't think of the exact terminology, but there is a tie-up there that you would be aware of?
Yeah, so the wind area is in a Commonwealth marine area, so we're aware of that, but the actual Western rock lobster fishery is managed by the WA government.
But being the Department of Fisheries, you would have some jurisdiction over fisheries, I'm assuming?
Over Commonwealth fisheries.
There's quite a detailed response, Senator Whitten. I don't know if...
Sorry?
Western rock lobster has essentially been auspiced to the WA fisheries. While it's in Commonwealth waters, it's been given... Is that right? It's their management. Yeah.
Sorry, yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
I don't know if you've seen it, Senator Wynne, but there's quite a detailed response to a question on notice that you put from last time, SQ 25 000177, which provides some of this information as well.
Yeah.
In terms of responsibilities.
I'm looking for information about research that might have been done on this specific thing.
Or and just to jump in there as well, that the question on notice that Minister just referred to does talk about some research done by the FRDC, so the Fisheries Research and Development Corporation, on the effects of underwater noise on rock lobsters. They're more general research that they've undertaken, so not necessarily specifically in relation to this, but more general research. So that's we can certainly point you in the direction of that research as well, and FRDC will be up later today as well.
Yeah, look, and I understand there was previous answers, but we only received them on the weekend and we haven't had time to analyse all the information that we've received. Given the amount of EMF that these are potentially going to produce, do you think it would be prudent to do some specific research around rock lobsters and the power cables that will be transversing their migratory breeding pattern?
Senator, as we might have ventured into in a previous question, we'd be reluctant to comment on another department's regulatory decision-making and considerations.
So no?
That's a no. a polite no?
Okay. All right. You done, Senator Wynne? Yes. Yeah, thanks. I might just come. Senator Mulholland or Senator Delaney, did you?
Thanks.
Okay, Senator Mulholland.
Thanks, Chair. I understand the latest agricultural commodities report was released today, showing Australia's agriculture industry is on track to reach $100 billion. Can you please provide an update on actually an overview of the report and just a bit of a run through of some of the key forecasts in this December quarter?
Yes, thanks, Senator. Thanks for the question. Joe Greenville, Executive Director of ABARES. Yes, we released our latest forecast today on the outlook for Australian agriculture, which included our agricultural commodities report and also the Australian crop report. Our headline numbers are that we're forecasting agricultural production to reach $99.5 billion this financial year, so very close to the NFF's $100 billion target. Combined with agricultural, fisheries and forestry, it's up over around $106 billion. But what we're seeing, I guess, is that key underlying factors that are driving those outcomes. It's been a really strong kind of rally in livestock prices. And we're seeing livestock prices across the board up. So we've got cattle sale yard prices up by about 29%, which is 15% above the real long-term average. Lamb sale yard prices are up 31%, which again 27% above real long-term average. Mutton prices up 62%, 24% above that 10-year average. And even wool has shown some green shoots. Wool prices have been depressed for quite a long time, with the turnaround now up 23% this year, but still 16% below the 10-year average, but that's really kind of been a turnaround where we've seen declining wool prices. So livestock overall is expected to reach around $46.6 billion for this financial year. And that's not to underplay the impact, I guess, that the cropping sector is bringing to bear on this as well. And while cropping overall values around steady, it's a very small increase for this financial year, we are expecting our second largest winter crop to be delivered. There's been some mixed conditions, particularly in parts of South Australia, into northern New South Wales, northern Victoria and southern New South Wales. But that's overall, we're seeing the second largest winter crop in Western Australia, and some records across the different crops. Say, for example, barley, we're expected to reach its second largest crop on record. Sorry, its first largest crop on record.
Thank you. You mentioned that livestock and livestock products, the prices are high. What's driving some of those price increases?
Yes, there's a combination of factors. So internationally, we're seeing export prices up for livestock. There's really strong demand, particularly for our red meat across the board. So not only into the US, but into a number of different markets. And we're seeing increases in that value across our suite of exports, I guess, and across those livestock products. Domestically as well, some of those improved conditions are leading to growing restocker demand, and so that's leading to, I guess, extra pressure or extra prices in the domestic sale yards. And so there's the kind of two key features. For milk, there's been a bit more competition amongst processors for milk, despite a fairly neutral or slightly falling export environment, and so that's led to some increases across the milk prices compared to some earlier expectations. And for wool, as I mentioned, there's been signals out of our major customer in China that some around additional purchases and demand, and that's led to an increase in wool prices.
Thank you. I just want to move on to agricultural export values as well. I understand they're forecast to reach a nominal high, and obviously our export markets were pretty smashed under the former coalition government, particularly into China. Can you just talk me through what is driving some of those higher export values?
Yeah, we've got agricultural exports up about 4.1% to $78.9 billion this year. And if we include fisheries and forestry exports into that, it's close to $84 billion, $83.9 billion, so up also 4.6%. As I mentioned, some of the, shifts that we've seen in global trading patterns, our favourable access at the moment into the US. US has got a very low herd at the moment, beef herd. It's been down at levels not seen since 1950, causing significant demand, particularly for lean trim into the US, and that's also seen, a growth in prices across the suite. We're selling more into China as well in terms of value. For the livestock side, even though prices are high, volumes are coming back a bit, just because slaughter rates have been quite high over recent years, and there's only so much you can turn off the national herd and flock, particularly when there's growth in restock and demand. So that's kind of the dynamics that we're seeing on the livestock side. Cropping, we're expecting record global crop production this year, and that's leading to some lower prices across the crops. And that's leading to lower prices, but export volumes are still strong. We've got significant carryover of export volumes from previous seasons still. We've had a run of good seasons of crop, and with the second largest winter crop looking to come in, that will buoy exports as well.
Thank you, Mr. Granville. And last but not least, your report looks at how farm profits will perform in the coming year as well. So what is the outlook for farming in general, and is it the same for livestock and cropping farms?
Yeah, so overall for our two measures of, farm performance that we use, and the headline, the national averages, we have broadacre farm cash income up by $42,000 this year to be on average $402,000. When we look at broadacre farm profits, they're up $67,000 up to $227,000 for this year. What we're seeing, I think, across the country is really a turnaround, and we produce a map in the back of the report which shows a more detailed, granular look at where farm profits are looking across the country in the overview, and we've got a significant amount of blue on this, which in blue's higher, red's obviously lower. Across the jurisdictions, we're seeing improvements in forecast incomes for New South Wales, for Victoria, for Queensland, for South Australia significantly, with some well-timed rainfall for some, not for all. Improvements in Western Australia, obviously on the back of some improved cropping outcomes, improvements in Tasmania, and improvements in the Northern Territory. When we look at the different industries where we see changes, we're seeing increases in profits across all industries. And I think, importantly, after a run of several years of negative profits, sheep specialists are expected to return to positive profits, up from an average of negative $28,000 last year to $47,000 this year.
Thank you. I know I said that was my last one, Chair. I just have one more about blueberries. Blueberry exports into Vietnam. Blueberries are a favourite of my one-year-old son. Can you give me an overview about the new two-way agreement around the export of blueberries into Vietnam? I understand Vietnam is shaping up to be one of our more significant export markets for fruit exports.
Certainly, I think maybe my colleagues are better placed to answer this, but just as a general comment, in terms of the horticulture sector, we're seeing strong export prices across our suite of horticultural export products, which are flowing through, but I believe Ms Hutchinson might provide some detail on that two-way agreement.
Thanks very much, Jared. So you're correct, Senator, there is new market access for Australian blueberries to Vietnam, which is an achievement made possible by 4 years of technical negotiations. We expect the trade will commence this month, so in December. And you touched on the 2x2 arrangement whereby for our export negotiations, depending on the country, we have agreed on their countries want access to Australia and what Australia wants in relation to access to those countries. And that is informed by discussions we have with our industries and also focusing on what industries are export ready. So you can tell by the sort of 4 years of work, a significant amount of technical information needs to be provided to our trading counterparts to agree. So really good outcome on blueberries to Vietnam. But was there more? I don't know if there was any more that we could add to that.
No, right. You've answered it. That's great.
Thank you. Perfect.
Yes, happy days.
I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Yeah, look, just quickly, I want to come out of left field here. Yeah, it is. No, this is a nice one. No, seriously, I was up in Thailand last week before at the Four Seasons factory out of Bangkok there, run by the magnificent Olsen family. And I actually met Amelia Walsh, Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner. Just want to pass on through you, if I may, Acting Secretary, what a magnificent job she has done up there. Yeah. We don't see that with our trade and market access, but it's just a really good story. And you can see the local, farmers up there with the cattle and the dairy stock, and geez, they love her. So please pass on my best.
Will do. Thank you, Chair.
How's that for a nice one? Okay, I've set the scene now. Nice only. Okay, outcome one, Senator McKenzie.
I just wanted to ask Ms Hutchinson, with
Sorry?
the 2x2s, what did we let in?
In relation
Because blueberries has been on the list forever.
Yep.
So it's great.
And from Vietnam there were mellows and...
Senator, the 2x2 arrangement, the reciprocal one was Vietnamese pomelos.
Okay, thank you.
I never heard about these pomelos. I'm a full bottle on them.
You're a Mandarin now.
Yeah. Sorry.
I think we're going to Senator McDonald.
Senator McDonald? It's only nice now. It's all nice.
It will absolutely be nice, and I do want to talk about Vietnamese pomelos, but that's an outcome too, so we'll hold that thought. I wanted to talk about the dietary guidelines, and I've asked the Chair for permission to table two documents, which the Secretary will bring around. The National Health and Medical Research Council is currently updating the Australian Dietary Guidelines, last revised in 2013. For the first time, the review includes a sustainability working group tasked with embedding environmental considerations into dietary advice. So this seems quite extraordinary that the guidelines may now prioritise ideology and contested sustainability metrics over established nutritional science, which would further undermine public trust in government health advice. I want to ask you, is the department involved in the development of the Australian Dietary Guidelines and the updates which considers diets with low environmental impacts?
Just before you do, sorry, Senator McDonald, you did drop this in front of me about an hour ago for tabling. So there's a document there in terms of the dietary guidelines and an article from the Australian.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Senator McDonald. Sorry, whoever's going to answer. Secretary.
Senator, this was raised at the last hearing, but we have been engaging with Department of Health since that time, and I believe we have further engagement which we can share.
You're not thinking about Fazan's, their guidelines? No, this one?
No, this one, yeah.
Okay.
So, Senator, I'll ask colleagues to comment in detail, but Senator Colbeck did raise this matter at last estimates, and we're certainly aware of the interests and concerns, and certainly the sector has also raised this with us as well. I guess maybe just as a scene-setting comment, just to acknowledge that sustainability was already in the existing 2013 guidelines, and that's one of the reasons it's being considered in the review. And there will be an opportunity. I understand public consultation will occur on these in 2026, so there will be an opportunity for, I think, these concerns to be aired more broadly. I will acknowledge, not an area of direct responsibility for the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, but we are aware of the matter and we're engaged in it as we understand it's an area of interest. But if I can ask colleagues to comment more.
Thank you, Senator. Craig Rosnermore, Acting First Assistant Secretary at the Agricultural Policy Division. I think probably just to add to that is that the National Health and Medical Research Council is an independent scientific body, and as such it is an independent review.
So the concerns, I guess, around what sort of farming practices are being identified as having low environmental impacts. I would like to understand how's it being determined, and are they working with the Agricultural Department, or are they making that up themselves?
Senator, as my colleague said, the National Health and Medical Research Council is undertaking the review, not the department. But my understanding is the review won't assess whether specific farming practices are sustainable or not. That's outside the scope of the review. What they will do is examine the environmental impact of different dietary patterns, protein-rich foods and ultra-processed foods.
But how will they examine the impacts of high-protein foods without understanding the farming, the growing methodology?
I think probably those questions are probably best put to the Department of Health or the NHMRC. They have established a technical working group to look at that, but I'm not qualified to answer those questions.
Well, I think that's the point, is that the department is probably best qualified to provide insight into that, and yet you're not being asked to provide any. The department, I say, when I say you, the department's not being asked to provide any expertise into this at all?
Well, it's an independent review, Senator, undertaken by the National Health and Medical Research Council.
Okay, so industry is concerned, and I think quite rightly, that they have, and I refer to the Australian article, that the one bit of expertise that they should be having from Dr. Brad Ridow, he's been found to be surplus to requirements, and yet the committee has left on Professor Dora Marinova, who has stated publicly several times that we need to reduce or eliminate meat consumption. I'm wildly concerned that this is a committee that seems to be biased. It's not taking advice from the nation's agricultural department around what is sustainable food production, and it may well be independent, but it'll be independent of any practical advice, given that they've just sacked the CSIRO's research advisor who specialises in Australian food production systems and associated dietary considerations.
I think, Senator, as we've said, we're not really in a position to comment on the makeup of that particular, who's involved from that point of view. I think all we can really say is that there is a public consultation process proposed, and that obviously through that process, farmers in particular will have an opportunity to be inputting into those draft guidelines at that point.
Now, on saying that, sorry, Senator McDonald.
I just will one last question to the Minister. I mean, this is the sort of stuff that drives Australians mad, isn't it? Is when they're told, well, you can't talk to us who are actually the experts, you've got to go and talk to somebody else, and by the way, you can write a submission, which is not their core business, is not writing submissions, their core business is growing food. And the Agricultural Department, which I would have thought was the best place to provide advice to another government department, is not included in this at all. Could you provide some assistance, Minister?
I'm happy to attempt to try, and I think it was difficult for the department because obviously they're not the ones responsible for it, which I think they've talked you through, but I also understand the frustrations that you're voicing, and I understand from the article, which I remember reading at the time about it. I'm happy to ensure that those concerns are taken up with the Minister's office. I do know that it is an independent report that they go through, but it's important that those things are a wide range of views are taken into consideration from experts.
I think I would just rest on the point that this independent group has sacked somebody who would appear to have great expertise in this matter, and yet happy to keep on somebody who wants to see the end of animal food, meat. And I would suggest it doesn't sound very independent at all. And
okay, I'll take that as that. All right. So look, it now being 1 o'clock, I suggest we break for a cucumber sandwich, followed by lashings of pomelo juice or whatever, and come back at 2 o'clock. Okay, ta.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Still in outcome one question, Senator Canavan.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the EPBC changes, and I particularly want to refer to some communication that AgForce has provided to their members. They have said that they're expecting some additional information from the government on the effects of the changes to the EPBC Act later this week. Could you be able to outline if that's correct, and what would that be in detail?
So, Senator, as per early advice, the expectation is comms is a priority, and there'll be advice coming out within days, I think, is the evidence that we've given. But any more specifics, mate?
Senator, I think AgForce's communication to you would be consistent with what we're undertaking to do, which is provide information to, well, DQ, in consultation with us, will be providing information to industry peaks and landholders in the coming days.
Right, okay. Will that include the maps I was referring to earlier?
Difficult for me to comment in detail, but I expect maps are available, so I imagine yes.
It'll show where exactly you might need to worry about an MNES event, is that correct?
I think the maps are specifically, that will be available, will be specifically in relation to the reforms that apply to the Great Barrier Reef. In relation to broader maps, I'm not in a position to comment.
Okay. This particular communication from AgForce is full of issues around uncertainty. They're trying to inform their members here about what's going on, but they effectively say that, and I'll just bring it up here, they say that although both bills have passed the House, and in this communication it says waiting royal assent, but we know now it's been given, they say operational guidance, decision tools and formal national environmental standards are not yet available. The AgForce go on to advise their members that producers who are planning to clear vegetation older than 15 years and or believe clearing may affect MNES and or believe their activity may be considered a significant impact under the EPBC Act should exercise caution. Is that your advice to agricultural producers as well?
Noting that we're not the department responsible for the EPBC Act, those reforms, nor the compliance and enforcement in relation to those. What I would say is that if landholders are looking to clear vegetation that's older than 15 years, that they should do a self-assessment and understand if there's any matters of national environmental significance on that land, and if so, they'll need to undertake a referral.
This is the concern. There's not a lot of certainty here. That goes on to say that, and I quote, AgForce cannot presently guarantee that clearing undertaken in this interim period would be viewed as exempt if it later meets the definitions of significant or unacceptable impact. Is that a correct statement?
Senator, noting the advice will come out in coming days, I mean, my view would be that we should wait for that advice. We've noted the concerns that you've raised on behalf of industry, and we'll certainly take back to DQ the sense of urgency associated with giving appropriate advice and answering those questions.
But as I said earlier, Secretary, there are people that have contracted teams to do work on their properties. They're sitting by waiting. They have to pay these people, and you're telling them that they just have to sit and wait while they have to find resources to fund people just sitting around. Is that the government's position to the nation's farmers? I'm not suggesting they sit around. Mr Lowe's given some guidance based on the rules as we understand them. However, in terms of the reservations you've outlined and the concerns, we accept this sense of urgency associated with communication, or work with DQ to ensure that communication occurs in a timely way, and the very questions that are being posed of you, we can answer directly. I mean, it seems to me a situation where it would have been much more sensible, given how quickly these amendments were pushed through, and how little consultation was provided even within the government that we've heard this morning, that it would have made more sense to provide some degree of transitional period here for people, some grace period. Minister, is the government at all considering giving some relief to those farmers, as I say, who are effectively mid-contract here and had their business pulled up by a last-minute deal between yourself and the Greens?
I'm not aware of that, Senator Canavan, but what I do know is that the meeting that Minister Watt's office convened on Friday, there was agreement at that they would work with interested parties on providing more guidance. My understanding is that AgForce was part of that, and that's what was resolved at the meeting, and that work is being undertaken, is my point of view. The obvious point to make is that you had the opportunity to ask these questions of DQ last night, and my understanding is that wasn't taken up.
Well, I was in here, so I
understand that.
I can only be one place at a time, Minister.
You are part of a bigger party.
I'm a deputy chair of this committee, so
no one put questions to DQ on these matters.
Well, I would have if I were in there, as I am to you. And the principle you've just applied can be just as easily applied to yourself. You're a member of the government, so if you're going to apply that to me, that's down to me. You can answer all these questions and not refer them.
Well,
AgForce go on to say here,
works.
AgForce, oh, okay, so that's the way you expect the opposition to work, but the government doesn't talk. That's what you said, Minister. You set the standard here. If you want to play by those rules, you can answer the questions for the whole government.
No one from the National Party turned up to ask questions at DQ last night. They had the opportunity to do so.
Well, I think it's actually your responsibility to let farmers know. You're the government. And you can't answer basic questions here to clear up the uncertainty.
The meeting that Minister Watt's office had with stakeholders, astounding. And the agreement that was made there that they would work with stakeholders to provide more guidance.
So further on, I just want to get these on the record, make sure everyone's very clear in your department, your government, what I think AgForce and the NFF, what they say here, what they're requesting, I think it's very reasonable for this advice later this week. They've said that they would like to see confirmation that property maps of accessible vegetation, that's the PMAVs I mentioned earlier, particularly Category X, will be recognised and retained under federal MNES-based frameworks. Seems very reasonable to me. They'd like confirmation that Queensland's Vegetation Management Act 1999 and Environmental Offsets Act 2014 will be integrated into any future bilateral agreement. I might just ask is there negotiations for a bilateral agreement with Queensland on these matters?
I think matters related to a bilateral agreement would be matters for DQ and for the Queensland State Government, or kind of whichever. I think you're referring to Category X, which is why I mentioned Queensland. But given their national laws, bilateral arrangements could be entered into with any state or territory, Senator. So that mechanism is open to states currently under the EPBC Act.
The AgForce and NFF are requesting further information, a specialised hotline to deal with matters around continuing use, a decision support tool or chart to help producers determine when clearing requires referral. Are either of those things available now?
My understanding is that, as you've just read out, Senator, those matters have been raised with DQ as part of that session that was convened by Minister Watt, and subsequently, and I understand that that DQ are working on those matters.
Is there a hotline right now to deal with these issues?
I don't know, Senator.
Okay.
I'm happy to take it on notice.
Okay. Hopefully we'll find it before the question comes back, but yep, fine, take it on notice. AgForce and NFF would like an assurance that MNES mapping will be accurate, updated and supported by correction pathways and or safe harbour for producers if incorrect mapping is at fault. Is that provided for under the law? Is there some sort of liability on the Commonwealth to get advice right? Provide a safe harbour for people acting in good faith?
Senator, I don't think it's even for us to even take on notice in this instance. These are questions of DQ. I'm very happy to
you could take them on notice. So it's very common you could refer to your colleagues in DQ. I mean, these are questions coming from agricultural stakeholders. I'm just reading out what AgForce and NFF would like.
And I think it's really useful to hear.
So it'd be fair to give them a response.
It's very useful, Senator, to hear your views.
Can I just finish? Sorry.
One about liability. That isn't to DQ because it should be relevant to every single agency and department. So the one where around safe harbour provisions, irrespective of the legislation, that you should be able to answer that question.
Well, that work is yet to be done, Senator, and as DECU is the lead agency responsible for the implementation of the legislation, we will work with them and undertake to take these issues up with DECU.
It'd be good to get an answer, and if it could be provided as soon as possible, that'd be great. As I say, these are stakeholders in your area, and I think they're asking very reasonable questions here. Another point is clear definitions and exemptions where possible for routine agricultural activities such as fire breaks, regrowth control and property maintenance. That again seems quite reasonable. And then finally, guidance on how the updated significant impact and unacceptable impact tests will apply across extensive agricultural landscapes. And as they conclude here with these points, these clarifications are essential to ensure producers have certainty during the transition period. I think they're all very reasonable. Hopefully you could get back to them as soon as you can. Like, obviously we have a deadline for questions, but that doesn't prevent you getting them back earlier. I realise you might have to consult with your colleagues, but as I say, if you are acting in good faith here to try and help nation's farmers, a quick response would be very useful. Chair, I think Senator Colbeck has some further questions on the EPBC changes. I might pass to him.
Senator Colbeck.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to go to where things sit with the EPBC Act. With the RFAs, you said that you're the lead agency for managing the RFAs. And I'd be curious to understand, you also, I think, said this morning that you'd had some conversations with DECU in relation to what might happen with the RFAs, given that that had been flagged prior to the passing of the bill last week. So can you actually enlighten us as to what is likely to be happening there? Because even yesterday when your minister and Minister Watt met with the industry in Tasmania, they've come away saying they have more questions than before that meeting started. So there is a lot of uncertainty that exists in the forest industry around the country, but particularly at home in Tassie. So I mean, what is the process from here?
Yeah.
And how does the forest industry work with their financiers, for example, to maintain confidence in what they're doing, given that they don't know what it is that's going to apply?
Yep. Senator, so the starting point for the reforms that were passed under the EPBC Act were from 1st July 2027, forestry operations currently covered by RFAs will require an approval or an exemption or an alternative pathway under the EPBC Act. And the most obvious way and the way that that Minister Watt has described it is to capture the RFA state's sophisticated forest management systems through an accreditation of the regulatory systems that exist for forestry. So,
what does that mean?
So effectively what that means is there previously existed an exemption, as you're aware, Senator. What the stated intention is to effectively apply national environmental standards to the RFAs.
But the RFA process already did that. I mean, they already had to comply with the environmental standards, and the courts have actually found that. So what's the point of all this? If the government says that that's going to continue, you've actually just undone that. Because the courts have found on a number of occasions, because the RFAs have been challenged legally by environmental groups over a number of cycles, that the RFAs do work within the within the environmental framework, within the EPBC Act, and the provisions of the EPBC Act actually are contained within the RFAs. So the characterisation that exists, or that's been put out there, that the forest industry doesn't have to comply with the environmental laws that everyone else does, is not true, because even the courts have found that they do when challenged, and when it went to the High Court says, well, we're not going to hear an appeal on this because we think that what the courts have said is right. So you can understand why the industry is very unsettled, given that they've got a structure, they've got a process, it's reviewed every 5 years, which is what a lot of other things don't have to do. So there's a cycle of review that's there. What's going to happen? What's going to happen in the future?
I think your starting point is a starting point that we would take as well, Senator, which is that the RFA system is a sophisticated regulatory framework that applies in RFA states. It's got processes around managing and avoiding unacceptable impacts on threatened species. It's got as you'd be aware, Senator, the comprehensive, adequate and representative reserve system as well,
yes.
Which at the time of the creation of the RFAs, again, Senator, as I know you'll be aware, was groundbreaking in terms of providing offsets. So,
which has also been reviewed over time as well to ensure that you maintain an adequate remaining sample of biosystems.
Yeah, exactly. And the premise of that, maybe to go to your question though, I guess the key premise is we think that the RFA system is starting, as you characterise it, from a position of strength. It does have really strong and robust arrangements in place to support environmental outcomes. The accreditation process is the application of national environmental standards. There is work to be done to define what those national environmental standards are, as I understand it from DQ. There are 2 of those standards out, as I understand it, for public comment. There's one in relation to net gain and one in relation to unacceptable impact. I think for us, the important thing is to support RFA states with a transition to that accreditation by basically going, okay, here's what the RFA achieves, here's what those national environmental standards are asking for, and here's, if you like, kind of what we need to do to address what those national environmental standards are asking for. So I think it's effectively a bit of a gap analysis, and as I said earlier, we think the RFA system, RFA states are coming to this from a position of strength given the robust arrangements that are already in place.
So what? So what's going to be the effect of, let's call it a new environmental standard, which is a completely nebulous concept at this stage, given that the forest industry actually has a national standard, the Australian Forestry Standard, which is made to ISO 14000 principles, so it's based on global benchmarks. You already have a system, as you've already acknowledged, of a comprehensive reserve system. I mean, is there going to be another cycle of let's grab some more area to add to the reserve system as part of this because that's what the environmental standard says, or are we going to recognise the fact that we already have a comprehensive representative reserve system that's already been set up as a part of previous processes? I mean, where do we sit with that?
Yeah, as you say, there is acknowledgement that the car reserve system is there, and that would be a consideration and factor in any net gain net gain considerations, I suppose, in the accreditation process. So absolutely, it would be part of that and recognised.
In estimates last night in the queue, it was indicated that I think that all native forest logging would have to cease, 40% of regrowth or 50% of regrowth logging would have to cease to meet our carbon reduction targets. How does that line up with this? Because when I saw that answer last night, I couldn't see how it aligned with anything that the government's saying when you've got an official saying that you've got to cease all native forest logging to achieve your carbon reduction or carbon emission reductions. And as we discussed last time, and I'm pleased that we were on the same page with respect to the carbon storage element of what the native forest industry can do, it doesn't line up with the science. So on what basis do you have an official in DQ saying that we have to cease all native forest harvesting to meet our carbon reduction obligations when it actually doesn't stack up with the science?
Certainly government has no commitment to ending native forestry. It's committed to the sustainable continuation of forestry. We're aware of those comments, and we do engage with, I think it was both the CCA and DQ, on the emissions associated with forestry activities. But I guess what we would say is that they're taking, there's a particular way you can look at forest operations and timeframes over which they're conducted. And the work that we've done, Senator, as you're aware, but we're happy to go to it in more detail, is taking a broader whole of economy view or whole of life cycle view of how timber products are used in the economy and therefore their overall carbon sequestration potential. And we think that there's a positive story to tell there, and we're engaging with our colleagues on that. Well,
I think you and I would agree that there is. And you said to me last time, I think, that you are... I know it was Dr Greenville. Yes, we're certainly providing that information to them.
Yeah.
My concern is that you put in the science, the research, the data into that process, and it comes out with somebody in another agency saying we have to cease all native forest logging to meet our targets, which is not true. And I mean, what that's based on is a carbon accounting methodology that doesn't consider the full life cycle of the forest. That's what's going on there. But the public are hearing we need to shut down native forest logging to meet our carbon commitments, and that is undermining the forest industry, and that's why they're so edgy about what's going on, because they're getting mixed messages from government right now, last night to today.
And maybe if I can just go back to the net zero plan, so the government's plan to achieve net zero by 2050 does not factor in a reduction in native forestry to achieve that. To achieve net zero by 2050. So I think what you might be referring to is the CCA's observations in relation to native forestry, and obviously they're an independent agency.
But it's BS. Seriously, it is. It's BS. I mean, you know and I know that you will store more carbon by managing a forest, taking advantage of the timber, incorporating the timber into the built environment, regenerating more timber. CSIRO's told us that. I went through it all last time. You and I know that that is the science, but you've got another agency saying that we need to shut it down to achieve our carbon goals, and it's bunkum. It's absolute bunkum. And the public hear that, the Greens go out and trot off saying that we've got to do this to save the environment or whatever, and it's not true. And you've got tens of thousands of workers out there who are hearing this. I mean, what weight does this agency have in this argument would be my question, because you said to me, and I take you at face value, you're putting that data in. It's CSIRO work, it's Fabio Zemnis, it's Martin Moroney, it's a whole heap of really highly qualified people who know about the carbon cycle in the forest sector.
Yeah.
You're putting all that data in. It's the right information. It comes out in another agency and it's bunkum. It's just not true. I mean, what weight does what this agency is saying have in this whole process when you've got another agency who's driving the bus, it appears to me, in respect of what we're doing as a nation in that sense,
Senator, I think we engage really productively, certainly with our counterparts in DQ, in relation to these matters, and we engage closely, and we've engaged recently on these matters as well. On the matter of CCA, they're an independent agency and they provide their observations to government. We do engage with them, but we respect that they're an independent agency as well. And I'll just add that certainly with the expertise, analytical heft and insights of ABARES, it certainly does carry a lot of weight in terms of our engagement with other agencies.
Well, I mean, ABARES is responsible for the State of the Forest report, which reports on all of these things.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. The message doesn't seem to be getting through, and so what are the guarantees that the industry has? You know, that they're saying, as late as yesterday, after meeting with Ministers Watt and Collins, our sector cannot operate on the vague assurances or political talking points. We need to know precisely where the legislation, the RFA is protected in black and white, because without that certainty, the entire forestry supply chain is at risk. So what are we putting on the table that the forest industry can pick up as a part of this process? And go to their bankers who are knocking on their doors right now saying, okay, how certain is your loan account?
So certainly, and Senator, I'll just acknowledge that I was part of those that consultation as well yesterday, and certainly we understand what the questions are from industry, and ministers have undertaken to continue meeting with industry going forward. So we'll be having regular meetings with industry and state officials who have RFAs as well, to engage with them about what their interests are. We do recognise that this is a change from what was of the arrangements that previously existed. So we think it's important to work through with industry to provide as much certainty as possible, as quickly as possible, what those arrangements will be in the future. The other thing I would add, coming out of the timber fibre strategy work, which was work between government and industry, I think there's a really strong reason to believe there's a really strong future for forest industries in Australia. It pointed to a range of different areas of endeavour and investment between industry and government, and the $300 million package that government announced recently, I think, picks up on the key themes that were outlined in the timber fibre strategy.
Well, there should be a strong future for the forest industry. It's the only carbon positive industry that exists in the country. Carbon positive. It sequesters. But the carbon fibre strategy is based on a significant transition, or a further transition towards plantation base. And if I'm looking at the science of the forest industry and comparing a plantation-based industry and a native forest-based industry, and I'm looking for a good environmental outcome, I'm going for a native forest-based industry every time. It's better for biodiversity, it's better for carbon storage, better for water quality, uses no chemicals, and it produces a higher quality product. They're the attributes of native over plantation. And of course, there are some things you can't get out of plantation. I mean, the timbers that line this building, we could not build this place based on plantation timbers. Couldn't happen. Could not happen. So we're going to spend $300 million moving away from a better environmental outcome, by the sound of the rhetoric that I'm hearing.
No, I think the timber fibre strategy acknowledged a role for plantations and acknowledged a continuing role for native forestry as well. And one of the things that the timber fibre strategy did was, I think, acknowledge that there's more we can get out of our forest estate more generally and more broadly. So things like engineered wood products, advanced timber processing, where you're using as much of the wood that you harvest as possible for as high value products as you possibly can as well. So creating more jobs and creating more value adding as well. So I think there's a role for both, Senator, and I think there's also a role for investing in manufacturing and skills in Australia to create even higher value products for Australia and more carbon sensitive products as well.
What sort of time frame has your minister set you to get a resolution to this?
Well, there's the obvious stated legislative time frame of the 1st of July 2027.
We don't want the industry hanging, waiting for answers for 18 months. I mean, that's just not acceptable.
We agree, and we'll be working to ensure that those accreditation arrangements in place, just acknowledging again that while we are the department responsible for RFAs, we're not responsible for the EPBC Act, but we're working closely with DQ to ensure those accreditation arrangements are in place as soon as possible.
What are the underpinning elements that are required for you to do your work? What do you need from other agencies to be able to do your job?
In the first instance, we need an important part of it will be understanding the national environmental standards, so having them set and defined. Another part will be understanding from states, I guess, what matters, kind of how they want to proceed, and understanding how they want to work through this as well. So that's something we've already had a conversation with state officials, Senator, about this, and again, we've committed to regular dialogue with them as well.
Well, talking to my state colleagues, they would prefer that they still had the RFA process because it was a good process, it was well understood, they knew how to operate, provided security and surety for industry, having been developed over 20 years. But that rope's just been pulled out from under them. So what's the status of the National Environmental Standard, which you say is a critical element that's required for you to do your work?
This is where I'm getting out of my level of detail, Senator. I understand there are two of the standards that are out for kind of consultation.
Yeah, but what about the one that applies to you, to us, forestry? What's the status of that standard?
I think maybe if I can defer to colleagues.
So one of the standards that we know will apply will be in relation to national environmental matters, so MNES, and that's one of the standards that Mr. Lowe mentioned is out currently for consultation. So there is a draft standard that's out for consultation at the moment.
So do you understand what the impact on the RFAs will be from that standard?
We haven't worked through that yet, Senator, but we will. And we will work with states on that as well.
What else?
There's a net gain standard, and we understand that that's out for consultation as well. And then...
So what's the impact of that on the RFAs, and what does net gain mean?
Again, probably getting out of my area of detailed understanding, but essentially it's for the impact that you have on the environment in relation to the regulated activity, you're provisioning for a net gain of environmental outcomes. So as we discussed with the car reserve system, kind of similar in concept to that.
So there is potential for a creeping acquisition of the car reserve system, but based on the net gain elements.
Noting that, one of the things that government will be considering as part of that is the existing contribution of the car reserve system.
What do the states get to say as part of that process? I mean, is Tasmania going to be happy that there's a whole heap more potentially going to be gobbled up as a part of the new environmental standard?
I wouldn't take that as a starting point. I think...
I'm just trying to understand what the net gain process is. I mean, to be frank, and it depends on what we're talking about in the context of net gain.
Yeah.
Based on the principles that I talked about before, you'd be converting plantation to native forest. That would give you a net gain in environmental values. It would get you a net gain in carbon storage. It would get you a net gain in timber quality. It will get you a net gain in terms of water quality and chemical use. But is it going to qualify, or is it? How does that relate?
Yeah, to your question, Senator, I think those matters are to be worked through.
What other work do you need to do your job? So you've got those two standards plus the development.
I understand there are other standards as well, though I couldn't tell you exactly what those standards are, but I understand there are other standards.
When will we know what they
are? We should know them. We'll be engaging with our colleagues in DECURE over the coming days. So I think we'll have a good sense of those, and we'll certainly be doing those consultations within industry jointly with our colleagues in DECURE.
But so we don't know when we will know what the standards are that we have to comply with?
I'm trying to remember if there is a timeline. I'm happy to come back to you if there's a timeline around when the standards will be available.
So what's worrying me is that we don't know what we don't know. We've got 18 months to learn that, find that out, develop it even, and then be prepared to switch to a new system.
And so I understand that DECURE is going to be proceeding quickly on developing those national environmental standards. I just don't have a timeline for when
so
they'll
that
be
becomes a
consulted.
show and tell process, and take it or leave it because we don't have time to consult properly.
No, there's been a commitment made, Senator, that there will be close consultation. I mean, those discussions, as you said, have started already.
I understand that.
Stepping back from 18 months, obviously, in that time, the standards need to be established.
Yeah.
We need to be able to consult in that process, and then, of course, we then need to then determine the accreditation requirements, what those processes will be. Obviously, there's a commitment to working with industry in terms of undertaking those establishing that accreditation framework, and I'm optimistic there is much that we can learn from the RFA arrangements that exist. So this is not a greenfields approach to this work. As you've pointed out, it's a very robust industry. Standards are very clear, although not consistent around the country, so it is about bringing in some consistency and building on the work that has already been done. And everyone's very alive to the timeframes within which we need to operate and ensure that everyone has a degree of comfort and can implement by July 2027.
But you can't even tell me what the standards are that we're going to have to comply with yet, because we haven't decided what they are. We don't know. There's a whole series of
the first step was passing the legislation, and now the focus is on implementation in that, Senator, so that in the coming weeks and months we will resolve these issues.
Which demonstrates
I'd add to that, Senator Goldbeck, the department are doing their best to answer these questions, but they're
being very honest with me, Minister. And I have no criticism of them all in that context.
No, I understand that, but I think the specific detailed questions should have gone to DECURE, and they were the ones that should have been in the position to answer them.
Well, Minister, they should be in a position to tell this agency what's going on, because as the officials said earlier in the day, this concept has been part of discussion for a period of time. It was your government that decided the time frame, the 18 months, as part of your deal. So my concern, and I think it's a reasonable one, watched government move at its own pace for a long time. Getting all of these things done with the appropriate steps and elements is going to be quite a challenge. And I understand why industry is feeling a whole heap of uncertainty, because the agency that has oversight of them doesn't know what's going to be applied to them just yet. So it's had some perception. The industry's had some perceptions made about it. Have to comply with environmental standards and conditions like everyone else. The reality is they already were through the RFA process. The courts have actually demonstrated that. So you get the Minister for the Environment goes out and says they have to do what everyone else does. They've been doing it for 20 years.
And I suppose that's the point that gives us confidence that this industry is going to be around for a long time.
But you're developing a whole heap of new standards, Minister. Yep. You're developing a whole heap of new standards, some of which we don't even know what they are yet. And then we've got to try and see how this industry fits in and complies with those, including a net gain standard, which has been the death by 1,000 cuts of this industry for a long time. You know, Helshan, forest deal after forest deal after forest deal. Latham, Tony Burke. And every negotiation for the forest industry, the end of it's been the beginning of the next process to take more off them. And that actually goes against good forest science and some of the things that we're looking to achieve out of the industry.
Do you have any further questions, Senator Colbeck, on this?
No.
That's done. Senator Roberts.
We'll come back in February and have another go.
Sure. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing today. The Net Zero Agriculture and Land Sector Plan commits to 107 million tonnes of carbon dioxide sequestration by 2050. Based on sequestration rates of 1 to 21 tonnes per hectare, that means at least 5 million hectares of farmland could be converted to trees and woody weeds. How can you justify this when it risks reducing food production and creating food insecurity for Australians?
Senator, so the Ag and Land Sector Plan doesn't commit to 107 million tonnes of sequestration. It's the way I'd characterise that is that was part of the Treasury modelling, which described a particular pathway to achieving net zero, which factored in amount of sequestration that would be needed in a particular scenario. What the Ag and Land Sector Plan does is identify a range of different options for landholders and farmers to reduce emissions, and commits to a number of particular actions in which to achieve that. So the first of which is understanding kind of on-farm emissions as a foundational action. The second is around research and innovation. The third is, so obviously kind of technology being an important factor in supporting farmers to reduce emissions, as it has been research and development being an important foundational action to support farmers throughout the course of agriculture in Australia. The third is on-ground action. So we know that supporting farmers with the capability and skills that they need to manage their enterprise and reduce emissions is really important. And the fourth is around is maximising the potential of the land sector. And in relation to that, from our perspective, we think there's significant opportunities for producers to take up diversification of their enterprise mix in relation to land sequestration opportunities. Earlier in this committee, we were talking about soil carbon projects, and soil carbon projects are being explored by a number of participants in the livestock sector, revegetation, where they're garnering ACCUs as well. And I might just leave it there, but we can go into further detail if you'd like, Senator.
So, the Net Zero Agriculture and Land Sector Plan does not commit to 107 million tonnes of carbon dioxide sequestration by 2050?
No, Senator, it doesn't.
Okay. Is there any sequestration?
It acknowledges that sequestration will be an important factor in achieving net zero, and it acknowledges that sequestration is also an important opportunity for producers in terms of diversification of their enterprise mix and diversification of income sources.
How much of the land is currently producing food, the land under this plan?
It's in the order of 50 to 55% of Australia's land max agricultural production of some form is undertaken on it. I'll defer to colleagues as to whether I got that number right.
Yes, Senator. 55% of Australia's land mass is currently undertaken for agricultural activities.
What will be the impact of the plan on that food production?
I think the Treasury projection, and it's just a scenario, has agricultural production continuing to increase out to 2050.
Sorry?
the Treasury projections in the Ag and Land Plan modelling that they conducted has agricultural production continuing to increase out to 2050.
How much of the land is affected though?
They did not provide estimates of the land base, like how much land.
Does that bother you? Does that bother either of you? Does that bother either of you?
So, Senator, maybe it's useful. We've mentioned and had a discussion, keen interest, Senator Canavan and Senator McKenzie around this topic, and we at ABARES are undertaking some work to explore, the implications for land use.
Based on the questions before?
Based
on the questions before, you're undertaking that work?
Yes, yeah. So we let the committee know, and there was some interest in questions on notice where we provided some detail around that. But happy to talk. Okay.
But, Senator, just to clarify, that work has been ongoing. That was acknowledged in the Treasury modelling that I referred to earlier, that ABARES has been undertaking that work.
And do you just accept Treasury modelling?
We provide inputs into Treasury modelling.
But you haven't published modelling yourself on the impact on food output. You're relying on Treasury saying it'll increase.
We're undertaking work, as my colleague Dr Greenville said, we're undertaking work currently in relation to that.
Based on questions that were put to you today?
No, based on work that was already ongoing, Senator.
Even Article 2, Clause 1, Part B of the UN Paris Agreement requires climate action to avoid threatening food production. So is there any land being locked up under your plan?
The Ag and Land Sector Plan also acknowledges that, and a key tenet of it is that achieving emissions reduction shouldn't come at the cost of food security. So we would say that the Ag and Land Sector Plan is consistent with that acknowledgement that you read out.
So have you sought legal advice that it doesn't breach the Paris Agreement, your plan?
The Net Zero Plan and the 6 sector plans are government's plan to achieve, I guess, or be consistent with the Paris Agreement.
Have you sought legal advice that it is?
We have not.
How do you
as
know
a
it's
department?
consistent?
Well, I think that question might be best directed to DQ, but I'm not aware of legal advice.
Aren't you responsible for the plan?
We're responsible for the Ag and Land Sector Plan.
Yes.
Yes.
And the impact on the ag sector?
Yes. But we don't know. So we have not sought legal advice in relation to the Ag and Land Sector Plan and its consistency with the Paris Agreement, maybe to answer your specific question.
I'm reading that you've spent $2.2 million developing the plan, yet you cannot provide a figure, as I understand it, for hectares to be reforested.
We don't have a figure currently, Senator. That's correct.
How is that acceptable?
That's work in progress, Senator.
How is that a plan?
There's a number of elements of the plan, Senator.
Sorry?
There's a number of elements of the plan, as I mentioned, for foundational actions, of which the land, maximising the sequestration potential of the land is one of those.
I get the carbon dioxide sequestration. I don't believe in all this crap, all right, because there's no data to back it up. No data to back it up.
Seriously.
But I don't believe in carbon dioxide. I believe in carbon dioxide sequestration will increase food production, but not if it locks up land, because then you've got noxious weeds, you've got feral animals just proliferating and then going on to neighbouring properties, which increase the cost of managing neighbouring properties. Are you aware of these things?
So,
of course it does. It's happening all over Queensland.
I'll probably say that there's, again, kind of consistent with my earlier comments, Senator, I would say that there's significant opportunities in carbon sequestration for producers, and we're certainly aware of a number of examples of producers who have put into place plantation forestry on their enterprise and added that to their enterprise mix. So they've increased the number of trees on their property. It's supported an increase in carrying capacity of stocking rates, and it's diversified their income stream by enabling them to undertake forest activities. And so there's an example of a New England wool producer, Michael Taylor, and he's got native and pine forest on his enterprise. He's actually got a sawmill on his enterprise as well, where he cuts down, saws and processes the timber on his enterprise to sell. And one of the benefits that he ascribes to that is also having an income during leaner years, where he's got lower stocking rates. He can sell the timber and continue to employ people on his farm.
Would you like to visit some properties in southwestern Queensland that are being locked up and neighbouring properties being destroyed?
Always open to visiting farmers and properties, Senator.
Okay. Will you commit to publishing a hectare estimate before implementing any measures, yes or no?
We're already implementing measures, Senator. So
you don't know how much land will be locked up?
As I've said, that's work that's ongoing, but we are already implementing measures in relation to ag and land sector plan.
So you're implementing the plan before the plan's finalised?
The plan is finalised, Senator.
But the hectares aren't?
That work is still ongoing, so...
So that would suggest it's unfinalised.
No wonder you're looking a bit...
Senator Roberts, just ignore the interjections. I've been dying to say that.
CSIRO's land use trade-offs model shows carbon plantings compete directly with agriculture for land. How will this impact Australia's food bowls and rural jobs?
Well, Senator, again, what I'd say is that it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all approach to how carbon sequestration plays out in the landscape. There's going to be lots of different ways that land managers, producers decide to take up carbon sequestration opportunities. So I probably wouldn't characterise things in the way that you have. What I would say is that we think that there are opportunities for producers. I also think that certainly in terms of the types of lands that might be more favourably disposed to carbon sequestration, and ABARES can talk about this in more detail if you'd like, Senator, are the types of lands that are less productive, but often what we would envisage is that we'd see kind of multiple use land. So land where there's revegetation happening, but also still able to support primary production.
So I'm guessing I know the answer to this question. Have you assessed the combined impact of reforestation, renewable energy projects, transmission corridors on farmland availability?
In terms of hectare impact, for example, Senator?
Loss of farmland, productive farmland.
The work that we have ongoing, so the answer is no. The work that we have ongoing is particularly in relation to carbon sequestration in the landscape.
So you're not going to consider the renewable energy projects taking up farmland, transmission lines? They're massive, and the farmers are pretty damn upset about it. People in regional communities, not just farmers, are upset.
So that is a matter that's the purview of DECU in terms of renewable energy and transmission, in terms of understanding the land impact of that. So we are interested in and have been working with DECU to understand that better.
So I understand you're developing a national food security strategy?
Yep.
How can that strategy be credible if you don't know how much farmland will be lost to carbon dioxide sequestration, solar and wind generation, transmission lines?
So I think the development of the strategy is going to be taking in multiple perspectives in relation to into Australia's future food security. And we received over 400 submissions when we put out a discussion paper recently, Senator, on Australia's future food security. I haven't read those submissions in detail. I imagine some of them might have raised those sorts of issues. So it is something that will be a matter of consideration, equally of consideration, Senator. In fact, one that came through really strongly, as I understand in the submissions, is the climate impact to our primary production enterprises and the importance of resilient farming systems as well. So in terms of themes, that was another theme that came through in the submissions.
In your planning, in your strategising, what comes first, data or strategy?
Well, we'd like to think that there's a combination of both where we can.
I thought data was the first step to understand what you're going to strategise about.
Another input, Senator, is consultation, and we take that really seriously. So in the development of the agriculture and land sector plan, we did focus very heavily on consulting with our state and territory counterparts. We had, I'm going to call it an issues paper out on the ag and land sector plan. We received a large number of submissions in relation to that. We held a summit on a sustainability summit that was auspiced by Minister Bowen and Minister Watt.
Mr. Bowen.
Minister Bowen on the ag and land sector plan. And we held a number of roundtables as well with industry stakeholders on the ag and land sector plan.
Will you integrate land use change modelling into the food security strategy and publish the findings?
We have got land use change modelling on foot. We will publish the findings, and we're very happy to use it as an input into the food security strategy as well.
Has DAF modelled the impact of the agriculture and land sector plan on agricultural gross domestic product?
I'm just trying to think about that. Maybe I'll pass to Treasury.
Yeah, Senator, so that was part of the modelling that Treasury undertook in that scenario where you've quoted that 107 million tonnes from, and they have projections as part of that, like the 107, about agricultural production as well as agricultural emissions intensities and so forth. So there's detail in that.
Have you checked the assumptions on which it's based, or the actual figures?
So we provided some information to give them the baseline on which they looked at the plan, and the quite detailed what they've done in terms of the plan, the assumptions they've made and the like, and that's all being published as part of that result.
Have you analysed it, scrutinised it?
Obviously, we've taken a look, we take a keen interest, which is why...
Taking a look's a bit different from scrutinising it.
Well, which is why we're undertaking our own modelling with the land sector, because that was, they pointed out in terms of scrutinising that this was a gap. There was some considerable uncertainty in both land-based sequestration, potential. There's different estimates out there as to which one's, the best one to use. There's a whole bunch of complexities around the trade-offs between that, agricultural value. There's discussion that Mr. Lowe has been having about whether you can kind of mix it in with agriculture, whether it's, displaces agriculture, where that might happen on the landscape is very important. And so in terms of scrutinising that quite heavily, and we've made some investments to really, I guess, improve the information that's around that. So we will know some of these issues around trade-offs that you've been talking about and other aspects in terms of regional impacts.
So Treasury assumes agricultural production will rise by about 32% by 2050, but we don't know how much land is going to be sequestered, how much land is going to be destroyed. How is that possible to get agricultural food production increased by 32% if we don't know the land that will be cut off?
Yeah, so I'd say that would be a key question that you should ask them, but perhaps...
Shouldn't that be, with respect, shouldn't that be a question you guys should be asking them?
But perhaps if I can finish, I could provide some early insights into the kind of things that our model will show and the trade-offs that exist and how these kind of situations play out. So if you're thinking about that trade-off between sequestration and, under the principle that landholders and farmers are making their own decision to participate in these markets as to whether they go or not. So the land use decision that's made by any individual landholder or farmer really are a balance between the farm returns, on-farm returns, the sequestration potential that they have on their land, and the type of ACCU method or other method that they're using to participate in those markets. And so when we think about that, there's going to be a point in where the trade-off between your agricultural production, your foregone agricultural production, and the sequestration potential makes sense to participate in these sequestration markets. And it's quite likely that there's going to be a whole range of incentives for that to occur where the opportunity cost for agriculture is really quite low and potentially the sequestration potential is low, but the benefits from that, the payments you get from those markets are higher. And so if that plays out, and you're also likely to have strong incentives where you have very high rates of sequestration, but lower opportunity costs of agriculture. And so if that plays out and the market clears under that situation, what you'd expect is a relatively modest impact on agricultural production because you're taking out those areas which have a lower opportunity cost, while also then maximising the benefits to landholders from participating in those markets. So if the market clears under that point, it's not inconsistent to think that agricultural production could continue to grow over time with an increased, I guess, addition of another agricultural activity in the form of carbon sequestration into the landscape.
So that you raise markets, so that raises carbon dioxide price. What carbon dioxide price is assumed to drive reforestation at the scale required? And will farmers be forced to choose between growing food and earning carbon dioxide credits?
So when we think about that market, yeah, there'll be a price that balances that, and that's something that we would
What do you expect that to be?
It would be an outcome of the modelling that we're yet to finalise. So I don't wish to speculate on that or the number of hectares, because it could be a number that I have to come back and revise at a later point. I don't think that does anyone any favours.
So the plan references alternative proteins. Is DAF actively promoting lab-grown meat as a substitute for traditional livestock for real meat?
Which plan references alternative protein, Senator?
The land sector plan.
I might check with my colleagues. I'm not aware that it does, Senator. Apologies.
Well, if I'm wrong, my apologies. I'm looking forward to it, Matt.
Yeah.
So is there any plan? Or is DAF actively promoting lab-grown meat as a substitute for real meat?
Not actively, Senator. What we'd say is that we're not actively, Senator. What we're, I guess, what we'd say is we're looking to ensure that the agriculture sector is open to all participants.
So what assessment has been made of the economic and cultural impact of replacing traditional meat with lab-grown alternatives? What's the impact on rural communities?
I'm not sure. I don't think we've done any detailed work on that, Senator. In fact, I know we haven't.
Chair, this terrifies me because it seems like the energy plan is just the only thing consistent with the plan is the spelling of the word PLAN, because there doesn't seem to be any data driving the energy plan. There doesn't seem to be any data driving the agricultural plan. Lack of data, lots of strategy, and lots of bureaucratic speak. I'm terrified. So that's just a statement.
Take that as a statement, yeah. Thanks, Senator Roberts. Do you have further questions?
No, thank you.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Senator Roberts.
Following on from Senator Roberts' question.
Yes, Senator McDonald.
May I just ask, how does lab-grown protein fit within into growing agriculture?
I was talking about, Senator, sorry, maybe when I was speaking there, I was more referring to alternative proteins more broadly.
So crickets other...
Which legumes, field peas, grains, soybeans.
No, just clarifying that, because I would have thought that was manufacturing, not...
Matt's going for bugs.
Yeah, no, crickets. Matt's keen on crickets. He talks about it all the time.
There is some exciting enterprises in relation to that as well, yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Righto. Senator Canavan.
Chair, I just want to follow on from Senator Roberts' line of questioning, particularly go to the question on notice you provided to me. Thank you very much for that. To question 4 in that, Quan, you probably know which one it is because you were referring to it. Oh, you got weird numbers. It's 424, I suppose. In question 4 of that one, you say that you did provide Treasury with an estimate of the relationship between carbon price and sequestration. You're probably aware that Treasury, in its modelling, got to a carbon price in the 2046 to 2050 period of between $293 a tonne and $328 a tonne. Am I to take from that that your carbon prices you gave them are in that order?
So we didn't provide any carbon prices. They're, I think, endogenous to the model that they used. I think they termed it a marginal abatement incentive as well, and not a carbon price for a number of reasons, which you'll have to ask
Just
them
public
about.
relations reasons, I'm sure. But you said you provided them a carbon price.
Not a carbon price.
Well,
a land
it says-
sequestration curve. So we looking at.
But you said the relationship between a carbon price and sequestration.
Yeah, so a curve.
Okay.
So a supply curve, effectively.
Right. So did that curve? What was on the x-axis? Was it how many million hectares of land?
No, how much sequestration? So
sorry,
tons.
sorry. That's what I meant. How much sequestration? So given we know that the abatement they want is 107 million tonnes of sequestration, what is the carbon price on that curve for that amount of sequestration?
You'll have to ask them.
But you provided them that.
We provided a curve. We provided.
Yeah, I'm asking about your curve, not their curve.
A number of curves. We provided, which they detail in the back.
Okay.
And so
well, maybe you take it on notice because I'm not. I realise it's detailed. Yeah. Give me the one for all of your curves. For all of your curves, give me the appropriate carbon price that would have been spat out for 107 million tonnes of carbon sequestration.
I'll take that on notice. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I maybe just add, Senator, as well before, but with this modelling that we're about to undertake and hopefully release, we'll obviously be taking a more detailed look, and so those sequestration curves that we provided will be, I guess, out of date. And so...
Okay, well, I'd still like to know the ones you gave them. I think it's still relevant. If you'd like to add more information to the question on notice, that's fine too, but I do want the ones you gave to Treasury, just so we're clear. Sorry, did you want to follow up, Senator Roberts? I'm being very generous.
Earlier, one of my staff has sent me a text message saying the Treasury modelling projects 107 million tonnes of carbon sequestration a year under the net zero plan. Can you just clarify before you said there isn't 107 under the plan?
I think no, my comments...
Semantics, Senator.
There's no commitment under the Ag and Land Sector Plan to achieve 100...
That's just the Treasury?
It was a scenario that Treasury provided to support the net zero plan.
Projection again.
They're just trying to say it's not a commitment, but they do expect to get that much to get to net zero.
Well, thank you for an answer.
So... But they tried to hoodwink you. Lucky your staff didn't let them, Senator Roberts. Okay, so other parts of that question I notice you are doing this extra modelling and some of that's been discussed. I just wanted to understand is there a timeline? Do you think that will come out? And if so, will it be made public?
It'll certainly be made public, and we're looking to get it finalised as soon as practicable. So
okay, good. Will that tell us how much land we expect to have to use?
That's the intent, and impacts on agricultural production.
I mean, I think Senator Roberts went through this, but the 107 million hectares, I believe last time you told me your abatement curves go to 21 tonnes per hectare. That's sort of the max.
Yeah.
So that's at least 5 million hectares. Am I off base?
So, as I mentioned, I don't really want to give a number that I'll later have to revise.
It's a simple calculation. I mean, if Treasury wants 107 million tonnes, and the max we can achieve is 21 tonnes per hectare, we need 5 million hectares at least, and that's assuming we deliver the max.
Sorry, I don't...
more than that.
I don't disagree with your math.
Okay, thank you.
But I'll just point to that...
I wouldn't yours either, Dr Grenville. You come from great heritage. All right, so look, I just wanted to understand, there are some maps, and I think this has been... I'd like to table this map. I believe... Well, I just checked. This one is from... the National Inventory Report in 2020, Volume 3. Unfortunately, the page number's been cut off there, but it's page 16 on the document. First of all, this map here, it's from a Department of Climate Change report. Do you get, do you get consulted on about that map? Looks very ABARES-ish.
From ABARES' perspective, I don't believe it's one of our maps. I'll just double check with my colleague who will come, but I believe that's DQ as part of their...
So they don't consult with you at all to get the data, even just the data? I suppose. I'm not that interested in the actual, who chose the colour scheme, but do you provide data to them?
So this is the projects which are already under, I guess, reforestation or afforestation.
Yes, yep, that's right.
So if they're the projects that are in the the ACCU projects, that would be data that they hold, not that we hold.
Okay, so they hold the data on
ACCU projects,
ACCUs.
Locations and so forth. So
Okay.
if that's what this map is, just quickly looking, I think that's what it is, in which case it would be data that they hold.
Yeah,
We obviously hold the data, as Senator Colbeck mentioned, in the State of Forest report, where we have, areas of forest change and where it's at and so forth. So we've got that data.
Yeah, it's not that well explained in the report from my recollection. It's been a few weeks since I read it all, but it looks like, it would appear that the green colours here on this map are calibrated to the amount of carbon sink you're getting. If you look closely, you can see some dots out in Western New South Wales and Western Queensland. They're just not very green. I mean, what concerns me here with this is when you look at where this carbon sequestration is coming from, it's pretty strongly correlated with where we grow our food. Yeah. So is that typically where we're getting, is that where the area of carbon reforestation is occurring, or is that where we're getting the primary sinks, given the soil types and rain, etc.?
Yeah. So perhaps there's, well, Ms. Galliano takes a close look at where the data comes from. So there could be just the reforestation that's occurring, across the landscape for numerous different reasons, either conservation, managed regrowth, whatever the case may be, outside the ACCU market, just where it's happening.
Sure.
That could be this map. But coming back to where we think the incentives lie from our early insights from the modelling, we'd expect that where we grow our food, those high production areas, are likely to be not the areas where the incentive lies for
But that doesn't seem to be the case here.
Caveats, I'm not sure.
Well, maybe perhaps your modelling should have a look at this and see, because here, at least from this data, it seems very clear that this is going smack bang in the areas where we grow our food.
So we'll just double check what that is.
Yeah.
But I think,
and certainly anecdotally, I've heard the problem we've got now is that we're getting, these markets are becoming more mature and going to greater scale, through the safeguard mechanism and various ESG initiatives from different corporates. There have been some anecdotal reports that some large mining companies have started buying up very productive land to deliver carbon sinks, because they're getting a lot more carbon yield per hectare. It's more expensive, obviously, to buy, but they're finding it actually more commercial than going to Western New South Wales or Western Queensland. I'm just wondering, because there is a lot of properties in Western Queensland, Western New South Wales. We're sort of told sometimes, like you just hinted at, oh no, all these carbon offsets will occur out there. Don't worry about it. Even though I do care about towns in Western New South Wales and Western Queensland, but actually the data seems to show the opposite here.
Yeah. So I think this points to the fact that, while we're not rushing to put out numbers straight away because they might...
But we rush to do a plan. That's not your directorate. But, I mean, I'm just trying to maybe go back to the government, the minister and the policymakers. Did you have this data in front of you before? Did anyone look at actually where we've done it so far? Before we rush in to commit to net zero, commit to 62% by... Keep in mind, there's the net zero by 2050, which you can say are projections, but... What the plan actually was released upon was the target in 2035, just 10 years away. So you'd want to think you had a pretty close look at what we can achieve in 10 years. And did anyone have this map in front of them to show them where actually the carbon sinks are coming from?
So probably what I would say, not being very familiar with this particular map, Senator, is that DQ, who was the lead agency for the net zero plan, and by the looks of it, also they're the custodians of the national inventory.
Yes, I mentioned that at the start.
Yeah, so I think,
but you'd put together the plan, right, the agricultural plan?
We did.
I'm just wondering, what I'm asking, independent of what DQ has produced, did you have your own map or a map, rather than just relying on assertion? Did you have a map saying, okay, this is where we've got carbon sinks from in the past, before deciding to pursue a 67% target by 2035 and a net zero plan by 2050?
I'm not sure. I couldn't comment on the detail, and happy to.
So you didn't have that map. Who was responsible for the plan?
I'm sure it was.
Who was responsible for finally ticking off on the plan in the department and
the
providing
minister.
to the minister? Well, who signed off it before it went to the minister?
Me, Senator.
Okay, so did you? I'm asking you. Did you? Because this is a big part of it. This is most of the plan is about doing this. Most of the impact on agriculture is not a large, you're not seeking a significant decrease in agricultural emissions, but you are seeking a significant increase in land use emissions to get to net zero. Did you ask for, did you receive any information on where we have actually achieved afforestation and reforestation in the past 20 years?
I didn't personally, Senator. And in terms of kind of whether this was an input, a specific input, I'm happy to take it on notice.
This is the whole problem with this whole net zero agenda, right? It sounds very good. Sounds good. It's a good marketing slogan, but no one really knows how it's going to work in practice. No one seems interested to know how it's going to work.
Senator, happy to come back to the map.
Yep, sure.
Yeah, so Dave Galliano from ABARES. Look, I've just had a quick look, and it probably would be best if we did take it on notice and come back to you with a proper answer. But I think it's just land that is agriculture or another use, and it's been converted to forest in some way or other, whether that's naturally or via plantation.
I'm pretty sure that's the case.
We should check exactly which of those elements it is, so we'll check on that for you.
Well, from my perspective of my questioning, I don't think it really matters. I mean, it's still converting what otherwise was largely farmland. I recognise not all of it was farmland, but most of it is.
But I think I guess the critical thing that does matter is to whether that's driven by, say, a carbon sequestration market or not. Yeah. So I would suspect, but we will give you a proper answer on notice, that part of this, given some of the blocks that we can see...
No, it doesn't. I'm sorry, Dr Greenville, it doesn't for the rural communities that are affected by this. Because you count it as in our accounts, it's counted as carbon sequestration. So, for example, what you're saying, and just so I explain where I'm coming from here, a big part of what we've done in the last 20 years, and keep in mind almost all, well over 90% of our emissions reductions have come through this. They haven't come through people in the cities and the climate activists reducing their carbon footprint. Over 90% of our carbon emission reductions have come from taking away land from otherwise productive uses. A lot of that has happened, at least in the last 20 years, not because of the carbon markets, I accept that. It's come through state government restrictions on land clearing. Yeah. All right? Now, that still has an economic impact, still has a massive economic impact on rural communities. You're doubling down on that impact through the EPBC changes we spoke about earlier. And then you take credit for, the government takes credit for the carbon reduction, saying how good boys are we, we've reduced emissions by 28%, when almost all of that is on the back of taking away property rights from farmers. Yeah. So I don't really care. You can tell me in your answer if you like, but it's come from markets or it's come from some of the source. It is still government regulations that have taken away choice, taken away rights from Australia's farmers.
But Senator, not to disagree with you at all, but in terms of that forward look and linking back to the Ag and Land Sector Plan and the projection that was put forward, that next change between now and 2050 is flagged in that, and clear that there will be some demand for land-based sequestration. Okay. In that instance, the market is going to be a critical factor. And so those considerations, so while history is depicted as you say, the future doesn't have to replicate that. And,
that was perhaps before the EPBC changes, Dr. Greenville. Anyway, I don't need you to. We've got to keep going. I might just ask, and you might have to check with your colleagues at Q. From my investigations, this is the last version of this map I could find. It was in the 2020 report, I think. They've released a 2023 report. There was a bit of a lag, but volume 3 of these reports seems to have disappeared, where these maps came from. So. Just be interested to know what's happened to those. And I do welcome the modelling you're doing, sounds very important. Sort of keeping on the same topic but slightly different, I just wanted to check, does the Minister continue to have, the Minister for Agriculture continue to have the right to veto carbon credit programs or reforestation programs under the Carbon Credits Carbon Farming Initiative Rule 2015?
Yes, Senator.
They do. Great. Has the Minister for Agriculture vetoed any projects since May 22?
I'll defer to colleagues on that.
No, Senator.
Thank you. How many projects were assessed by the Minister due to the notifiable regeneration project being over 15 hectares or more than 1/3 of a farm? We have a list of projects that met that categorisation.
I'm not sure we have. Excuse me. I think I'd have to check. We have that level broken down. So I've got sort of broken down by plantation forestry method, but not that particular.
Well, are those?
Criteria.
I mean, I don't know how you've worked it, but the breakdown you've got, are they only ones that trigger the potential veto power?
Yes,
that's what I'm asking about. So the veto power
there's only
is the
some methods that that the veto
relates to.
Rules
You haven't got a list of every carbon credit project in the country.
No,
I wouldn't have thought so. So that's all I'm interested in, and I was just quoting out the criteria with the 15 hectares or 1/3 of a farm. So how many of those are there? Have you got, before you go to the breakdown, how many have you got?
In total, across all plantation forestry methods. So that the methods that we see with regard to this particular CFI rule relate to plantation forestry methods. So there's native forest from managed regrowth. There's human-induced regeneration, which is a sunset. That method is sunsetted, and then there's farm forestry plantation methods.
So how many?
So since I've got stats from 2018, between beginning of this month and, to clarify, beginning of last month, 4th of November, and beginning of the rule in 2018, there's been 381.
Right. Have you got that broken down by year?
I do, yes.
Okay.
So,
could you just give it to me for the last few years then, back to 2022?
In total, so in 2022, 59 projects came through. In 23, 130. That spike was largely due to the human-induced regeneration method, which is subsequently sunsetted. 2024, 68, and in 2025, to date, 68 as well.
Right. Thank you. And if you've got another breakdown there, do you by method? Is that what you said? I don't need. Maybe I'll just take that on notice. But do you have it by method?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If you could take it by method, and if you could on notice go back to May 2022, just split out 2022 from May. Is that okay?
Certainly.
Thank you. Just keeping on this topic, broad topic. I think it's a bit different than the net zero plan. But there's I'm just going to. I think it's the Saving Bushland Plan project or some such. Just trying to find the name of this. Saving Australia's Bushland Program. Is that something you're familiar with?
It's a DQ
Is it?
measure, I believe.
Well, what I wanted to ask about was this sort of it's a plan to protect 30% of Australians' land mass and some marine as well, but I'll leave the marine out of it. 30% of land mass by 2030. Apparently, an additional 39 million hectares is required to meet that target. Have you been asked, has ABARES been asked to look at any of the ramifications of that?
No, Senator.
I mean, the government's announced a $250 million fund to buy 100 million acres of privately owned land. Has there been any consultation with you about that fund or the department?
My understanding is that measure is still going through the design phase. I think it was announced earlier this year, and it's part of the 30 by 30 sort of commitment.
That's what I'm talking about.
So that is a DQ-led method. I'd have to take on notice what level of engagement we've had sort of recently on that particular aspect. So I'm losing my voice, Senator. My understanding is that is intended to target sort of private conservation land, but I don't want to mislead you, so
all right,
I'll just
if you
take
come
that on
back to us
notice.
what consultation you've done, I mean, 39 million hectares is 6 times the size of Tasmania. That's a lot. So hopefully there is some consultation occurring there. I'm trying to rip through quickly here, sorry. Just want to ask about carbon tariffs. Have you at all been consulted about that? I believe the government's engaged in a process right now to look at carbon tariffs.
Yes, there's a DQ-led project. I think there's an independent review relating to carbon leakage, I think is the formal title of the review, which included public consultations. My understanding, and again, I'm sort of conscious of not misdirecting you, Senator, but I believe that next steps on that particular piece of work is being tied up with the review or the planned review of the safeguard mechanism, which is scheduled for 26-27.
So you don't believe any decision will be made before 27?
Look, it's not our portfolio, so I don't want to mislead you, but there's a direct link between that particular piece of work and the safeguard mechanism.
Have you engaged any stakeholders in the agricultural sector about the potential impact of carbon tariffs on input costs?
We've certainly had sort of conversations, and I think this sort of goes to fertiliser and urea and ammonia. It's sort of been flagged with us as an area of interest.
I'm not sure why we need a tariff on those, though, if we don't have any production of it anymore. But
so
Hopefully we will again.
It's not our portfolio, but there is, my understanding is the most recent sort of milestone in that carbon leakage review produced a sort of a set of analyses across different commodities and sectors, which assessed sort of how trade exposed they were, how it interacted with the safeguard mechanism, and I think even identified a sense or a prioritised particular commodities or products that should be considered for potential assessment in a sort of a carbon border adjustment mechanism. So that's where that piece of work is at. So I guess, yes, we've had interest raised with this, but there has been a sort of quite a comprehensive public consultation process led by TQ and an independent reviewer looking at those particular issues.
Okay. Might just quickly do this one on the net zero plan. On page 9, you say, in ruminant livestock, adoption of technologies and practice such as feed additives and genetics are projected to contribute sizable emissions reductions to 2050. How much is sizable? What are we talking about there?
Let's just find the exact reference, Senator.
Sorry, what was that?
So it says adoption of technologies and practices such as feed additives and genetics are projected to contribute sizable emissions reductions to 2050.
In the net zero plan?
Yes, page 9 of the agricultural.
Agricultural.
Sorry, your net zero plan, agricultural land sector plan.
Happy to comment broadly on that, Senator. So we do see those as prospective technologies, as we do a number of other technologies to reduce emissions on farm. As I've outlined to this committee before, we do recognise that a lot of these technologies are still, I guess, in relatively kind of early technology readiness level stages, though feed additives are kind of at the commercialisation stage. And we do think that genetics such as breeding low methane emitting animals has the beauty of genetics is you find the trait and you keep breeding that trait and the genetics keep kind of...
You do understand, when you breed for a trait, there's always other impacts, right? Like, so if you breed for fertility, you then might give up things on muscle gain process. So there's always trade-offs. It's not quite as simple as you're making out.
I'm certainly not suggesting it's simple, Senator. Okay. And what I'm
saying is, if you breed for that, you're probably going to lose on other things that are important.
What the important thing is that breeding value is available. Is making sure that breeding value is available to the industry, so they can select for it should they wish to, and should they wish to generate lower methane emitting animals. But I am, and to your point, Senator, producers are very sophisticated at looking at their EBVs and working out what they want to kind of breed for to meet the market. And I'm sure that having that EBV available will be a really important input for them.
It clarifies there are trade-offs here, which we tend to try and ignore, but yes, a breeding expert there
is a significant producer who has gone down this road and spent millions of dollars on it, and there is still no ACCU available. So why would they bother spending any more money?
It's the conversation we had earlier.
Yeah, it's the same conversation we had earlier. So,
Is it working?
Yeah.
To reduce the methane?
I'll disclose names later.
Okay.
But my point being is that they're doing all this investment, and the tantalising, yes, we're going to give you a benefit, but there's never a benefit.
Okay, all right. On that same page, it says that page 9, that is, you look at what emissions will be in ag between from now to 2050 compared to Treasury's baseline scenario. I'm just trying to wonder, what is that baseline scenario? Because Treasury don't publish any economic results for a baseline or for a non... Is that baseline meaning a non-net zero constrained world?
Senator Canavan, I think the baseline scenario referred to in that is actually the net zero scenario So Treasury had 3 scenarios that they modelled.
Yes,
and
that's
the
what I
baseline
thought.
scenario, it's not no action scenario.
No, it's not.
It's the net
no, that's
zero
not.
plan
That's
scenario.
not right. They had 3 scenarios. All of them end up in net zero. I've been over this with them before.
Yep. So that
There's no baseline that says no net zero. There's no scenario. Well, not in their record. They may have done something that's not. They may have done another. That's what I'm asking about, trying to get to the bottom of what is this scenario, because in the Treasury model, there's 3 scenarios. There's a sort of net zero plan roughly to what the government has adopted, although I think it's 62% by 2035. There's a program which has more exports, like an export superpower type scenario, and then there's one that has what they call a disorderly transition, which is just a pure abuse of taxpayer money. They try and make a political point. But all of them end up in net zero.
Yep. So the baseline scenario, the first scenario you mentioned there, is the one that's presented in the Ag and Land Sector Plan.
So it's still net zero, but
yeah.
Right. Okay. So how do you know? So when you say it could reduce to 62 from 86, so that's just from today.
It's from 2025.
Right. Okay. I must have misread that when I first read this. I think I'm reading it differently now. So you can't tell me how much emissions would be in 2050 under the agricultural plan sector without net zero.
No, Senator. I think the sort of closest that you would get to that is the projections that are produced by DQ, but they don't go out to that far.
I mean, it seems strange to me that you'd come up with a plan to change something, and the change here is to reduce our emissions to net zero, without looking at, well, what would have happened without doing the change. Right? I mean, Dr. Greenville could surely help me out here, but in normal modelling practices, you'd model a baseline without the policy change, and then model the policy change, and you can compare the two. But you can't tell me that. You can't compare doing net zero, doing 67% cut by 2035, and not doing it. Can you?
Well, if I'm following correctly, Senator, I think the answer is that's correct. The non-net zero scenario is not presented in the charts.
So was such a scenario done? Was a non-net scenario, no net zero scenario calculated?
That's a Treasury question, Senator.
Did anyone in ABARES, or was anyone asked in ABARES to calculate projections based on not doing net zero?
No, it's a matter for Treasury.
Okay, no, but I'm just asking. I mean, these guys are pretty good. I reckon they're better than Treasury, to be honest. Treasury's really fallen off. But they weren't asked. ABARES weren't asked.
No, they weren't, Senator.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Ripping on through. Scope 3, is there any more update on consultation with the agriculture sector about, well, particularly I wanted to ask how many agricultural businesses are going to be captured to have to record their Scope 3 emissions under the reporting framework?
I'll refer to colleagues.
So Senator, I guess I think sort of consistent with previous sort of lines of questioning in this space. So I guess there are a number of aspects. Sorry, just to clear before I get going, the climate, you're specifically asking in relation to the climate-related financial disclosure legislation. Is that correct, Senator?
Yes.
So obviously there's a number of aspects that sort of, I guess, just to step through. Obviously there's whether a business or an entity is captured as a reporting entity, and Treasury has published sort of the thresholds where certain categories of businesses would come online or be captured as a entity that needs to report its emissions under the legislation. So they are quite large businesses by and large. And then I think there's a secondary sort of threshold question as to the extent with which that may flow through to farm businesses who might be asked to report their emissions to another entity in the supply chain. Is that, just so I'm clear, Senator, is that a fair...
Right, so, but you haven't got a figure for how many would be captured?
As a reporting entity directly?
Yeah. Oh, no, sorry, as captured by the indirect indirect.
So someone else is asking.
As a supplier or client of a reporting entity.
Look, we don't have a number, Senator, but I think it's important to clarify that the financial disclosure rules do not mandate that a reporting entity needs to ask farm businesses for their baseline emissions to report against their own requirements. They are able to use industry averages and other published information to meet those requirements. So there is no requirement that individual farm businesses...
Are you saying they won't? That no one will have to do this then?
So if a farm business is in its own right large enough to be captured as a reporting entity under the legislation, then they would need to disclose their own emissions. But, for instance, if it's a supermarket or a food processor or another entity in the agri-food supply chain, they are able to use existing published information, industry average data, and what we've observed is a number of them doing sort of
They
pilots.
still have to report then?
But they don't have to use primary source information. So they don't need to go to all their farm businesses or farm suppliers and ask them for their...
Oh, no, but what I think we've covered this before. I want to be quick, but I'm talking about the bank, who's obviously almost all banks will probably be reporting entities. And what I've been told in Treasury and economics estimates is the bank will have to go to its customers and ask them for their emissions profiles. So that's how you'll capture the farms.
Certainly, following our discussions with Treasury and ASIC and other regulators that have a role in this space, there is no requirement to use primary farm level reporting information as part of these requirements.
Well, I'd welcome that if that's what I think you're saying, but I might chase it up in economics again this week, but certainly not what we've been told by those agencies previously.
The risk officers for the banks and supermarkets aren't going to let farmers get away without reporting. They're going to demand that they report through their social, through the contracts that they run. I mean...
So, Senator, I guess there's another dimension to this, which is what...
real life of farmers, that's the dimension.
Well, which is what kind of... what happens in a supply chain or what happens through a commercial relationship, such as a bank with the primary producer, but that's not mandated by government.
Yeah, but you making the banks do it will make the banks make the farmer do it, and the supermarkets make the farmer do it, because you said the supermarket has to do it because they're a big enough business. And the risk officers in those organisations aren't going to go on some app calculation. They're going to say to the farmers, we want you to verify what you're doing. That's what will happen.
Certainly there's no requirement for farmers
to
provide...
Yes, banks you're making the banks do it, and the supermarkets doing it because of the size of the business. This is reality, and the contracts that the farmers and the bankers have with the farmers have with the bankers and the supermarkets will mean that they will have to provide that data to satisfy the risk of people in the banks and the supermarkets. That's the reality of life.
I mean, Senator, so the supermarkets, for example, the two major supermarkets in Australia have been reporting scope 3 emissions prior to this legislation existing in their annual sustainability reports. So there are practices in terms of information requirements and commercial contract arrangements in the supply chain, and they've existed in the absence of this financial disclosure legislation. In fact, one of the reasons why this legislation was brought into place, and I'm sort of referring to sort of Treasury evidence and sort of publications, is so that there is greater consistency in terms of the reporting requirements, and so it's done in a more consistent way in accordance with sort of accepted accounting standards.
Good.
I don't argue
Again,
with
can
you
we
with
just
that.
move along? Sorry, we're really starting to fall behind. Sorry. No, I'm not sorry. That's why I opened up and said it. Because it's really stretching out now, and we're going to have to start looking at the program if we don't get moving.
We'll be fine.
Anyway,
We'll be
you
fine.
wanted one quick question, Senator McDonald. No, you didn't. Thanks, Senator Canavan.
Sorry. Well, actually, I might go to Senator McDonald first, if that's okay, Chair.
One quick one, Senator McDonald.
I do, Chair. Thank you. I've got some questions about the Drought Hub review, please. We're on time. You're nailing it, Chair. You're all over this.
Oh, Well done. Sorry, I'm getting some very...
It just feels like Australia.
I'm just getting lost between the lectures and the statements. You know. No, I'm hearing you.
3 minutes having a beer at the end.
Sorry, do you want to take? Have they all gone?
Senator McDonald, we've got...
Terrific, thank you very much. So I was... sorry, I've just carefully turned a page while I was preparing. I'll just go back to my questions. So the Drought Hub review was interesting and followed along, but specifically I wondered if you could provide a summary of the finding and recommendations of the Drought Resilience Adoption and Innovation Hubs review.
Thanks, Senator. Mel Brown, First Assistant Secretary, Farm Resilience Division. So the key themes from the Drought Hubs review was around the role and function of the hubs themselves, the collaboration with states and other entities in terms of the research that's undertaken, the legal and financial framework, the program governance, the geographical structure and coverage of the hubs, and the alignment with the Future Drought Fund investment.
When will the government formally respond to the review of the Drought Resilience Adoption and Innovation Hubs?
So the government, we received the review in March of this year, prior to the election, and we've been considering the recommendations as a department in terms of where they land and what options that we could look at moving forward with. We've provided some advice to the Minister in relation to the extension of the current hubs. So we're looking at extending the current hubs from, I think it is from March next year until another 12 months. So, well, from 1 June to the end of July 2027, we've extended the hubs. That will give us time to consider to make sure that we're taking into account the review and all of the options that we feel are feasible to move forward into phase 2.
So the review has recommended one hub per state. Given that Queensland has the North Queensland hub and the Southern Queensland, Northern New South Wales hub, does that mean they will be merged?
No, so there's been no decision as yet, Senator, in relation to the geographical location of the hubs. So we do, we do recognise that Queensland is a big state, and there's a number of commodities that are farmed within Queensland, and that will be taken into consideration in terms of the recommendations to the Minister.
So what will that process look like? What will the process look like? Because I assume that one of the outcomes that the department's seeking to achieve is a continuation of the services that are provided by those two very different hubs.
Yeah, so we need to look at, in moving forward, of what the key objectives of the hubs that we want to see moving forward for phase 2. And we've been in discussions with a number of stakeholders, so industry and farmer representatives, the RDCs, state and territory governments, to ensure that we're capturing everything that they need and we're not looking at double handling of different research and work that's undertaken, investments that the government's already making.
Okay, so just following on from that, the review also notes that some hubs work very closely with their state or territory government and suggests greater collaboration with state and territory governments, despite some concerns from some submitters about the independence and agency of hubs in the decision-making and the project delivery. How is this independence assured?
So I guess in terms of the independence, through the contracts that we have with the hubs, we ensure that there's specific governance, and through their boards as well, that we're kept in close contact and loop, that they are maintaining their independence. and we undertake audits from time to time of each of the hubs to determine that there are not just the independents but other things that they're obligated to under the contracts and that they're delivering those.
Okay. Given the significant investment already made in establishing the drought hubs and the strong relationships they've built with local producers, what measures will the department take to ensure this goodwill and past investments are not undermined or lost during the transition to the new hub arrangements?
Yeah, so we are keeping close contact with stakeholders, and we're learning from, we're meeting with the hubs regularly in terms of what they're delivering and the relationships that they have with them, and that will be one of the considerations, which is why we've undertaken the extension of phase 1 of the hubs to ensure that we really take all of that into account and we don't lose the investment that government's made.
All right. I've got a number of other questions, but given the time constraints, I'll put those on notice, but I do want to just flag again the very big difference between the North Queensland and the Southern Queensland hubs, and I think it would be short-sighted to not maintain both of those very different geographic regions.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Canavan.
All right, quick. Thank you, Chair. Despite the Chair's outrageous slur, actually pretty much bang on time. Yes, it's quite the shock. But we'll try and go through this very quickly so we remain loyal to that. Just want to ask about the significant ecological events program. Can you provide an update on that? Is there a loan product available now under the RIC?
Senator, there isn't a loan product available under the RIC at this point. That work is still in development.
Okay, so there's been no legislative instrument brought forward, obviously, into the Parliament. Does there need to be one to get this going?
I'd have to defer to colleagues, but there's been no legislative instrument brought before Parliament.
Can you issue loans without a legislative instrument coming into effect? Are you working on it?
Colleagues.
Are you working on it?
Any new loan product would be provided under the RIC Act itself.
Okay. Is that disallowable?
It is.
Laura Smith, Assistant Secretary, Financial Policy and Business Support Branch. So like Ms Brown mentioned, any new loan product will be under the RIC Act, and what the RIC Act does is authorise ministers to make rules which set out programs.
Okay, is it disallowable?
And it is a disallowable.
It is disallowable. Great, thank you. Okay, but there's no changes needed to the Act to do this loan product?
I mean, that's still under development in terms of how we're looking at it, but in terms of how the RIC Act allows for making rules,
so you're
that
not
is the process.
I'm just trying to, you're not sure yet whether you need to change the Act to deliver this product?
It's still under development, the loan product.
Right, okay. I mean, isn't this loan product to help people affected by the algal bloom that's just happened?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, don't they need the assistance now?
They do, but as you'd be aware, in setting up, when we originally set up the RIC, it does take a lot of time because we need to consult and ensure that we're picking up the right criterias within the loan itself.
Okay, well, when's it expected to commence? When are people expected to get some help?
So we're in the process of working with government at the moment on the final settings of that loan. So there's been no time frame.
I mean, the Minister hasn't said to you, I need this by X.
The Minister has been, we've been in discussions with the Minister and the Minister's office, and they've been very clear in terms of putting this up and making it quite quick in terms of how we're pulling it together. But there is a lot of considerations that we need to undertake, and it's not just the department that needs to actually develop this. It's in consultation with the RIC and ensuring that they have all their systems in place ready to...
Have you developed a definition for a significant ecological event? Has that been settled?
As my colleague said, Senator, the loan product itself is under development, and the work in relation to definitions around significant ecological event is also...
Trying to go quick. Has an eligibility criterion for the significant ecological events assistance program been developed?
Still under development, Senator.
How long has this been under development? When did the government announce this?
I'd have to take that on notice, but some months ago.
In August.
August?
Yes.
How come it's taken so long to develop a new product? Like, it's just a financial product, right? It's not...
It is a financial product, but excuse me, in terms of how that product's actually applied, whether it be through just to primary producers or also picks up tourism and other businesses, has been a consideration that the department's been working through within
There's
the
been no
department.
then,
but also
okay, that's
externally.
one complication. There's been no consideration, well, why don't we just get one product out to the people clearly affected, and we could broaden it out to indirect people as we go. There hasn't been a consideration for that.
There was other support that was provided to those impacted in the area.
I realise that, but this was a big announcement too.
It was.
And doesn't seem to be a lot of haste from the government. Now, okay, moving on to live sheep then. So I'm going to run through as efficiently as we can here. So short answers would be great. A lot of this is about just detail. But obviously the government's made a decision to shut down industry and cost people their jobs, but just want to know how we're going likewise with the previous questions on actually providing help. How much of the $139.8 million package has been spent to date?
Senator, the total spent to date is $33.9 million.
Okay, how much has been provided directly to impacted sheep farmers, workers, other people in the supply chain?
Senator, so a lot of the grant programs that would be direct to farm businesses are currently all those grant programs are in the process of being closed at the moment. So there's a program that's been administered by the WA government, the Supply Chain Capacity Program. There's also a couple of programs that we're administering, the Farm Business Transition Assistance Program and also the Livestock Transport Industry
So has
Assistance Program.
any of that $33 million gone to affected producers?
Not direct to farm businesses directly, but there are benefits to producers from a range of programs.
So you've spent about a fifth of the funds and not a single cent has gone to farmers, is that correct?
Well, Senator, obviously farm businesses can benefit from assistance in a number of ways, not just through direct to payments, but certainly those programs that we could roll out quickly were programs that are well underway, and then some of those programs that require further design work and were announced by the government in July, and it was released, the Transition Assistance Package was released in July, and we've moved quickly into grant delivery, and as I said, both the Supply Chain Capacity Program, which has been administered by WA, as well as some programs that we're administering will flow direct to farm businesses, and those grants are currently either being closed and assessed or in the process of being closed. So we are working quickly to deliver aspects of this package as quickly as we possibly can.
Okay. How much of that $33 million has gone to the departmental expenses?
Senator, hello, Jo Granger, Assistant Secretary. As at this financial year, we've spent $2.435 million.
Okay. It's more than farmers have got. Okay. Going to some of the grants you mentioned, Farm Business Transition Assistance Program grants, I believe that closed yesterday. How many applications have been received?
The Senator did close yesterday, but we actually do have a late application process, so we won't actually have the final number until the 9th of December.
Okay, well, how many have been received to date?
So we received 191.
191. Okay. Right. Can you tell me what's the average amount that's been asked for?
No, Senator. So we have that number from our Community Grants Hub, but we don't have any analysis on the submissions at all yet. And of course, this is just the beginning. We will need to go through, or they will go through eligibility checks. So that number, I think, should be considered very much provisional. And of course, there's still the opportunity for late applications.
Okay. All right. Will everyone get, like, is it competitive in the sense, as long as obviously the grant has to be, or the application has to be consistent with the guidelines, etc., but providing it is, will they get the help, or do they have to compete against each other?
It is a competitive grants process, and there are selection criteria. One of the key selection criteria, of 50% of the outcome, is the level of impact of your business in terms of the live sheep phase out. So obviously a business that has 50% of their profit impacted or income impacted, they would have a very strong claim and be very competitive in the assessment process.
Okay, so it's a bit like the Hunger Games then, effectively. They've got to compete against each other, all being hunted down, basically, and they've got to compete against each other to help for help, rather than being just a demand-driven scheme.
Well, Senator, it is a competitive grants program, and there are a range of selection criteria that
I mean, the government shut this down, and the minister can take these questions. I'm not trying to be difficult for yourself. It's not your fault, obviously, but the government shut down the industry and now it's putting a cap on the assistance. So it is like the Hunger Games. They've got to compete with each other just to survive and live. Is there, like, it's a $30 million program, this one?
$30 million.
Is there a certain amount dedicated to this round, or is it all in one go?
So $20 million in round one.
20 million,
available. Okay.
So the 191, if they all ask for 75, that's 14.3 million, is that right? 75 is the max they can get?
That's right, Senator.
Okay, and you could get late applications as well?
Yes.
They put it over that and put it into the Hunger Games world. Yeah, they've got to pay, they've actually got to pay 75 too, don't they?
Senator, it is a dollar for dollar.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my God. My God. I know. Yeah, we shut you down. You can pay for the privilege of some help. Okay. I'm going to another package, the transition assistance package. Have these closed? Round one of the grants closed on 22nd of October, is that right?
That's the supply chain capacity grant program that's been run by WA for us, Senator.
Okay, so you don't receive the applications?
No, we're not receiving them.
Okay. You have no role in assessing them?
We will have a person on the panel assessing and supporting WA.
Okay, is that panel convened?
It will convene in coming weeks.
It closed on the 22nd of October?
Yes, Senator.
How come it's taken over a month to, well, it could be nearly 2 months by the time you convene. How come it's taken that long to just start looking at the grants, looking at the applications?
Senator, they've done the usual assessment of eligibility and compliance, and now there's an assessment process going on of those grants, and I believe it's next week that the assessment panel will meet for the first time.
What's been the average amount asked for in that grant program?
I don't have those details, Senator. I do have comments from the RBDC chair, who the RBDC, the Rural Business Development Corporation, is the organisation that is the decision maker on the grants in the WA system. Mr Andrew Clark is the chair, and he's been in the media talking about the applications. He indicated that there are a range of applications from producers as well as obviously processors, and for a range of different amounts. You're probably aware producers could apply for up to $2 million, so anywhere between $50,000 to $2 million, and processors could apply for anywhere from $50,000 to $5 million.
Has anyone asked for the $2 million?
Senator, I expect there's a range of applications in that bunch in terms of what people are applying.
But has anyone asked for the $2 million?
I'm not sure, Senator. I couldn't comment at this
stage. Could you take that on notice, thanks?
Yes.
Okay. They too have to be, they're matching grants as well, right?
They are, so.
So you've got to come up with $2 million. Okay. All right. We might put the other ones on notice, unless Senator Sullivan, do you have?
Well, just the other program, the $1.5 million livestock transport industry transition program. How many applications has there been for that one?
Senator, again, it has the late applications, so we won't know final numbers. We won't know final numbers until the 9th of December when the late applications come in.
Do you have a number at
this
hand
stage,
now?
it's 22.
22.
Yeah.
What's the purpose of this program? It's to help truck drivers to transition into other. So it's a competitive grant process, isn't it?
It is.
So they have to write a competitive application.
Yep.
We've certainly sought to make the application.
So how many
process.
truck drivers are going to be able to write up a competitive? You're a truckie?
Don't think you should undersell the capability of truck drivers
Not at all.
in Western Australia.
No, that's why I'm asking a professional truck driver. Asking a professional truck driver over here.
Very capable in my experience.
Yeah. Piece of cake. Doing our sleep.
Well, I hope they're able to find the time. But they can apply. Being competitive, while they can receive up to $40,000, they might only get 10 or whatever, if they're up against other competitive bids?
Well, Senator, for both the farmers and the livestock transport business application programs, we've sought to make them as simple as possible. We've worked with Community Grants Hub to do that. It is equivalent, we think, in terms of the sort of things that businesses would regularly do in terms of bank loan applications and the like. So the supply chain capacity grant obviously has a lot more money on the table for potential applicants and bigger obligations, because you're looking at infrastructure building, and so that application process was understandably a little bit more involved. But in terms of our 2 grant programs, we have worked to make them as simple as possible, and so far we haven't received any feedback from either livestock transport businesses or producers that they're having trouble with the application process.
Minister, this program and the other ones that Senator Canavan was asking about, we're saying it takes some time for the support to get out the door. Are you satisfied? Is the government satisfied that farmers, transporters, shearers, that they're getting the necessary support, given it was a government decision to close down this industry?
I don't think we'll ever be satisfied until we've been able to expend the money that we did to support the industry. I was over in WA and engaged with the WA Farmers Federation a month or so ago now, and I know Minister Collins has been engaging regularly as well, and I get a sense, particularly since the election, that there's been a lot more willingness to engage, and I certainly have been part of that, and I think the department have been doing what they can to ensure that they are being proactive in their engagement at the same time.
We'll put it quickly then to finish the future flock strategy. I asked about that last time. A lot of people seem very upset with this. Has the department met with those agricultural and industry organisations that have expressed concern of the non-competitive nature of this grant and the lack of involvement of all aspects of the sheep supply chain?
We've certainly had discussions, Senator. I'll pass to colleagues.
Certainly, we have met with our stakeholders in conversations, like formally, face-to-face conversations, and via sort of correspondence as well. And we've sort of reiterated that we heard directly from sheep and wool producers through the co-design process about the importance of a strategy to sort of provide a sort of a more medium-term to long-term sort of picture around sort of what the sector and supply chain could look like, and what it meant for farm businesses and businesses along the supply chain. And that reflects the approach we took with respect to this particular grant.
Well, let's just be really quick. Have you met with New South Wales farmers to talk to them about it?
Senator, New South Wales farmers were signatory on the letter, and we wrote back to them.
Did you meet with them?
I haven't met with them.
No one's met with them in the department? Yep, so these are all ones I think are signatories. Just tell me if I'm wrong. WA farmers, did anyone meet with them?
Yes, Senator.
You did meet with them?
Yep.
Okay. Are you seeking ways to involve them in the future flock strategy?
Well, they are involved, Senator. So they're, as a state farming organisation, they're a member of SPAR. They have been consulted by SPAR. They've also been consulted by us. And the transition advocate, Dr. Rodwell, is meeting with them regularly as well.
And AgForce? Did you meet with AgForce?
I didn't meet with AgForce. AgForce received the letter in response,
Right.
Senator.
It'd be nice if you could meet with them all. I think the state farming organisations are seeking a future flock strategy steering group. Has that been agreed to?
So, Senator, there are a whole range of governance arrangements that Sheep Producers Australia have put in place. And I note today they've actually announced their National Advisory Panel with a broad range of very well-respected industry leaders to lead that work. And the chair, Angus Hobson, of course, has a very strong...
To lead the future flock strategy work?
Yeah, effectively. Yeah.
Okay, they're also asking for full budget details of the $800,000. Has that been provided to them?
So, Senator, that's a matter for state farming organisations to discuss with Sheep Producers Australia, and I understand those conversations have happened.
Could we also get a copy of the letter you wrote to AgForce, WA farmers and New South Wales farmers?
You can take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. All right, that is it for me. I think it for all of us.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Okay, now a couple of things. 4:06, just before we do break, we will come back now with outcome 2 as Acting Secretary, and I'll also let you know that the committee has decided to release Australian wool innovation. If you could let them know, please. So, what did I say? What's 15 plus 6? 21? 421 will be back, thanks. Thank you. Enough of the frivolity. I don't want anyone thinking we're having fun here. Right, we're back online, everyone. Okay, we'll now move to outcome 2, and I believe questions from Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. I'd like to ask some questions about the polyphagous shot hole borer. There's got a few here on this. The shot hole borer. Thank you. Can I ask, what date was the department first notified that the shot hole borer was discovered in Western Australia?
Senator, it was first confirmed in Australia and East Fremantle in August 2021.
2021. And who was it discovered by? Was it at the port or who?
So Senator Christy Sauls, Acting Deputy Secretary, Biosecurity, Compliance and Operations Group. So Western Australia's Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development confirmed the first, was first confirmed by that department.
Given the high risk of the shot hole borer spreading across the nation, we're seeing it spread throughout the southwest of WA already, what's the level of involvement that the department is having in relation to this and in coordinating a response plan?
So there was a response plan, and I'll throw to my colleague, Dr. Gabrielle Vivian Smith, in a moment, which was established in a national management group, which essentially we chair over the response, and have been contributing through cost sharing as well as technical advice and also the governance for some time. Now, appreciating that we're not the combat jurisdiction, which is Western Australia, but obviously we're a key party to the National Cost Sharing Agreement. And in the National Management Group in June, though, did agree that it wasn't feasible to eradicate. And the National Governance, again, which we chair, agreed to a transition to management program. And as recently as November, further conversations with us have been happening around the transition to management program, and including an element around slow the spread in terms of surveillance in particular, again, which we agreed to cost share as a cost sharing party. But I might just hand over to my colleague if there's anything to add.
And is there a chance that we can contain it to where it's currently broken out, or is it going to spread?
Sorry, Senator, can you just repeat the question?
Is there a chance that we can contain it, or is it going to spread?
No, so the transition to management is really looking at containment, and there's a series of elements within the transition to management plan that really look at the sort of the boundaries. It looks at community awareness and also surveillance and scientific research, etc., which also might at some point be able to use to look at other eradication methodologies as well. So the intent really is to contain it, which is the whole point of agreeing to an 18-month transition to management plan. And in fact, the slow the spread component, which was discussed by the National Management Group in November, was based on independent scientific advice, specifically to draw out some independent scientific advice around how we would slow the spread and the sorts of components that would be included. So, Gabrielle, did you just want to talk about those particular elements?
Yes, Senator. So I'm Dr. Gabrielle Vivian Smith, the Australian Chief Plant Protection Officer. So the slow the spread component also includes maintaining a quarantine area which encaptures the entire Perth metropolitan area. So it covers the 30 local governments within that area, and it prohibits movement of polyphagous shot hole borer host plants and material that may contain polyphagous shot hole borer, as well as contaminated machinery. to essentially prevent the spread of polyphagous shot-hole borer outside of that area. It can move, small distances on its own as an insect pest, but the longer distance movement is generally been through human-assisted movement. And the slow the spread component includes a range of elements, so it includes training and awareness raising of a range of different stakeholders, ranging from residents in those areas to local councils, the sorts of things that they can do to be on the lookout for the pest and potentially ensure that they don't move the pest within the quarantine area inadvertently as well, to try and keep the distribution quite limited. So it includes education training around how to do tree pruning, how to detect the pest, hygiene, as well as some research components which look into potential treatment options that may be on the horizon.
Are you involved in that education, in the design of the assets that are used, the collateral that's used, the advertising, that sort of thing, or is that purely at a state level?
Senator, that's really the domain of the Western Australian lead jurisdiction, designing those materials, because it is essentially led by that combat jurisdiction. Most of the materials are designed for use within that area, but there is consideration given to how those materials can be used nationally to raise awareness of the pest and ensure that there is broader awareness, and other jurisdictions can also ensure that they, maintain biosecurity requirements.
The response plan was agreed to in October 2022, is that right?
So there has been. Sorry, Senator, I'll just get the dates. It's been a few years. So in October 2022, there was a 3-year response plan approved, which focused on working through to attempt to eradicate the pest, and that was kind of the initial plan. It took some time for Western Australia to do the initial investigation and delimitation of the pest to develop that phased response plan.
So why did it take some 14, 15 months from its first detection to actually having a plan?
That was a nationally cost-shared response plan that was agreed by all of the states, and but under the national biosecurity arrangements, under the intergovernmental agreement, states and territories are usually the first to respond to a new incident, and they are obligated to undertake a range of biosecurity response measures, which include delimitation, but also trying to contain the pest. And in this case, it was a very novel incursion, one that previously very little known about.
Not novel to Australia, but not internationally, though, is it? Yes, there's been similar incursions internationally, but in Australia,
we have the polyphagous shot-hole borer, but we also have a fusarium fungus that's associated with that, and that's quite a novel fungus. Okay. It hasn't been previously described in other parts of the world, to my understanding.
My understanding is the best way to eradicate it is to remove a tree entirely, because I think you're saying the insect doesn't travel very far, so if you can remove the tree, presumably burn it or dispose of it. So were any trees removed in that first period?
I don't have the statistics for that first period, Senator.
If you could come back to me.
There were trees removed, so the initial, where the polyphagous shot-hole borer was initially found, which was in Fremantle in a residential setting. Those trees were removed, and they were removed quite swiftly in the early days when Western Australia was responding, and well before the response plan, the national response plan the phased plan was put in place.
Okay. And one thing, sorry, Senator, I might add, while there's a period in which the response plan gets agreed and cost shared nationally, once there is a detection, there is what's called an incident definition phase, and jurisdictions kind of work together on that sort of initial response, but which can happen for some time before the formal response plan. So it's not that no action gets taken at all, because everyone mobilises quite quickly.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it's now spread, and as you've indicated, it's no longer trying to remove it. And you know, we're seeing devastation across the tree canopy across the metropolitan area of Perth, and it'd be absolutely devastating if it got into our native forests and particularly, you know, maybe the softwood plantations. Can you come back to me then with, I want to know how many trees were removed and when, like how soon after the detection, and then how many in that before the plan was actually agreed to. Is there any, just to finish off, is there any available chemical treatment to eradicate the shot hole borer?
Senator, no, there isn't any available chemical treatment. Because it's a insect and a fungus combined, that makes it quite difficult because you need the insecticide to work as well as
has there been any
fungicide to work.
Has there been any resources allocated to the development R&D in insecticides for this species?
So there has under the national response arrangements under the EPPRD, generally the response is funded to do eradication, delimitation, that kind of thing. It doesn't cover R&D components as such, but the Western Australian government has allocated a specific amount to R&D as part of their efforts, which is separate to that, and that is to look at some, whether there are any treatments that may have promise.
If there was a quicker response, more thorough and faster response, could we have got on top of it?
So I don't think it's fair to say a faster or quicker. So as I mentioned, Senator, in terms of, the combat jurisdiction would move very quickly with parties before a formal response is agreed, and that there are a number of steps that normally happen, including going through technical committees, etc. But I think it's fair to say that once there is an incursion, the combat jurisdiction and with parties more broadly move quickly, noting the particular focus on eradication. And appreciate that we are now in the transition to management phase, but that specifically doesn't always get agreed, but it has been in this case, and also to be cost shared for 18 months because of the dedicated effort to contain.
Can you...
Senator, I might just add that Western Australia stood up quite a significant response very early. They worked very hard to gather information on what was a pest that there was very little information about what the host range was for this pest. It's a sesame seed-sized insect that attacks high up in the tree, so it's very difficult to find trees that are in the early stages of infestation. So the amount of knowledge that Western Australia managed to develop and acquire during the early stages in terms of surveillance, what host trees to look for, and there's over 200 different host trees that have been detected with polyphagous shot hole borer in it, where to look, what kind of habitats the polyphagous shot hole borer like to hang out in, which are mesic, moist habitats. All of that knowledge didn't exist prior to Western Australia's efforts, and I think all credit to them. They have stood up a really massive response a huge number of resources have been thrown at that response in every effort to eradicate, and unfortunately it's one of those targets that's extremely difficult, and no one else globally has managed to eradicate polyphagous shot-hole borer.
Just finally, Chair, if I can, I'll put a whole bunch of questions on notice, but did you, who undertook the epidemiological modelling? Who was responsible for that? Was that the state?
I'm not sure exactly which epidemiological modelling is being referred to.
I'll come back to you.
There has been modelling undertaken during the course of the response at various stages.
So it's been put to me that the work that's been done, the modelling that's been done, hasn't been peer reviewed. Are you familiar with this?
So there has been some modelling done. There has been some modelling that has been considered by the Consultative Committee for Emergency Plant Pests, and while the deliberations of the Consultative Committee for Emergency Plant Pests are subject to confidentiality arrangements, the modelling was peer reviewed. That modelling was peer reviewed.
Okay. Right, I'll put the rest on notice.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Sorry. Thank you, Senator Sullins. Before I come to you, Senator Canavan, sorry, I forgot to acknowledge, because you were sitting there so quietly, Senator the Honourable Ballantyre McCarthy, the Minister for Indigenous Affairs. Welcome, Minister. Sorry about that. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to ask some questions on red fire ants. Can you provide an update just on the eradication program, and particularly in regards to the recent detections? You did give an update, obviously, only a couple of months ago, so I'm really only asking for an update since last estimates.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. So since the last update, there has been one other detection of importance, which I'll just get my notes. So it was in the Scenic Rim in Queensland on the 3rd of November. It was a cattle farm, 2 fire ant nests which were treated immediately. And very similar to the other detections of importance, they will be ongoing surveillance and treatment.
Was that within the suppression or containment zone? What
it would have just been outside.
Just outside.
17 kilometres.
Be close. Okay.
And then in terms of the other things, just a note to update, the review, which is underway by GHT, has had a number of meetings with government agencies, NMG partners and some external stakeholders. That report will still come to the National Management Group in December this year.
So it's due by the end of this month?
Yes.
Sorry, due by the end of this month, and you're expected to be complete by the end of this month. You're not expecting any delays? Okay. All right. So is it the expectation that review will be made public once presented to the National Management Group?
So that decision will be for the National Management Group, but given the level of stakeholder interest, we absolutely expect and would support if we can't release its in entirety, but key elements of it.
Okay. I think we asked this, and it might be in the Quan, but some of them have only recently been returned. How much did the review cost?
So the review is 137,994 GST inclusive.
Geez, that seems pretty cheap anyway. Okay. How long did it take?
So only a couple of months.
Will it take?
Yep. It was conducted Bertie Hennig, Australian Chief Environmental Biosecurity Officer. The review was conducted, I think it started in September and was conducted over a couple of months.
Only a few months, okay. All right. I note that the Queensland Government, and I think some others, were down here last week seeking support for suppression within the containment zone. Is the government considering that request at the moment?
So I can certainly talk on behalf of the department because myself and the acting secretary were involved in meetings with that particular delegation. So I certainly can't talk around in terms of what government commitment might be for funding, but a couple of things that we did confirm around looking at whether some of the suppression activities might be able to consider as part of the eradication response or looking at that for the next phase of the response plan, but also working together, noting that we absolutely would not want to see any gap between the current response plan and any future response plan.
Yeah, that's going to be my next question, but just going back and obviously all these questions to the Minister, so the Minister could jump in. But is the government considering this request? Has it been rejected, or now that the Queensland Government, I presume, has formally put it to you in these meetings, and maybe have they written to you? Has the Queensland Government written to the...
There has been a request for the Commonwealth to consider funding to support suppression. Certainly in the discussions that we had with the Queensland delegation, my advice was they should provide the basis for which they've made that request, so that can be considered once this review has been concluded in December. So I said, as soon as you provide us with the evidence that supports the quantum that's been sought and the rationale and logic, that can then be formally considered.
Sure.
Sorry, Acting Secretary, the committee has decided to release Meat and Livestock Australia, and I believe they're just about ready to head down. So if you can get that message to them pretty quickly, thanks very much. And Australian Fisheries Management Authority. Thanks, Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, well, we wait to see that through the budget process. I mean, I suppose you might have told us to them directly, but do they need to get that information to you by a certain date to be considered for the budget next year?
We said as soon as possible, Senator.
Okay, thank you. I think you were starting to talk about the need to make sure there's no gap. One of the findings of the Senate inquiry, which we all conducted a couple of years ago, was that it's very important now going forward there are no gaps in funding. I think there has been in the past from memory. I believe that, well, the current package finishes in 2027, is that right?
That's right.
And what is that
So it's
financial year?
June 2027.
Financial year 27. So I presume we really have to start being thinking about this now, really, is that right? Okay.
And so the National Management Group is in fact discussing that in next week. It's the 15th of December.
Okay.
And also there is a second review which is looking at the feasibility of eradication and much more around how the program has been tracking in terms of the success, and which will dovetail with the review that's underway at the moment. And we'd support that happening as soon as possible as well to help inform the next version of the response plan and also the case for investment that will need to go to national ministers.
Okay. So just tell me about that other review then. Who's conducting that?
So it hasn't been confirmed, but it will be discussed in the next National Management Group meeting, which is happening on the 15th of December.
Right. Do you have a timeline? How long do you expect that review to take?
So that would be, I guess, for consideration for the program to manage, but we'd obviously be supporting something as quickly, not only commencing as quickly as possible, but not a drawn out.
Because by the sounds of it, you'll be waiting for that report before making a decision on post-27 funding?
It will help inform the case for
okay,
future
so that
funding,
needs
yes.
to be quite
Yes.
soon. Okay. How does this work with the funding? Presumably it is jointly funded with the states, is that right?
Yes, it's a nationally cost-shared eradication program.
And it's cost-shared among all states? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so it's quite complicated to go through all their budget processes as well.
Yes, that's right.
Do you think you need to do that through this budget cycle? The one coming up for
it will be subject
all
to
state
how
governments around May to July sort of process?
So we'd certainly, in terms of timing, from a Commonwealth perspective, be looking more at a MyEFO and then following budget, but try for MyEFO.
MyEFO next year?
That's right.
Right, okay.
But
all the states have similar processes, do they?
They would have probably slightly different timeframes and processes, that's right.
Do they have mid-year updates, so to speak, or you're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Maybe we should
look at
that as a risk management.
Well, so the National Management Group will be talking about each state and territory's requirements and their specific timeframes.
Okay, so you'll get that information from them about what to meet their budget priorities. Obviously, governments can announce things out of cycle, but still, it's easy to go through the smoother processes, I presume. Okay, so you've said 15th of December for the meeting. Just going to the last meeting of the National Management Group, I believe the minutes from that, or the communique, I should say, from that meeting mentioned that there was a revised treatment strategy discussed. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yep, I might just hand over to my colleague.
Yeah, thank you. The revised management strategy is about using winter treatment. There has been some trials doing winter treatment because temperature in Queensland have been quite warm during the recent winter, so the program used to have not winter treatment, and so having now winter treatment, that actually can speed up the whole treatment approach. Right. And that's taking into account in terms of going forward, because there were some weather events, Senator Canavan, that had slowed down the treatment, particularly the heavy rainfall over a recent year that had caused a delay, and the focus was gone on surveillance, but that treatment is now catching up over the forward-looking 2 years.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for that, Chair. I might hand over to Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie.
I've got some questions about the carp biocontrol and the National Carp Control Plan. Officials in the May 24 estimates indicated the final phase of research and gaining approvals for the release of carp virus was another 2 years away. So we're approaching that. So just wanting to know if the Minister's been briefed for the reasons for the delay. My understanding is now that the Department advised the package would not go to Agriculture Ministers till 2028. That's another 2 years. So just wondering if Minister Collins has been briefed on the reasons for the delay.
Senator, I'll jump in ahead of my colleagues, but it was actually in October 23, all agriculture ministers approved the additional research you're referring to under the carp biological control program, the objectives of which go to addressing 7 priority research actions identified in the NCCP and endorsed by the National Biosecurity Committee and Environment and Invasives Committee, and advancing legislative and regulatory approval. So that, as you said, Minister, this work is expected to be completed under that plan in 2028.
Yes.
So ministers were advised of that in understanding the nature of the work in 2023, and we have kept ministers advised of developments.
So why would you tell, when were ministers advised that it wouldn't be completed till 2028?
As I said, there's been ongoing discussions since the decision was made for additional research in 2023.
Yes, no, I understand, but we've asked every estimates and been told it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. So at some point, someone has said it won't be here till 2028, and I want to understand when that was communicated.
We've provided...
Dr. Sorry. Yes, when was that that advice provided to Minister Collins?
There was actually a question on notice to that extent, and there's a list in there, and the Minister is continuously being updated, and the last time she was updated was on the 26th of June this year, and that was in preparation for a meeting with the New South Wales Minister, Tara Mariotti.
Okay, and that meeting was prior to Ag Ministers being told about the 2028 date? Yes? No?
The initial advice was in October 2023. And
no, I understand the initial advice, but in 2023 you didn't say this won't be available, we won't be getting it done till 2028.
I do think we gave a general timeframe outlining the nature of the research and how long it would take to do.
So that it would take 5 years?
That's correct.
So why then did officials tell us 2 years, 2 years, 2 years, instead of just saying it won't be available till 2028? That's my question. The reason I'm asking and expecting is because, as I said in my preliminary opening, when we asked the questions in 2024, we were told another 2 years. So that if we knew in 2024 that it was 2028, why didn't we just say that?
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator. The reason why there has been a delay in the finalising the carp biocontrol program is that there was never really given a dedicated time by when it can be done, because it is relying, the process we're going through at the moment is mainly focusing on the risks of the virus as a biocontrol agent to be released into the environment. And therefore, as part of that process, there have been some research that needs to be still completed, and that was the date when 27 was coming in. But then that is, before, and we're trying to work with all the approval agencies at the moment to speed that up as much as we can.
Yep.
And all the answers that approval agencies need to make their decision come out of the research that is currently underway. So that's why we're estimating at the moment that decision or that final stage is reached in 2028. That's
right.
That's where the decision.
Thank you. That's a good explanation. On 6th of October 2023, Agriculture Ministers agreed, and I quote, to progress work for priority action to determine if the virus is safe, effective and feasible. It still took a year until October 31st, 2024 to finalise several priority areas. The statement by the department is the next step involves in procuring the suitable experts to undertake the research. Have these now been procured?
Yes, I can report there have been, and the reason for that delay, Senator, was that we had a scientific advisory group coming together to look at those research activities or research areas that needed to be conducted.
Yep.
And that scientific advisory group took some time to actually define the research and what needed to be done. Then we went out to service provider, and all the service provider has now been determined and the work has started.
So you've procured, and who is the successful?
One is, I don't have the information in front of me, but one is CSIRO to look particularly at the host specificity testing that needs to be done. And the other one is Victorian Research Organisation. No, doesn't come to my head. I have to put that on, take that on notice.
That would be wonderful, thank you. Can the department table progress, due dates for completion and funding for each of the 7 priority research areas?
Through the procurement process, of course, there is an allocation to those service providers, and they will conduct that work over the next couple of years. And so we can provide that information. I don't have any.
So against the 7, is the money appropriated against each of the 7 priority areas?
Yes.
So maybe you could give us what has been allocated to each of the 7, and then over time give us what's been spent.
Yes, Senator, and I can tell you now
that would be wonderful. Thank you.
That we've got the timeframes, and for all of the 7 research actions, the timeframes range from March 2027 to August 2027 in terms of completion.
Great. Are you able to read that out by priority area, please?
So there'll be further testing of 4 fish species to ensure only carp affected by the virus.
Yep.
That's number 1. 2, understanding the impacts on threatened species, communities and river systems. That's number 2. Examine...
Sorry, and do we have how much money's been allocated to each one as you go?
So we don't have the exact amount, but we can come back on questions on notice.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. Sorry, number 3?
Number 3 is examining the ecological factors affecting transmissibility of the carp virus. And then number 4, understanding how effective the carp virus is in the river systems. Now, those ones, the indicative completion time is August 2027.
Right.
And then number 5 is conduct a cost-benefit analysis. The timeframe for that is March 2027.
Yep.
Number 6 is verify the epidemiological modelling to better predict the spread of the virus. That is August 2027. And also consider using the conventional carp control methods together with the carp virus, and that's March 2027.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Trial release. The Fisheries Minister's communique on the 7th of June 2024 stated that they supported decisions of the Ag Ministers meeting from the previous March in relation to progressing the development of a proposal for a trial controlled release of the carp virus to occur in parallel with the priority actions that you've just outlined. Is this going to occur?
That discussion has happened if a field trial would be appropriate, but because we are dealing with the risk assessment of a virus to be released into the environment, and even if it's a field trial, that can't happen until the approval has been given, and therefore it has been decided by the Scientific Advisory Group on their advice that a field trial is more appropriate once the release is approved and as part of that implementation phase.
Well, it sounds like a lot's going on for the CARP Scientific Advisory Group. How often has it met this year?
They've only met once this year.
When was that?
That was in October.
Okay. Why? So the last meeting, as I understand it, was the 23rd of September in 2024, and now another one in October. So over 12 months between meetings. Is that correct?
Yes, and the reason for that, Senator, is that the Scientific Advisory Group provides advice to the design. Once that advice is given and the design, like, for example, for those research priority activities, they don't have to be further involved in that because that advice is given.
But is there advice required for the risk piece that's looking for, that we're awaiting on for the trial release? That's to be run in parallel?
Yeah, the advice is given for the research that needs to be done. So they're provided that the research is scientific and sound, and it incorporates all the risk assessments and the risk aspects that need to be addressed. So there's
within the research, but the trial controlled release of the carp virus, they're not involved in advising on that.
That's the next phase, and for that there is a different group that we're establishing at the moment.
And what's that group?
That group is called the CARP Implementation Planning Working Group. Sorry for the long term.
It's okay. There's so many acronyms.
And that group will help to advise how to roll out the implementation, how to roll out the carp virus once it is released and once it is
who
approved.
is going to be on that group?
There's at the moment is a call out for a range of jurisdictions, for industry to be involved in
Anyone that's interested in a trial of a controlled release of the carp virus?
Those jurisdictions or those groups will be involved too, if they want to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. Yeah, okay. No, I'll go to Senator McDonald because Senator Roberts will be here soon. Senator McDonald.
Terrific, thank you. I've got some questions around bananas, please.
Is that why you've got one on your desk?
Look, I know it's not. I know props aren't possible in the chamber, but.
Senator McDonald, this may come as a shock, but I'm really relaxed, whatever you do with it.
No, you won't do the whole banana eating here.
It doesn't match up to the marinated prawns.
Senator McDonald.
The dead fish.
This committee's...
It was B. Seaman.
The metric.
B. Seaman.
Well, I remember...
Anyway, we digress.
Edwards
Senator McDonald.
in estimates.
Can I ask you to advise the progress of the Philippines' request for alternative biosecurity measures?
Yes, Senator, thank you. So since the last update provided at this hearing, from September effectively until now, there have been in-person visits, particularly in Western Australia and also Queensland, to banana production and farmers and industry. We've also been conducting webinars, and the focus really has been to educate stakeholders on the process and also to give a bit of a sense about what's next in terms of opportunities to engage. And in addition to that, there had been planned visit to the Philippines for a technical visit, which was planned for the end of November, but it has been deferred pending the state of emergency because of the bad weather in the Philippines. And so that is now likely to happen in the first quarter of next year, so in sort of February, March. But in the meantime, in terms of kind of next steps, as well as that particular visit, then we'd be looking to issue issues paper, release an issues paper in the first half of 2026.
And Senator, could I just add to that, noting at the last hearing you expressed concerns about the makeup of those that would undertake that visit to the Philippines. So I just want to note that we heard from you, Senator, we've engaged with industry, and as a result of that, the actual technical visit will be supported by experts from the banana farming practices and tropical plant pathologist as well.
Terrific.
And that's as a result of direct engagement with industry.
That's really great news. Thank you. So how many will be on that technical visit then?
So at the moment there's 4 that's proposed for the delegation, but I might just confirm with my colleague who's online, Dr. Pete Finnan.
Thank you, Senator. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes, I can confirm there are 4 experts who will be travelling on that visit. One who's expert in assurance and verification, a biosecurity risk assessor. As the Acting Secretary has indicated, we will also be taking an expert in banana production practices, as well as a plant pathologist who has direct experience with banana diseases, both in Queensland but also in the Asia Pacific.
And how long will they be there for?
At this stage, we expect them to be there for approximately 1 week. We are working with the Philippines. We have provided them with details of the sorts of enterprises that we wish to visit. Certainly working with the banana production expert who has some experience in the Philippines. That's been very useful to ensure that we are seeing the full range of production practices in the Philippines.
So will the itinerary be determined by the Australian government or the Philippines government?
So it'll be determined in consultation with us both. We will provide the Philippines government with our requirements, and then we will work with them. If we don't get what we need, we'll continue to work with them until we get what we need.
How many plantations do you expect will be visited?
We're still working through that. As I say, we intend to be there for approximately a week. 1 to 2 plantations per day is probably reasonable depending on the size of those plantations.
And do you expect that bananas will be exported from only those plantations that are visited, or will it be from additional plantations that won't be inspected?
Look, the intent of the visit that will be taking place in the first part of next year is really a baselining exercise for us to make sure that we have a proper understanding of what commercial production practices are occurring in the Philippines. And that will then form the basis of the next parts of the risk assessment that we undertake, including determining what sort of measures will be required, including whether or not that might require registration of plantations, that may require other audits and the like. So at this stage, the visit really is about understanding what the production is like before we get to a point of determining what measures are likely to be.
And so that the itinerary, have you also included the banana disease experts and the banana production experts in their advice about where to inspect?
Yes, indeed, absolutely.
Terrific.
And one thing just to add, Senator, we've also engaged with industry around what to look for, and also would do a back brief with industry as well to provide that transparency.
Will procedures and export protocols to ensure the management of pests and diseases and the compliance to reduce the incidence of disease be applied to all plantations to export to Australia and not just the plantations included in the itinerary?
Absolutely, Senator. Any plantation that is producing bananas for export to Australia, if we ever get to that point, would need to comply in full with all requirements.
What procedures will be in place for those on this technical inspection visit to prevent carrying pests and diseases on their return to Australia?
Certainly, Senator, we will work with all of the travelling party to ensure that there is no risk of bringing a pest or disease back into the country from the Philippines. That essentially goes to the usual biosecurity practices that we would take for anyone returning from a disease, from an area where diseases would be prevalent. As you may recall, on returning to Australia, you need to tick the box about whether you've been on farms and those sorts of things, and we would, and certainly from our perspective, we would be working with the travelling team to ensure that they don't bring back any gear that's not needed.
Can I ask, did the negotiations or request by the Philippines involve any reciprocation of acceptance of another commodity?
No, Senator. Essentially, this has been the Philippines' highest priority request of Australia since 1995. We are a major exporter of agricultural products into the Philippines. About $1.9 billion worth of exports goes from Australia to the Philippines. And so they look at that. So that was the value in 2024. They were our 10th largest export market for ag, fishery and forestry products. And so they maintain this particular interest in the interests of seeing some return trade to Australia.
And just to confirm, Senator, this specifically was a request to look at alternative measures and those that were identified as part of the risk analysis for 2008. So it's very specific to the import measures and conditions.
Last estimates, we talked about standing up the scientific advisory group. What has happened with that discussion?
Yeah, so the scientific advisory group expression has interest has been released, and expressions of interest are due for the 14th of December. And I might hand to my colleague because we have been considering, I guess, the use of the SAG in the context of this particular risk review as well. But we will, once we go out and have the EOIs, there is an evaluation process. We'll have effectively a report that will be sorted with a SAG appointed by February next year.
Terrific. The department, I want to turn to the risk analysis that you've initiated because Vietnam requested market access for pomelos. Why is the import risk analysis for pomelos from Vietnam not using a full regulated biosecurity import risk analysis outlined in the Biosecurity Act and biosecurity regulations that involves the SAG and an appeals process through the Inspector General of Biosecurity?
So just to confirm, Senator, the risk analysis for pomelos, the final report for that was actually published in April 2025, so it's actually not a new review. And in fact, on the 13th of June 2023, the Director of Biosecurity at the time made the decision to progress the risk analysis as through the the non-regulated pathway, not through a full bureau, and my colleague can explain the basis for that. There was the actual import risk analysis commenced in July 2023. There was a draft report that was published in April 2024, and then the final, as I mentioned, was published in April 2025. And through that process, industry was consulted. They also, more broadly, made submissions to the draft report. But my colleague Pete Finnan can provide any additional information that's needed around that.
Thanks, Senator. Ms Sorzak has indicated a decision was made not to undertake this particular review as a bureau. Australia imports citrus from a range of countries, including Egypt, Israel, Italy, New Zealand, Spain and the United States. And there have in fact been 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different import risk analyses for the importation of citrus, pomelos, limes, mandarins and other citrus into Australia since 2002. So because this was a review of conditions from a different market, but the pests and diseases were well understood, that decision was undertaken not to undertake a bureau. And so the bureau guidelines state that a bureau would be done if we have not previously undertaken a risk analysis of the particular commodity, or if we're of the view that we have done a review previously, but there is likely to be a significant change in the likelihood of consequence of any of those pests or diseases. But at the time we were considering this, we did not believe that either of those criteria applied, so the non-regulated process was undertaken. However, it is a thorough process involving regular consultation with industry, As Ms Sorjak has indicated, we did receive submissions from a range of industry participants, including Citrus Australia. Those submissions were very useful, and in fact, there were elements of those contributions that did influence the shape of the final report, including the sorts of measures that are being proposed.
So the citrus industry is quite sensitive to this, given that it's only this year that they've completed paying back the government's assistance in the response to the 2018 canker virus response, which was $18.7 million. Is it true that the full biosecurity import risk analysis is not being undertaken, as this assessment is relying heavily on the assumptions and arguments used in the assessment conducted for Onshu mandarins in 2009?
So certainly, Senator, that was one of the things that we considered. We did do a risk analysis, as you indicated, of Onshu mandarins from Japan in 2009. Citrus cankers was indeed one of the pests that we identified through that process. In fact, it is one of the pests, one of the most significant pests that can be transmitted through citrus, so it's always been on our minds. When we looked at that analysis from 2009. We looked at all of the available literature that had been published since 2009, and our conclusion was there was no significant change in anything that would influence to change our assessment of risk. And when it comes to that, we are of the view that citrus canker, the unrestricted risk of citrus canker entering Australia is more than our appropriate level of protection, and so it is mandatory that measures be applied to reduce that risk to an acceptable level. So we absolutely agree with the citrus industry that citrus canker is a significant pest. Certainly it's been a great outcome that we have eradicated citrus canker again. And we certainly want to put in place measures that manage that risk to an appropriate level, to our appropriate level of protection, to ensure that we don't see incursions through this pathway.
So what do you say to concerning comments from industry stakeholders that the import risk analysis is lacking in detail and robust evidence to support the department's assumptions? I appreciate that comment. I guess my view would be different to that. I would stand by the work that the team has done. I think at the end of the day, we remain of the view that it does represent a significant risk, and in fact we have applied or intend to imply quite stringent measures for any mallows that were to come in from Vietnam. We have also looked at other jurisdictions who also have looked at this risk, including EFSA, the European Food Safety Authority, MPI, New Zealand's Ministry for Primary Industries, and indeed the USDA. And the view of those bodies is that it's unlikely that citrus canker would be spread from imported commercially produced citrus, from a imported piece of citrus fruit to a citrus plant. So our assessment would go further than that and say that we aren't comfortable that just commercial production practice is sufficient, and so we require additional measures.
And I think just to add, as I outlined the timeframes, there has been a robust science-based technical process, where stakeholder submissions were sought through a final report, a draft report, then a final report that has been published for some time. And what kind of happens after the final report is released, we then work with Vietnam to settle an operational work plan, which then looks at effective measures to manage the biosecurity risk to an appropriate level of protection, which is what the process has happened most recently. And we're very alive and aware of stakeholder submissions, particularly from Citrus Australia, around the sorts of things that would need to be in place to effectively manage those risks, and then would look at import conditions which would need to be put in place. So we do listen to stakeholders' views, but I will kind of highlight that throughout the whole process of this particular risk analysis, at no time until effectively now has there been a claim around questions about the process itself, its science-based technical nature, or alternatively to use a SAG.
I'm sorry, there hasn't been any calls for those things to happen?
Until recently.
Right.
So throughout the whole process, including when stakeholders could make submissions to the draft report and when the final report was released.
I think you could take this as another expression of those concerns because these have come from industry.
Absolutely,
okay.
and hence now why we're looking at the effective measures that need to be in place to manage the biosecurity risks. And Dr. Finnan mentioned a couple of those that are being considered specifically that have been raised by industry, which will address some of the issues that they have recently raised.
Okay. So what are the import requirements, the systems approach? Can you outline what that means and what the import requirements are? Thank you.
Dr. Finnan.
Thanks, Senator. A systems approach essentially looks at a range of different measures at different points in the production supply chain to give risk reduction at each part of that process. This includes things that might be done in the orchard. This includes things that might be done at picking. This includes things that might be done at the pack house. It includes things like inspection by the Vietnamese authorities and indeed inspection on arrival here in Australia. So that is the thing that we are in active conversations with our colleagues in Vietnam at the moment is to exactly what are the elements of that systems approach to provide an appropriate level of protection for citrus canker. There are a range of elements in that includes management of the orchard to ensure that if there is any evidence of citrus canker in the orchard that is managed and treated early, that things like inspection of fruit is done at picking time. Citrus canker causes quite obvious lesions on the fruit of affected fruit, and so none of that would be eligible for export. There are procedures in the pack house, including disinfection of the fruit, waxing, again, all of which will reduce the risk of transmission of citrus canker. And one of the significant things, and this was certainly something that Citrus Australia provided us advice around, but there is a risk if you have extraneous leaves or stem material that's included in the product that get exported. So ensuring that we have methods and mechanisms to ensure that no leaf material and no other parts of the plants are included in the exported product. So it's really a whole range of things that come together to provide overall a reduction in risk to an appropriate level. And as I say, we're currently working through with the Philippines not only exactly what those things are, but most importantly from my perspective is how do we have absolute confidence that what they say is happening.
Okay, that's a shame. Have to put them on notice now.
Oh,
okay. You still got more?
yes. I've
On
got
canker?
quite a few more in canker, yes.
Okay. You know, we did a full inquiry on canker. You know, we're experts on canker on this committee.
Well, and I guess that's exactly the point that we've been through canker.
We
and,
have. It destroyed emerald.
That's right. And given, I was going to ask about field monitoring for citrus canker in Japan under the 2009 risk analysis. And, terrific. We're just wondering how we'd go on without your expertise.
Sorry, I'm not quite sure what happened there. I'm not sure.
I found the plug
where I cut off in mid-flow.
Well, you were going through the treatment methods. Can I just ask, if you use a post-harvest treatment, can citrus canker still be present after that treatment?
So the treatments, so disinfection with chlorine and pH monitoring is an effective treatment. It reduces the level of the bacteria. There's also waxing, which again reduces the potential for the bacteria to be present. The bacteria is also not very stable once the fruit is picked, and so it tends to die. So as I say, in a systems approach, it's not about one thing, it's about the whole series of steps, and it's making sure that we have an appropriate number of appropriate steps at all parts of the supply chain to ensure we get down to an appropriate level of protection. This is all guided by international standards around what a systems approach should look like.
Yeah, okay. If Vietnam, or has Vietnam been monitoring for citrus canker in field or anywhere else such as potential export packing sheds?
As I understand it, yes, and that's certainly part of the systems approach is in-field monitoring in the production orchards.
Okay. I've got quite a few more detailed questions. I might put those on notice, if you wouldn't mind, because I just want to turn now to the buffel grass matter.
Senator McDonald, when you've finished your line, I want to come across to Senator Roberts, if I could, and to Senator Wish-Wilson. Senator, did you have something here as well?
Yeah, for biosecurity, I just had one question.
Okay, so when you're finished that, Senator, that's a big fat file you got there.
I know, and I'm picking and choosing just the highlights. Imagine if we got to all of it.
You might need another week.
Did you want buffel grasses?
Yes, that's what I'm looking for. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, can the department update the committee on the status of the assessment of buffel grass as a potential weed of national significance? During the last estimate session, you stated that the initiative is still under consideration. It's due to be finalised and considered by the National Biosecurity Committee early next year. Is there a specific time early next year that this will be finalised?
Before we go to the process, knowing this issue has come up, and I think it's important to set the record straight that under this arrangement, there's no proposal to ban buffel grass. States and territories are responsible for determining the biosecurity requirements for plant species in their jurisdiction. Buffel grass we recognise is important to Australia's agriculture and livestock industries, particularly in drought-tolerant positive growth areas. So that's the short answer to the question that you're going to. But in terms of the actual initiative, we'll hand over to my colleagues to go through the actual process that's underway to consider weeds of significance.
Well, okay, because at the last estimates it was raised that it would be finalised and considered at the National Biosecurity Committee early next year.
Consideration of the weeds of significance are, but I just want to make it really clear about the position as it relates to buffel grass, because I think we're conflating some issues here in regards to what the implications of this process will be for buffel grass.
Well, let's go to that specifically, because that is the concern.
That's right.
That it has been named by the Northern Territory, I believe, and Western Australia.
South Australia.
South Australia.
That's right.
And I just want to understand then what that process is. Thank you.
And we'll hand over to the process. Sure.
So through a submissions process, just to clarify, buffel grass was one of 35 nominations made into the specific initiative, which, as we've mentioned previously, commenced in November 2023 through the National Biosecurity Committee. And the intent was to identify national weeds of priorities, which, as our Acting Secretary has just mentioned, is effectively not a ban on any of the specific weeds or pests that are identified, but rather to help guide focus areas or priorities. So it definitely is not going to constrain any states or territories, because they still have the responsibility for managing those specific weeds within their jurisdiction. So the assessment process was initiated specifically to identify weed species that cause the most significant negative kind of impact, have feasible and practical management options to mitigate these impacts, and offer stronger benefits for a nationally coordinated approach. Appreciating that some of the weeds have a positive or a beneficial use, particularly in the context of agriculture, but also some have quite a detrimental impact in terms of environment. What I will say, through the National Biosecurity Committee meeting last week, and there's another meeting in December, and there will also be one at the end of January, we are also having discussions around the initiative and how to take that forward, because we have heard feedback from stakeholders in particular, as the Acting Secretary just mentioned, with conflating a few issues. This is not an intent to have a list that bans any kind of weeds, etc. It was intended initially to look at how to prioritise areas of focus. So just to confirm that piece of work will go to, and the report will go to the National Management Committee at the end of January next year.
Right. And so do you expect that buffel grass will be listed on that? But then you're saying that whilst it may be listed, it's not to take. It may not be to take
exactly
action.
Right. Yes. Yes, so all of the nominations will be obviously reported because it's been through the process with that assessment I've just mentioned, but ultimately we're up for the National Biosecurity Committee to take the next steps in terms of what happens and how to take the initiative forward. But also, again, just to iterate, it's not anything to ban any specific weeds, and appreciating the feedback we've had very strongly around buffel grass.
Yes, okay. Is there any way to take matters off that list? Is there a process to remove matters?
Yeah, so I think because there'll be ultimately be for the National Biosecurity Committee to make a decision. So as I've mentioned, we've had 35 nominations, and you certainly in any list to prioritise wouldn't have all 35 because they have been submitted by stakeholders. But again, as I mentioned, it will be up to the National Biosecurity Committee in terms of what that initiative/list might look like going forward, and if it's needed.
Senator McDonald, if I can just add to that in terms of buffel grass in particularly, the assessment is only looking at buffel grass, wild buffel grass in areas where it has a negative impact. This is in national parks, so it doesn't consider or assess where it is positive or where it's deliberately planted for production. It's not affected by that at all. It's not part of that assessment. So the assessment, as Mr. Ciso is saying, will go through for all those nominations, but in terms for buffer grant, it will only look at those negative areas where the negative impact is. And the main reason for that is that those species that are then highlighted, they will benefit from best management practice development or these sort of things that can be applied in those areas where those species have negative impacts.
The concern that's been raised with me is that there might be work from somebody like the CSIRO or an organisation that's been tasked with trying to find a biological treatment, and I think that was raised for some of the islands where they was looking at removing buffel grass. I think Rio Tinto had a program, at Barrow Island, or one of the islands that they are involved with removing pests and weeds. And so the concern is that whilst there may be some discussion about treating it where buffel grass is considered a negative impact, that would very easily spread to other locations. And there is, frankly, a great deal of unrest and consternation that this could happen because it is such a... it provides such ground cover and is such a feed source, and that any move to eradicate it would be incredibly detrimental to the beef industry.
Not the intent, no.
And in regards to biological control, just to really provide the confidence that that will never happen, because the biocontrol target process is very strict in Australia too. So if the species that is targeted for a biocontrol program has any economic benefits, it won't be targeted, and so therefore buffer grass will never be targeted or never nominated and will never get through. So that's the process would not allow that.
All right, thank you. That's really comforting. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator McDonald. Now, Senator Roberts.
Chair, if I can just add a couple of information that Senator McKenzie had in terms of the CARB organisations that do the research.
Okay, well, if you can get the shortest possible answer out that's effective, I'd be really impressed. Thanks.
So the other two organisations, it was Elizabeth MacArthur Agricultural Institute, it was CSIRO, and it was a Goida Institute at Adelaide University.
Thank you very much. Now, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing again today. What overview is the federal government exercising to ensure the states are successful in eradicating fire ants and in doing so safely?
Now, I will say we have touched on fire ants anyway, but anyway, please feel free.
I raised this at the last investment, so I've got quite a few questions.
Yep.
Yes, so thank you, Senator. As we've just mentioned a moment ago, we continue chairing the national governance, the national management group around the program. There is a program level meeting and also a consultative meeting that effectively are happening regularly, and the next meeting of the national governance meeting is on the 15th of December. Taking on board the concerns that you raised at the last estimates hearing and correspondence that has been provided to the department but also to the program in Queensland, we have been engaging with the program to pass on that specific feedback that has been provided, and they have confirmed effectively that they are taking on board any considerations raised by landowners, but there has been no damage to property and also no unlawful behaviour in regards to the accessing property owners for treatment, etc. And the safety of the program is absolutely critical. It's something that is discussed at the national management meetings in particular, and we take on board any concerns that have been raised around specific treatment types, whether it's broad scale treatment or direct nest injection, quite seriously. And obviously the APBMA is also the authoriser of those particular treatments. And can confirm that the program has also been undertaking independent toxicology analysis, which has effectively found that there is no direct correlation with any negative impacts in terms of animals, etc., around the fire ant treatment.
Well, I'm stunned. When you say take on board, what do you mean? What action do you take specifically to hold them accountable?
So we directly engage at all levels. So we meet with the program to talk about the specific. So virtually and face to face, and quite regularly. And every piece of correspondence that has been sent through is provided directly to the program. And then we have followed up in terms of meetings to understand the specific circumstances. And while there are some claims, there is definitely no evidence that would warrant any untoward or any behaviour of the program. Appreciating that there are some sensitivities for specific landowners, etc. But all of the treatment and also all of the action by the program has been within the Queensland biosecurity legislation.
Well, there have been assaults on people, injuries to people, innocent people. There have been complete disregard for people's health. There have been violations of the permits, which I'll get onto. So I don't accept your response at all. And last time we appeared in Senate estimates on this topic, we were deluged with people saying they will contact you. Have you been contacted by residents?
Senator, we have received correspondence since our last hearing. And as I said, as Mr Shorjack just outlined, all that information is provided to the program. He's ultimately accountable for the delivery, compliance, assurance, oversight of the work that occurs. Who is
responsible?
With the relevant state department in Queensland, who is responsible, and there is ongoing discussions with them in regards to the issues that have been raised. But ultimately, it's the Queensland government that is accountable for delivering the program.
So the state is responsible, but you're funding them to do these activities?
The nation, it's a national program of which we contribute funding, correct?
The majority of funding?
50%.
Eradication. Are you aware, you don't seem to be aware, of the overreach and intimidating tactics being taken by the state government in Queensland in particular, particularly in South East Queensland, forcing their way onto properties unlawfully, causing fear and distress to landowners, upsetting women and terrifying crying children, polluting the environment negligently, willfully, killing fauna and pets? Are you aware of those?
Senator, I know you're disappointed with the response that we give you as a department, but I can only give you the same advice I gave you at the last hearing on these matters, and that is we are not accountable or responsible for the issues you've raised, and nor do we have evidence of them.
Since when is it okay for gates and fences with your funding to be broken down with police presence, threatening those with reasonable excuses who withhold consent, to strangers forcing their way onto properties and sneakily, deceptively distracting people from their properties with the view to spread poison when there are no fire ants on their property, not even in the valley?
Senator, I'm not sure what else I can add in addition to our earlier evidence on this.
This is exactly what happened recently at Beachmont and Laidley, when property was damaged and officers behaved like criminals in a home invasion while trespassing on private land. The violence came from the officers, not the landowners. The landowners have been professional and peaceful. Why?
Senator, these are responsibilities of the state government. I'd really encourage those allegations, concerns being directed to them. They, as indicated by the Deputy, the legislation within which they're operating, compliance with, etc., is entire responsibility of the state government.
You're funding it. Yet I attended another property at some miles away, some kilometres away from the two locations I mentioned, that had multiple fire ant nests. I saw them. 6 metres apart in places 2 or 3 metres apart, that the program refused to attend and treat. Why is that?
I can't.
Would you like the name of the
detail.
property?
Certainly, we're happy to take any information you have so that we would relay it to state government for action, noting we have no authority.
A property owner may obstruct and refuse access to offices if they have a reasonable excuse. Is it a reasonable excuse to obstruct when a resident has an illness such as asthma or other respiratory ailments, confirmed by a medical certificate, likely to be made worse by exposure to toxic chemicals, particularly when being sprayed? Is that a reasonable excuse?
I'm not prepared to comment, Senator.
Is it a reasonable excuse to obstruct when the chemicals represent a threat to domestic animals, dogs, cats and birds if they're exposed to the toxic chemicals, including chickens?
I'm not prepared to comment, Senator.
Is it a reasonable excuse to obstruct when the chemicals that you're funding represent a threat to poultry, livestock and fruit and vegetables growing on the property?
Senator, perhaps what might be easier if you have a long list of allegations, we're happy to take those allegations and raise the matters with Queensland Government.
Okay. Is it a reasonable excuse? I will do that with most of these questions. Is it a reasonable excuse to obstruct when the chemicals are not being administered according to the safety requirements under the permits issued by the APVMA?
I don't have a comment, Senator.
Just yesterday I was told, this is so common, that the program distributed S-methoprene directly into a Sanford waterway against the safety rules for application by way of a drone. Are you aware of that?
No, Senator.
Aerial application of pyroxyphene occurring on a wide scale on areas where no fire ants have ever been identified, when the permit number PER 87728 clearly states by way of restraint, quote, do not apply as a preventative measure for red imported fire ant control. If the permit's changed, why? Are you aware of that?
No, Senator.
Is it a reasonable excuse to obstruct when the administrating authority has already admitted to disastrously polluting a significant waterway in the Sanford Valley near Brisbane, Dawson Creek, killing extensive native water, reptile and insect species? And I've seen that. Is that a reasonable excuse?
No, I couldn't comment on that, Senator.
Okay.
Take photos?
Yes.
Can you produce them for us?
The locals can.
Well, what about you? You said you took photos.
No, the party I was with took photos.
Oh, I see.
Where's the environmental safety research that's been done to establish the safety of humans and our native birds and small animals and insects when poisoned insects form part of their food chain? Have you done that?
The actual, well, I'll hand over to Dr. Berta Hennick can probably comment further, but the program is absolutely supported by scientific evidence and safety, and it's been looked at nationally, and there's with people incredible experience in this field, all of which whom are satisfied with the arrangements that are in place and the chemicals that are being used for the purpose intended.
In distributing these chemicals, they're breaching the permits, they're breaching the authorisation to use the chemicals. Does that bother you? You're funding it.
If there's evidence of that, Senator, we're happy to take that evidence and take up the matter with Queensland Government.
Will DAF step up to pay compensation to those affected by the misapplication of the fire ant eradication program?
It wouldn't be the responsibility of the department, Senator,
You're funding it.
to do that.
Why are you funding this using taxpayer money?
It's been
doing injury to the environment and the
Senator,
people.
it's a national program aimed at eradicating red imported fire ants. It's that simple. We know it's incredibly invasive, and if it was to take hold, would have catastrophic implications for the country. That's
so
why we're
why are
doing
you
it.
putting lives and health at risk of humans and the environment?
We don't have evidence of that, Senator.
Would you like some?
As I said several times now, Senator, happy to take
Okay.
the information you have and we'll take it up with Queensland Government.
Will you stop funding this program, or at least suspend funding this program?
No, we won't, Senator.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Roberts. Senator Wish-Wilson.
Yeah, just one question for me. Since last estimates, Minister Collins and Minister Watt have publicly stated that testing has confirmed the presence of H5 bird flu on Heard Island. I was just wondering whether there are any additional actions or outcomes that you're aware of, or whether the department's instructed researchers on the next trip to Heard Island. Just what happens from here?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, So why my colleague comes to the table, so while there have been confirmatory testing results, it doesn't change the risk to Australia, given the location and also other positive indications in the region, in the Sub-Antarctic region and in related islands.
Yeah.
However, what is absolutely critical is the ongoing preparedness efforts, which continue. But whether my colleagues would just like at a very high level to
Just to clarify, Senator, your specific question goes to next steps as it relates to Herd Island. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator. Beth Cookson, Australian Chief Veterinary Officer. Very briefly, the next steps include a subsequent voyage being undertaken by the Australian Antarctic Division, and during that voyage, the intent is to capture more information about the potential impacts of H5N1 on the populations on Herd Island.
Okay. No, that's all. I just wanted to check if there's any new actions. That's it from me, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Whish-Wilson. Senator Colbeck, a couple of quick ones, and I will put on notice that we will be moving on to our next witnesses, whether it be FRDC or Rick, whoever gets here first. Is that right? Something like that. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you. Just some quick questions on mop top. I'll go to your answer to question on notice 216. Thank you for the information there. Victoria, do you know, doing any field testing in respect of seeing what's there?
Senator,
The response goes very much to Victoria testing product coming for Tasmania before it's planted. And my concern is, as we discussed last time, that providers in Tasmania believe that it was in material sent the previous year, before anyone knew it existed, as a part of that supply chain. And so, which goes to all the questions I was asking about testing and equivalence of testing and things of that nature. So that's my concern.
Senator, I don't have a detailed report from Victoria on all of their surveillance program, and as an established pest and disease in Australia, that the responsibilities lie with the states and territories. I do understand that there is field surveys being undertaken in Victoria and a range of other testing that's underway, but there has not been any positive detection of potato mop top in Victoria.
Okay.
And states and territories are expected to, if they claim that they have freedom from a particular pest or disease, they need to be able to provide evidence to support that claim in order to secure recognition.
That's an old chestnut, though, isn't it, in the biosecurity world, proving that you haven't got something that isn't there. It's like...
Senator.
Your answer to a question, Biosecurity Tasmania is not aware of Australian peat suppliers or the circumstances around peat imports into Australia. Is there a reason Biosecurity Australia would be? My question would go more to what Biosecurity Australia are aware of, not Biosecurity Tasmania, because it would be Biosecurity Australia that's dealing with the checking and assessment of product coming into Australia. I note that it's been coming in for a while, 20% of it from the Netherlands, get that? I don't understand why the reference to Biosecurity Tasmania, though.
I think Biosecurity Tasmania and I'm not exactly sure, but just indicating that they had not done an investigation specifically on peat as a pathway because the Australian government is responsible for the import conditions associated with peat.
That's why I was asking you the question and why my concern, and the concern that I had was that it was in peat imported into Victoria, which contained the virus, which was then translated or transferred to the tubers, which were sent to Tasmania. That's the concern that I had with respect to the path of the virus.
Senator, we don't have any evidence of a detection in peat or in mini tubers in Victoria, and just the import conditions are that peat must be free from fresh or viable plant material, animal material, soil, mud or clay, and we check for those import conditions when peat is imported to the country.
I remember that conversation around marinated prawns, as does Senator Sterle. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Well, that concludes outcome 3. Thank you, officers. Now, is FRDC here? No. Rick, fantastic. Come up. Thank you very much, and we appreciate you being here earlier. Oh, we just saw someone waving.
We have one witness.
Right. Okay. Well, I will get you just to. Thank you very much. Just to tell us who you are. We'll make it all official, and then we'll move to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. John Howard, Chief Executive Officer of the Regional Investment Corporation.
Thanks, Mr. Howard. And now on the big screen there, are you there, Ms. Smith-Pomeroy?
I am, Senator. Karen Smith-Pomeroy. I'm the Chair of Regional Investment Corporation.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. And straight to questions, Senator McKenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. Could Rick please provide an update on the development of the Significant Ecological Events Assistance Program? What stage is product development at, and what are the next steps, and when is it actually expected to commence?
Right, I'm happy to respond on that one. We're waiting to be provided by government with the details of the rule for us to then be able to pick up and assemble the guidelines to go and enable us to implement. But we're in a position now, we disengaged from Bendigo and brought everything in-house 2 years ago. So we're in a position now that we're ready to actually uptake and do any new product that the government may desire to do.
So what, when this program was announced on the 29th of August, as I understand, this new program? Yep. What communication have you had with the department since the announcement?
We've been engaging with the department consistently since that period of time.
But you're still waiting for the rule so that you can get on with it?
Correct.
Okay, have you had any indication from the department how far away that is?
No.
Will you get it before Christmas?
That's up to the government. I know things have been progressing and there's been a lot of activity going on, but as far as specific timing, I'm unaware of that.
So we won't be seeing this before 2026? For you to, you've still got to develop guidelines?
Yeah, but we're in a position that we'll be able to turn things around reasonably fairly quickly.
When you say fairly quickly, what does that mean?
Oh, weeks.
Weeks. Excellent. How much will it cost for the RIC to administer the Significant Ecological Events Assistance Program?
Yeah, we'll need to see what the actual design of the product is before we can get a feel of what that cost will be, and part of that will be understanding more detail around what the demand expectations will be for that product as well.
Will the cost be built into the interest rate for the loan?
That's a matter for government. Currently in all of our other loan products, that is how the interest rate or the recovery of our operational costs is captured.
So in terms of your discussion with the department, which seemed quite prolific, has a definition of significant ecological event been developed thus far? Have we even got to be able to define what that type of event is?
Not that I've seen.
Not that you've seen. Hard to get the criteria if we haven't got the definition. Has an eligibility criteria for the Significant Ecological Events Assistance Program been developed? And if so, what is it?
That's a matter for government as well. That we.
So you're waiting on advice for that as well. Are fishing licences considered an acceptable form of security for loans under the RIC?
In our current arrangement, so aquaculture is one of the eligible primary industries that we're able to service. Currently within our risk appetite, leases and licences aren't a part of the security set that's there.
But it is for other major banks?
Notwithstanding that, though, when we have visibility of a product, one of the requirements of us as an entity under our operating mandate is to ensure that there's appropriate security that's in place, and therefore within our credit risk appetite statement and design of things is an ability for us to assess that on a case-by-case basis.
Has the RIC considered the security risks for fishermen seeking loans whose fishing licences no longer carry as much value as a result of government decisions?
I think it's fair to say that everything would have a value. What that value is that's able to support a loan of whatever magnitude is a different matter. And again, until we've got some
So are you aware
visibility.
that major banks accept fishing licences as security for loans?
They do, with a general security agreement to certain levels, and not generally to the full value of them.
But they do. And so why would RIC be different to? The whole purpose of RIC is to actually assist those who can't access funding through traditional and usual mechanisms in the market.
Yep.
It sounds like you're harder to get money out of for fishermen than easier.
It's for the need to have appropriate security cover in place. And when we're a second mortgage, or for our existing loan products, so again, not sure with the particular loan product we're talking here, but with our existing loan products, we can't be more than 50% of the debt that a customer has. Therefore, we generally have a position of a second mortgage and have a deed of priority in place with the appropriate customer that comes to us. In an instance where if a licence or a lease came into play where there's a general security agreement, not an asset where we can have a mortgage, the quality of that security is of lower value. And being of lower value when we would be second to a bank would diminish that further. So part of us undertaking a credit risk assessment within this place and how we view these and deal with a licence or a lease when we'll be second behind a bank will be one of the considerations we'll have to work through when we get details on the loan product.
But as you said, the whole purpose of, as I understand, the Significant Ecological Events Assistance Program is for fishermen impacted by the algal bloom in South Australia.
Yep.
Sorry?
That's what we believe as well. Or that's what's been announced
So
today.
if fishermen can't access the assistance program because your own rules restrict you facilitating a loan, how is this any more than just a press release?
They could have other assets that would be able to be used as a security in this instance.
And is that your understanding, given your work with the industry, that they've got other assets?
We have done loans with agriculture where they have had other assets that have been able to be used as security. But we have had instances where that hasn't been the case and they haven't been able to provide sufficient security.
Minister, do you think it's appropriate for the fishing industry to be able to use their fishing licences as security in the same way that they would with regular banks?
Well, what I do think is appropriate, Senator, is that our government has invested an extra $1 billion into RIC. In fact, a program that was going to end next year, and I think that's incredibly important to recognise here.
How is your government going to assist fishermen
and also
with the algal bloom in South Australia?
With regards to the algal bloom, our government has also identified funding, particularly for those affected in terms of South Australia's algal bloom.
So given businesses are operating right now, money's going out the door, but they can't fish, dragging your heels on getting the information to the RIC so they can start drafting their guidelines.
Well, no one's dragging their heels on it, Senator. I mean,
it sounds like they're waiting.
This is a significant investment
they are
by
waiting
this government
for the
to
government
place $1 billion into the RIC, which was
simple
ending,
things like define what a significant ecological event is.
Colleagues,
and I don't hear any real appreciation for the extension of that and the work that's going into by the Minister to ensure that there is that support through the RIC.
There's nothing more insufferable and offensive to regional people who are doing it tough, like these fishermen are doing in South Australia as a result of the algal bloom, to people fly into town, fly into Port Lincoln, fly into around the Gulf, make an announcement that you're going to be able to access interest-free loans to keep you on your feet to get through this period. And here we are. We haven't even got the information to the RIC so they can start drafting the guidelines. It's offensive, and I'm letting you know that. And I don't get any sense of urgency from you, Minister McCarthy, that that's
Senator
on its way soon.
Senator McKenzie, I understand as much as anyone, as you, the frustrations for people in remote and regional Australia when events occur. But it is important that people recognise that our government has acted and is acting in regards to this, in particular with the RIC.
Well, the money's not even close to getting out the door because the RIC hasn't even got a definition. We're calling it the algal bloom. The RIC doesn't even have a definition of what the press release outlines. So, understanding you love the regions, please pass on to Minister Collins the sense of urgency that is required on this issue.
I will also say, though, in terms of South Australia, that our government has moved in terms of ministers going there, not to offend, but to actually assist.
No, they're making announcements and then
to work with the
money's
South Australian
up.
government. And it's not just through the RIC, Senator McKenzie, it's also about assisting in other ways, and that is working with the South Australian government.
No, you can.
Thank you, Minister. A couple more, Senator Canavan.
Can I just ask, is there a new product coming called a climate loan?
So in the announcement that the Prime Minister made at the end of August, there was recognition or visibility of two loans, one that we've just been talking about regarding the algal bloom, and then another...
if it's about the algal bloom, we haven't got a definition.
The other one was in regards to helping the industry build against climate resilience, boost productivity, and also to help ag's transition towards net zero.
Right. So exactly what impacts of climate change would be covered by these loans?
We have awaiting from the government the details for that loan product.
But before announcing a climate loan, or announcing that you'd do a climate loan, wouldn't you identify what aspects of climate change require a loan?
That's a question for government.
Well, the Minister can... yes. So what particular aspects of or impacts of climate change will this loan cover?
I can take that question on notice, Senator.
No one... Secretary? No.
Well, it is subject to government deliberations, but I can just reinforce the comments of the Minister insofar as this is being dealt with at pace, but we've got to get it right. As you've said, just the definitions, the ability to put the policy settings around it does take time, but I'm optimistic there'll be announcements that it will be imminent in regards to next steps.
Well, is this just to cover algal blooms or other impacts of climate change?
That was the trigger, obviously, for
Right.
the subsequent announcement of government. But obviously, we're now standing back and actually looking at what are the requirements in light of slow onset events and what would be the appropriate settings that government would put in place.
Okay. So it could be for, say, increased risk of cyclones. Is that one option?
Well, it certainly wouldn't. I don't understand. It's not intending to replicate or replace other measures that are in place to support communities on the back of natural hazards that are occurring.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand if it's a climate loan. How do you get the climate loan? Like, what do you have to? Do you have to prove that I'm at increased risk of this particular extreme weather event? And if so, what are those events? And
So you've just highlighted, Senator, the complexity, which is why it's taking a little bit of time to work through the parameters of it.
Okay. Well, maybe you take on notice what weather events are going to qualify.
Well, the
for
intent is
climate
to resolve those issues and then to be able to announce it, make it really clear to stakeholders.
Well, could you take on notice? Because maybe by the time you come back to us in late January, I think, maybe it is resolved by then. Okay. And did I hear that some parts of this loan will be available to help transition to net zero?
That was one of the three elements that were identified with the announcement, yep.
So we're constantly told, though, that going to net zero will be cheaper for the economy, will have lower energy costs. Why would farmers need assistance if things were going to be cheaper? Because they could just go to a bank and get a loan if investments in climate mitigation measures were actually good for the economy, which we're constantly told. Can someone help me out with that? I mean, you'd only need government assistance. Yeah, happy for people to come to the table, but presumably you'd only need, this is a form of government assistance. It's a subsidy, effectively. It's providing something that the market does not. So you'd only need that if net zero was imposing costs on farmers, wouldn't you? Why would farmers need special loans if net zero wasn't imposing costs on them?
That's not a question for me, Senator, to be able to answer.
Can the department help us out? Or the government? You see my point? You give loans, obviously droughts impose costs on farmers, so we give them drought loans. I think Rick helps young farmers sometimes. You know, they struggle to get finance and security, etc., at a young age. Help them out. Why would you need to give net zero loans if net zero's not imposing a cost on farmers?
Senator, happy to jump in here. In relation to the commitment, we're still obviously working through the details, as the Acting Secretary said. I think probably just to acknowledge, we're seeing producers engage in a range of different, emissions reductions activities, and some of them, as I mentioned earlier, in questions at lower, kind of earlier technology readiness levels, and some of those for producers who are interested in kind of participating or engaging in some of those activities with lower or earlier technology readiness levels have been kind of engaged, are doing so, and sometimes are looking for additional support. So we have heard that. A number of our grant programs do support farmers to engage in climate reducing activities, so they're seeking support through our grant programs on those in relation to those sorts of activities. So while it's in development, it's fair to say that there is an opportunity there for us to explore.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks,
I think that's it for
Canavan. To RIC officials, thank you very much. Now, I'm going to have... I was hoping that someone could tell us how far away FRDC are. We've had a couple of... we were told 10 minutes, half hour ago, and then we've been told half hour, 15 minutes ago. So can anyone tell us, rather than go to lunch or dinner half hour earlier, if either FRDC or APVMA or the Inspector General of Biosecurity will be in reach within the next 5 or 10 minutes?
I can give the MD a call now.
Fantastic. Well, maybe we just suspend for a couple of minutes while you're doing it. Yeah, thanks, Matt. Yeah, let's just suspend, but don't anyone leave. I'm keen to, while we're on a roll.
Senate estimates and welcome representatives from the FRDC to the table. Do you have an opening statement? It'd be great if you could just table that. If you do.
Senator, I don't have an opening
Great,
statement.
even better. Okay, Senator Whish-Wilson, over to you.
Okay, so just some follow-up questions that were put on notice around oxygenation, Macquarie Harbour oxygenation trial. Could you confirm that the final cost of the trial was forecast to be 7.2 million? Has it come in at budget or under budget? Or?
I'll have to check the specifics of it, Senator, but I believe it is on budget.
Okay, well, let's assume it's on budget. So I asked what was the total lease fee paid to the owner of the Wombat barge, which I understand is Tassal, through to the completion of the trial. And your response was the total amount paid for lease fees for the barge and associated equipment was 2.7 million to the end of the trial. So that's about 40% of the total cost of the trial. If the trial's at 7.2 million, what was that the contribution? Was that in-kind contribution, the 2.7 million from Tassal? Was that offset? I'm trying to work out what they contributed.
Tassal contributed the infrastructure, and that cost that you were referring to is the lease cost for that barge, the infrastructure, the barge, which is referred to as the Wombat.
Right. So just to be clear then, and that was nearly 40% of the total cost of the trial.
That sounds about right.
Right. So what was the aquaculture contribution? My understanding it was going to be a 50-50 co-contribution. So about 3.5 million would have come from the salmon companies and the rest of it would have come from the federal government.
Senator, just to be clear, which part of the project are you referring to?
The whole trial, the pilot trial.
Right.
That went over a number of years.
Yes.
We got FRDC provided me with all the milestones and a breakdown, and an estimated cost of 7.2 million. I think the salmon companies on their website are saying it's cost 6 million, but you could let me know if the final cost is different. But I'm just interested as to whether Tassal, the 2.7 million was their contribution to the project, or did they get it paid on top of that?
I'll have to take it on notice, Senator, to make sure I give you the right numbers for for the whole trial. There was the first project, which was an FRDC funded project.
That's correct. Yeah.
And then there was a sort of an intermediary project which kept the oxygenation going, and then there's been the more recent scale up. And so, are you referring to the original project? Right. Okay.
So just go back one step. The Macquarie Harbour oxygenation trial, the final progress milestone was due to be completed on the 31st of May in 2025. And I asked, was that completed and provided? And you said the milestone's being prepared now, and that no payment had been paid against that milestone. So that was obviously 5 months ago.
We haven't received the final report at this stage.
Right.
And the way we would do that is make the final payment an acquittal on the receipt of the final report. And we are expecting it by the end of this year. So I would expect it in the next 2 to 3 weeks. That's the understanding that we've got with those that are finalising the report.
Okay, so that report, when can you tell me when that report's going to be released? You just said end of the year, so...
We'll receive it by the end of the year, and...
What does that mean, like 31st of December, or...? We'll all be on holidays then, but...
As you pointed out, Senator, it was due earlier, and so we're waiting on receiving that report, and we're in contact with the authors, and we're expecting it by the end of the year, and then when we receive it, we put it through our final review process, and then we would make it public.
Okay. So I might put a more detailed question on notice about a breakdown in response to your answer to question 5, but you asked about stakeholders, and you said, and a range of stakeholders have been made aware of outputs throughout the project, including the Morgan Skate Recovery Team and technical project level groups, and you include state and federal governments, various departments, NGOs, community groups, local councils, industry, research organisations, and Hydro Tasmania. So will they all get a final copy of the report, or are you just going to make the report public?
Once the report's finalised and has been through that peer review process, we would release it and make it available. Okay.
And you stated in answer to my question, did the report determine the scalability of the project based on objective using Zyro's Macquarie Harbour model? And you're saying that there's no final conclusions. However, project outputs to date have informed the scalability. So you're pretty confident that this can be scaled?
That's correct, Senator, yes.
Right, okay. And then I asked what the target levels were for additional oxygen load required, and you said it depends on the oxygen demand. I think you've given a figure of 11 tonnes a day. Is that number ultimately a number that will allow the Morgan Skate Recovery Team to reintroduce the skate back into the harbour? Is that what the ultimate aim of this project is?
That's correct, Senator, and that's certainly our expectation. I think there's a range, obviously, that we work to. It's not an exact number, but I think the figure was sort of somewhere between 11 and 18 tonnes. And the original project has shown that we can deliver that amount of oxygen with this mechanical delivery method. And so with the scale up, we would expect that will create conditions in the harbour that will, at the benthic level, create the oxygen requirements and the habitat suitability to be able to release the skate. And I think there were some concerns about the genetic diversity of the skate that were held in captivity. And I actually, myself, I've only been in this role for 3 months now, and early on I did a visit to Macquarie Harbour and also to IMAS in Taroona and talked to the researchers there. So what I had explained to me was that the Morgian skate that were collected, the female that's held there, which has produced over a couple of hundred, I think, offspring, was fertilised by up to 5 males.
In captivity or prior?
Prior to.
That's right.
And part of their life history is to have that, I guess, strategy that enables them to release offspring when, the conditions are suitable. That's part of their evolutionary, I think, trait. And so it was, the female was fertilised by up to 5 males prior to captivity.
Which is a potential problem, right? If it was already pregnant when it was introduced to captivity and now it's having babies, they're not 100% confident that they've actually bred in captivity.
I have to take that on notice.
Yeah, that's
double
my
check that, because I think they've been watching the activity very closely with cameras, and so I'm not 100% sure of that, Senator.
Well, that's kind of peripheral to my question, but I suppose what I'm saying is you've got the barge that the oxygenation project's going to be scaled up to meet the oxygen demand in the harbour, the 11 tonnes a day, with a maximum of around 18 tonnes, as you say. That's to offset the salmon company's production, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you rule out that salmon companies will increase production once this project's been upscaled? Because they can?
That's not a question for me, Senator. That's obviously a question for the regulators in Tasmania.
Was that the intention of the trial?
No, the trial was to prove that oxygen delivery at depth could be what was feasible and could be done. And the first trial proved that, and obviously the scale up.
Well, no harm was the first trial, and then they proving that it wasn't going to do harm, and then yes, as you say, so they can improve micro-ox at depth. Will there be a recommendation in the report that the skates can be released back into the harbour following this trial?
I can't preempt what recommendations will be in the report.
Is that one of the intentions of the trial then?
Certainly the whole intent doing the captive breeding program was to be able to release the offspring. That's why.
That's the captive breeding program, but what about the oxygenation program? I understand the captive breeding program is separate, and I know I've been following the Morgan Skate recovery team and what they've been doing. The oxygenation was looking at the harbour itself, which obviously if these things are going to survive in the wild, we need to reintroduce these skates. So will this pilot project, this oxygenation trial, make a recommendation to the skate recovery team that the skates can be released? Is that?
I can't confirm that, Senator. But what
can you confirm if it was an intention of the trial?
Well, certainly the trial was quite focused on improving the habitat for the Maugean skate. So
enough though for them to be confident that they can reintroduce the baby skates.
I believe so, and just to add to that, I'm not sure if you're familiar with some of the updated estimates of the population, but I think there were some original estimates that were really quite low. Those estimates have been updated, and the numbers of Maugean skate in the harbour are significantly higher than those original estimates.
They're still very low by historic standards, very low, and they're still lower than they were before salmon farming started in Macquarie Harbour. So yeah, anyway, we can argue about that, but I think the numbers that have been released are still being contested, and I understand that the Threatened Species Scientific Committee is looking at whether it should be uplisted to critically endangered, and the government has put a freeze on that process, and we're waiting for that decision. So that has been looked at in quite a bit of detail. You mentioned that when I asked in question 14, was this advice or the final report provided to the Skate Recovery Task Force, and if not, why? And then was this final report validated independently, and if so, by who? You're saying it is going to be peer reviewed, but you don't, as a standard process, don't publish who does peer reviews. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator, and that's obviously just so that
that's normal process.
That's standard process, and it's just so that we don't have our independent reviewers, targeted in any way for giving frank and fearless, peer reviews.
Okay. So in question 12, I asked how much diesel is going to be required to run these barges into the future. And you've obviously got diesel on the one barge at the moment, but if you're upscaling, my understanding is you may have to have up to 5 barges on a World Heritage Harbour burning diesel. So I asked you some questions on that, and I found your response interesting. You said this will be dependent on the outcome of the tender process for oxygenation delivery. A specific output of the next stage is a cost-benefit analysis regarding the potential continued delivery of oxygen and at what scale. So that suggests to me that there's another process now that there's going to be a cost-benefit analysis done on upscaling this project. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
And who's going to do that?
Well, part of the project will be to look at all the different options that are available for delivery of oxygen, and there's been discussion around, as you say at the moment, the delivery mechanism is being fuelled by diesel generators out on the harbour. There's discussion about how other delivery methods in the medium to longer term could be developed in terms of possible electrification from land and possible, clean energy options that were land-based that could deliver the energy to the barges. But that's a longer-term option that would just be examined as part of all the different, options that are available in the longer term.
In the longer term. So how does it work then? So that if we get the report in December, let's say December at the end of this year, and it recommends that the oxygen demand from the salmon industry can be offset, and that this will provide enough of a buffer to release the skates into the harbour, what happens then? Obviously every summer is critical, especially with marine heat waves and the kind of extreme weather events that are very, very risky to the skate. So this project won't be ready to proceed then this summer? the upscaling of this project?
We're moving as fast as we can, Senator, and the expectation is that the oxygen delivery will continue. So we
just with the one barge?
At the moment with the one barge, and as it scales up, then obviously it will move too.
And the money to pay for that barge will come from the 18 million already provided by the government? That's
the way that the project is set up at the moment, that's correct.
Right, and will FADC be involved in the next stage, the cost-benefit analysis and all the decisions around where that $18 million gets spent, or is your role just to do the pilot project and that's it? No,
we're involved in overseeing this next stage, and that's... You are? We are, yes. We're working
your board signed off on that? Separately to the original pilot program or at the same time?
Yes, no, separately. And we're working in partnership with the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment.
Right. When did your board sign off on that?
Sorry, what specifically, Senator?
The continuation, that FODC would be involved in the continuation of the project.
I have to take that on notice.
If you could take that on notice, because it seems to me you haven't got the final report ready yet, and it's long overdue, but you've signed off on it already.
That's correct. However, as I think we advised in the responses to your earlier questions on notice, we have been keeping all the key partners up to date on the way through, and there's a high level of confidence that that scale up will be effective, and so the board has that same information. And that effectiveness is so you can release the skate back into the harbour? Well, I think my understanding, Senator, is the whole project was built around recovery of the Maugean skate. So that is, I think... It also enhances the productivity of salmon farming as well. This is why I'm a bit nervous that if we're going to upscale this project, that we might see upscaling of salmon farming in Macquarie Harbour as well, and increased stocking densities, for example, which has been a problem in the past. But you can't. I mean, it's not your role to rule that out, but I'm very concerned no one's been able to rule out that that's not going to happen. I'm not here to speculate on that, but what I can say is that in other parts of the world, oxygenation is used to improve the welfare and the health of fish, and that's something that I think any sort of intensive fish farming venture would have as an option if they wanted to improve health outcomes for fish, and that's something that's used in other parts of the world. Yeah. If you could just take on notice that first question, like the salmon companies left in Macquarie Harbour, I know they've got different levels of stocking, what they've contributed individually to their 50% of the pilot project cost. And I'd like to compare that against the $2.7 million that's been paid to Tassal. It appears to me like Tassal's profited from this project at the taxpayer's expense. I'm happy to take that on notice and provide the answer to that. And also, who would be? I'd be keen to know. So when would that cost benefit analysis be done then? As part of the scale up part of the project. So it'll be over the course of the next 12 to 18 months. Okay. Just two other quick questions on different areas. And I don't need a detailed response, but obviously your predecessor, Dr. Home, worked very closely with the Senate on a recommendation, or actually a Senate report, an inquiry around Centro Stephanus and a national task force. And that was an ask there for $55 million from the federal government to work with 3 state governments to provide a national approach to this pest and also developing a fishery. Do you know if there's been any updates at all in relation to discussions? We're still waiting for a response from the government on the actual inquiry. Are you aware of any movement in that regard? I'm not aware of any response from the government, Senator, to the report from the inquiry. What FRDC has continued to do is facilitate coordination between the jurisdictions, and we've had recent discussions with the Sydney Fish Market, who are in discussions with us to develop a project around the grading of purple spine sea urchins. One of the issues that's a challenge with with this species is when they're harvested from areas that don't have a high amount of food, the rowing...
The row's not as good,
So there's a grading technique that we will work with the Sydney Fish Market on, and we're also... we've had discussions with the different jurisdictions, and New South Wales is committing to hold another workshop, and we expect that to be sometime in the new year. So that brings the three jurisdictions together.
If you could just take on notice whether there's been any, because I think if FRDC was playing a coordinating role amongst the federal departments and the state governments in relation to a national approach to this issue, just whether there's been any development at all or any coordination of responses to the Senate report on this issue. And I can follow that up with you, maybe have a separate meeting. Could I just ask...
If it assists you,
yes, please.
I'm informed that the response to that inquiry report is being led by DQ and it's still under development.
Still under development, okay. Yeah. But they've had input from your department, presumably?
Yeah, we've been working with them.
Right, okay. And did you finish your contribution and we're waiting on them, or are they still waiting on more information from you?
I think we've finished our contribution. Yeah.
Right, okay. Of course, you would have recommended a national task force, wouldn't you, Mr. Lowe?
We would have simply been supporting DQ in their response.
Right, okay. So just last question, this one, you might have to take this one on notice too. Might be a little bit left field, but it's a very important issue. I understand FRDC has been looking at a technology, a shark electronic deterrent technology for fishing called Repeller X. It basically attaches to fishing lines. So when sharks take bait, as they often do for commercial fishing or recreational fishing, this thing, they don't like it very much, and it's been very effective. I know they've done trials overseas, but I understand FRDC is looking at this protection technology and whether it could be potentially used on a bigger scale. Could you let me know if that is where you're at with that?
I haven't got information to give you a response now, Senator.
No, that's fine. I thought it might be a bit of a left field question, but I was part of an inquiry that looked into shark mitigation technology more generally, and this is, I understand, is emerging as very interesting technology, but FRDC has been tasked with looking at it and researching it and how effective it is, including trials with fishing businesses. So if you could let me know what progress has been made on that, that'd be great.
Happy to do that.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Wilson, are there any further questions of FRDC? If there isn't, Mr. Sloan? Mr. Sloan, thank you very much. Travel safe. We've all had a win tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll now call the APVMA. Welcome, good to see you, and I'll just, for the purposes of Hansard, get you to own up who you are, rank, name and serial number, thanks.
Yeah, seeing as this is the second Scott Hanson you've had appearing here in the last two witnesses, I appreciate the confusion. Scott Hanson, APVMA's Chief Executive Officer.
Thanks, Mr. Hanson, and at that time of night I don't think we'll worry about an opening statement, so we'll go straight to questions. Do you have questions, Senator?
Yes, thank you.
Thank
you, Chair. I just wanted to go to the performance of major application assessments being completed on time. You're probably familiar, crop life has been quite critical. That's for the quarter ending March. Major application assessments were only approved at a rate of 54.9% on time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. A few years ago, crop life say the completion rate was at 98%. What are the reasons for such a significant drop-off in performance?
So I think when we look back over that data, we had a Haitian period where, because of COVID, everyone was staying at home and working extremely long hours and burning through a lot of the applications we had in front of us. We also had fewer applications coming in because of the same disruption in the sort of field trials and the data work that was coming in. About that point in time, we worked out we had about 40 additional FTE overtime hours being worked by staff to get through those applications. So they're the main drivers that we've seen. We also had a very limited amount of investment of our staff's time and effort in the post-market space, whether that be taking illegal products out of the marketplace, undertaking assessments for post-market reviews, or the adverse experience reporting program, which obviously we've since picked up our activities and our workload in.
I mean, I'm just trying. Are you saying that now that we're back at work, so to speak, although people can still work from home, of course, but now that we've out of COVID, your staff's productivity has fallen off? It's a big drop-off. It's almost half.
Oh, yeah, but that's not the only reason for the drop-off. I mean, the drop-off, and I think as I described to the last estimates, Senator, we've pulled the brake on a number of the ways in which we've approached the workflow within APVMA over this last 12 months. We've rearranged teams to make sure that all of the assessment capability we need in the pre-market space all sits within those pre-market teams, as opposed to being spread across pre and post, so that we can get better predictability about results going forward. Whenever you change your process, it invariably slows you down, and we're going through that slowdown as people reshape the processes and the way in which we deal with applications that come in at the moment.
Okay.
We've probably got at least another quarter of that slowdown ahead of us as we reshape too.
Sorry, you've got more slowdown to occur?
We won't pick up the speed again for at least another quarter now, and that's something we've been communicating to industry. We met with CropLife as recently as this week to communicate that as well.
Right. Okay. All right. Not good news, obviously. CropLife, you're probably aware, but I'm told they have said that the organisation, your organisation that is, has been, I quote, dragged down by culture mirrored in public service inertia, and that, in their words, and I quote, a cultural shift is urgently needed. Do you agree with their assessment, and are you trying to lead a cultural shift?
No, I don't agree with either. Well, I don't agree with their initial piece around the public service having an inbuilt culture of inertia. There is a significant... But
it can be. I mean, in fairness, I don't want to try and verbal APVMA here.
No.
I think they're saying that some public servants, they're not saying all public servants are inertia. Obviously, the performance 3 years ago was very good, but I think it's reasonable enough to say sometimes public service organisations can get a little bit slow in their work.
Yeah.
That's not a radical conclusion to make. So you're saying you're not in that category.
No,
your organisation, despite the fairly poor performance there.
We've got an incredibly talented and hard-working workforce that we've rearranged how they go about their jobs over the last 12 months. They're resettling into those new workflows and those new work patterns. But probably the biggest challenge for us is in this predictability about timeframes. Is our legislation actually requires us to be satisfied that an application meets the statutory criteria of it being safe. And not partially satisfied, not at first glance satisfied, but actually satisfied. We're getting more and more complex applications coming in as the chemistries and the types of products that are being presented are more and more targeted. They're very different to the broad spectrum applications we would have seen a couple of years ago. They're far more targeted and focused. The challenge for us is a bit like a jury. Like, you can only arrive at a verdict depending on the quality of the evidence presented to you and the experience of those who are viewing it. And we're in a bit of a learning curve both with industry in terms of how they package up and submit some of these new novel applications and some of these new technologies that are coming forward, which are to be welcomed. But they're working out how to package them up and to present them forward, and we're working out how to best consider them against our statutory criteria and make sure that the community remain confident in the safety of them.
Okay. Do you use independent external scientific reviewers at the moment?
Yes.
To help. Okay. Any plans to expand their use to help speed up assessments?
Yeah, we are increasing our use of them, and we are looking to rapidly increase that as well.
Okay. Do you have plans to use digital assessment technologies?
Yeah, and in fact we went out with a request for quote to the marketplace for them to bring, for anyone who had good technology, software or systems that may assist us, to bring it forward for our consideration, and we're currently looking at the responses we've got back in at the moment.
Does that include the use of AI to help assessments?
Definitely, yes.
There's been some controversy that I think with planning applications in Sydney recently. Are you aware of those? I mean, how are you going to make sure that AI doesn't make mistakes?
Well, I guess in the first instance, we got some really low-hanging fruit about the fact that we receive, like a typical new product might come in with 600 attached data files to it. Like we've got some really safe ground in which we can have AI actually help us sort and arrange that data for quicker assessments.
Right.
In an environment in which we can control all the inputs and the
But it wouldn't be making judgments at this stage, you're saying, actually judging.
And like that's one of the key things in our legislation is the fact that a delegate needs to arrive at their satisfaction against the statutory criteria and write up the statement of reasons as to why they've arrived at that.
Okay. All right. So you said you're not expecting more timely assessments the next quarter. Do you have a time frame for when you think you'll be able to get back to something like the 98% achieved a few years ago?
Yeah, and look, one of the things that's holding us up on that one at the moment, because our latest quarter results, which we've just putting together at the moment, but we do see a speed up in our assessment of what we consider technical applications. So in the past we would have called them majors, but applications that require a technical assessment. We are speeding back up on that now, and this will be the second quarter's sort of speed up in those major application areas. But we've typically relied upon a really fast processing of the minor ones, the ones that don't require technical assessment. They're the ones that we're making the biggest process changes on at the moment, and they've slowed down. So once we get them resolved, and that'll hopefully be in the first quarter of next year, we should start to see the overall number start to pick up as well.
Okay, all right. Well, the sooner the better. And just wanted to check, I know you're understandably defending your staff there, but I hope you do understand that this has a real cost on the farm sector, these delays. And just a commitment from you that you're doing all you can to reduce those costs.
Yeah, definitely. Like, we understand that there's missed opportunities and there's impact. We're very conscious of the government's agenda on productivity, and we're doing everything we can to speed ourselves up without trading off that important piece, which is the safety of the products and the efficacy.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Canavan. Senator Wish-Wilson, do you have any questions of APVMA?
Yes, I do. Thanks, Chair. I've got some questions around the registration of fluorphenicol for the Tasmanian salmon industry. Emergency permit PR 96499 to Abbey Laboratories, which I think was authorised on the 7th of November, authorising the use of Abbey Fluor premix concentrate for pigs on up to 56,000 tonnes of sea-penned Atlantic salmon to 31st of August 2026. Could you tell me which industry stakeholders were notified about this permit and the process?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. So I guess the first that most people will see when we are dealing with an emergency use permit is publicly, if it passes muster on, is it an emergency permit, and if it passes muster on, is it safe to humans, and then is it safe for the environment, we turn our attention to trade and residues. And at that point in time, we go out with a public trade advisory notice. In this case, the fluorphenicol one went out to 1,700 recipients on a distribution list across the country, and that covers both all state and territory governments, federal governments, industry groups, individuals who have signed up. We know 1,400 of the 1,700 opened that, and I don't know what they did with it when they opened it, but they opened it. And that would have been probably the first place that many people saw it, and there was a 2-week period for comment on that trade advisory notice.
I've got a question. When you mean past muster, you mean just your internal processes around?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So the 2-week processes, obviously they were given a few days to respond. Is that normal? Is that a set time period under emergency permits?
Yeah, that's right. So under a minor use permit, it would be a 28-day, and under an emergency use permit, because of the nature of emergency use permits, it's a 14-day period.
14-day period. Were there any submissions received?
5. No, I'll check. I think it's 4 or 5 permits, responses we had back in.
And who were they from?
The 4 written responses, sorry, all from NGOs or individuals, none from industry and no state or territory government.
So nothing from the Tasmanian state government or the
Tasmanian state government
industry.
The Tasmanian state government gets involved in a couple of points.
Yeah.
So when we first receive the application, we go to the state in which we receive the application and say, what do you make of this? Do you see it as an emergency? Do you support an emergency use permit? We'll do the assessment about safety, but do you see an emergency use? Then when we've completed our assessments, we'll send them the draft of what we are proposing and ask for their comments and feedback as well. So they would probably not look to participate in that trade advisory notice because they have 2 other opportunities to deal directly with us on it.
Okay. So I understand fluorphenicol products are already registered for aquaculture in a number of countries, and there's major export markets have established tolerances for this antibiotic in salmon. Yet in this case we've used a product registered for terrestrial pigs. Was there a reason why, your trade notice doesn't explain this, is why I'm asking, was there a reason why Abbey Laboratories didn't seek registration for a salmon-specific fluorphenicol product?
I think the applicant for the permit has indicated that they will be looking to proceed with an application for the registration of a product.
Right.
But due to the necessity of the potential fish mortality event that was a trigger for an emergency use permit, they came in via an emergency use permit as opposed to lodging an application for registration.
And that fish mortality event, I mean, there's been, as you know, Mr Hanson, there's been way too many fish mortality events in Tasmania in the last decade especially. Was that specifically related to a virus or a disease and this antibiotic, or was it?
Yeah, it was.
Right.
So it was specifically for the virus for which the fluorphenicol is targeted to address.
Okay.
And the initial application was the initial application was short in details about the basis for the emergency, and so we did go back to the applicant at that stage requesting further information, which they provided to us, which demonstrated the increasing mortality events and prevalence of the virus in those leases in the southeastern biosecurity zone.
Okay. And as a matter of interest, have they done that again recently? I understand it was in the papers yesterday and today that they've been authorised to use fluorphenicol on the east coast of Tasmania. Would you have any jurisdiction over that decision, or would that be something the Tasmanian government would take the overall registration of?
No, so I know that they've lodged another permit with us for an emergency permit. That was on the 13th of November. We haven't considered that one yet. We sent that out. We followed a normal process. We've sent it out to the Tasmanian government and asked them for their views and thoughts on it. We got that back on Saturday night from the Tasmanian government,
right.
From all arms of the Tasmanian government. We're working our way through their responses. So we certainly haven't considered a new permit which would extend the use beyond the current use in the southeastern biosecurity zone.
Right, so it's just the southeastern. So we've seen obviously additional pens in De Castro Channel, Port Esperance and Bruny Island, but they would have, and the east coast of Tasmania, would Orford and Triabunna be classified as southeast Tasmania?
No, well, so the new application is for that eastern biosecurity zone.
Right.
So Oakhampton Bay sort of area.
But that hasn't started yet because you haven't approved it.
No, and there's there's one lease up there. So, as I said, we're going back through our process of, is this an emergency and is there evidence that there is an emergency here that needs to be addressed? And That's part of what we've asked the Tasmanian government. Then we would go back through our process of ensuring, because it's a new permit, does it meet the safety criteria, does it meet the efficacy criteria, does it meet residues and trade? And if we got to that point, then we'd go back out with a new trade advisory notice, because there's a whole new group of stakeholders up there who'd be interested in seeing it.
Okay, so in terms of the 56,000 tonnes that have been approved, my question about the scale, is there any limits on like, I suppose that's sort of meso scale on micro scale in terms of applications in specific areas? Like how much of this stuff can they actually pump into the water in a specific area?
So they can only treat fish once.
Right.
We haven't done the residues nor the withholding periods nor export slaughter intervals for multiple treatments.
Right.
Only for that treatment once. And I need to clarify, one treatment is 10 consecutive days.
10 consecutive days, so 10 to 20 milligram per kilogram of body weight for 10 consecutive days, which require approximately 8.4 tonnes of pure authentic oil. That's for 56,000 tonnes of salmon. Okay.
Yeah. So right. Each fish can only be treated once, and it's only within that one biosecurity zone.
Right. Okay. An easier way might just be to reduce the stocking densities in some of these pens.
Not something that we get to look at.
No, I'm trying. I know you don't have any. I know you don't have any jurisdiction over that. So, could I ask how long before the October consultation period was the permit being negotiated with the APVMA? I mean, you talked about those internal processes. I forgot the exact word you used.
So we received.
How long were you looking at this for?
We received it on the 13th of August.
13th of August.
Yeah.
So no discussions with you prior to that?
Not well.
You could take that on notice.
Not with me.
Not with you, but with...
From the moment that it came into our door, we started the conversation with the Tasmanian, our Tasmanian counterparts, the Tasmanian government.
Right.
And started to seek their views on the permit.
Did Abbey Laboratories, were they the ones who made the original approach to you?
They lodged the application.
They lodged the application.
Yeah.
And because they already had this product registered, the pig product, that's kind of why you ran with it?
Well, no, because we still have to do all the assessment to make sure that in the use in which they're proposing, both the dose rate, the frequency of the dosing, and then working out withholding periods and export slaughter intervals. We had to work through all that piece. But I think the reason why, my understanding as to the reason why Abbey lodged the application, because it's usually rare for an individual company to lodge a emergency permit. It's normally an industry or a state or territory government.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought.
But I think in this case, because they were looking to proceed with a registration of a product and looking to collect the data out of this period of use of the permit to support their registration application, I think that was the reason why we saw the application come in from them as opposed to from anyone else.
So does it happen at all? Is this the first time this has happened?
No. It does happen. It's not usual, but it's not the first time this happened.
So the permit authorises treatment of up to 56,000 tonnes of salmon. Tasmania exported 21,799 tonnes of salmon in the last financial year 24-25. So this permit covers 257% of last year's total export volume. Why is it so much more than what we're exporting? Is it so they can use more of it if they have to in terms of concentration, or will it cover a couple of years of exports?
It shouldn't do, because it's only a 12-month time bound, and so it would have been calculated off that dose rate for the stocking densities for the leases that are captured within that southeast biosecurity zone.
So it could be that they could increase stocking densities once, obviously in line with the regulator in Tasmania, once the antibiotics are in use.
And
it just seems like a lot more salmon than they're producing. But they can't increase the concentration of this antibiotic. They can.
No, they can't.
Okay. And who regulates that? Is it the vets?
It's actually the, in terms of keeping on top of that control of use for the permit, it's actually the Tasmanian government and a combination of
the EPA.
Well, and so the Tasmanian CVO needs to be notified as well as the EPA before any treatment is applied, and the company vets are required to notify them both why, and then what the treatment plans are for that lease.
So obviously the Tasmanian government's had to shut some rock lobster areas, given the proximity to where the antibiotics have gone in at the salmon pens because of a zero tolerance policy with China. And I understand different countries, European Union, China, Japan, United States, South Korea, have similar residual levels or tolerances. Just firstly, do you contact do you go through like a intergovernment process with AFMA, or I mean AFMA is probably Commonwealth Waters, but with Department of Trade, DFAT with Trade, to let them know that this could be an issue?
Yeah, so all of our trade advisory notices, as you can imagine, go to a regular series of inboxes across federal government and then state governments to sort of elicit any thoughts, concerns or views.
Right.
We certainly shared the proposal that was captured in that trade
list of people that you said responded early didn't include any government?
No, that's right.
So, right, okay, interesting. Woolies, does it come across your desk at all, the concern that these markets may not accept salmon from Australia when they learn it's been treated with a pig antibiotic under these emergency provisions rather than an approved aquaculture product?
And I think the product that we're talking about is almost 100% active constituent. So it's
the same as
it sort of doesn't matter how it's being applied in terms of which species. It's all active constituent. Sorry. Yeah, it is. It needs to be can only be applied with under veterinary care and veterinary prescription. But that's why we do the calculations for both the MRL for the domestic market, and then, as you were seeing, or what we included in the trade advisory notice was to take an ultra-conservative approach to ensure that there be no detectable limits of this antibiotic in export markets.
So the salmon won't have any in them at all?
The 500 degree day export slaughter interval between the treatment and the point of harvest for export is to ensure that there's no detectable level in the salmon that will be exported.
And would there be detectable levels in wild caught fisheries in the areas of? Is that something you look at?
Yeah, so that's a really tricky one, right? Because there's no sort of way of actually developing a model to say what fish might swim past at what distance to the pens and what time of feeding and might have what exposures. But what our or crays
or crays or abalone or scallops or.
So what we can say is that what we looked at was we obviously have calculated what the residue limits would be for the fish that are being fed 20 milligrams per kilogram of body weight, and are being fed that every day for 10 days, and then how long do we have to wait to make sure that there's no residues existing in those fish, and that's where we've set the export slaughter interval. What we also have calculated is what's the amount of the chemical that is actually going to be introduced into the environment, and for that we use a worst case scenario of every single gram that's consumed by the fish is excreted rather than being some of it being metabolised or majority being metabolised.
So the excretions or the...
We've assumed worst case scenario and that all just flows through.
So they would have antibiotics in them?
In the worst case scenario, that's what we've calculated. And so what we can say is that introduced concentration is about 0.04 milligrams per litre of water, where the dose rate in terms of what the fish themselves are receiving is 5,500 times higher than that at 220 milligrams per litre of water that they're in. And we've worked out the depletion rate on them to get to zero. the fact that we are such a large factor away from what that dilution factor is for anything outside of the pens, we think is such a low and negligible. Of course, we can't say zero because there is no absolutes. We're a risk-based regulator, and there's very rarely a black and white in terms of this. But it is such a low to negligible risk for anything else outside of those pens. That's where we ended up with our calculations on environmental impacts, which obviously we did. And we did our environmental impacts on the most sensitive of species to fluorphenicol, which is actually a marine algae. And we've worked backwards from that to make sure that those dilution levels are going to be suitable. So we think there's a really negligible risk for lobster or for wild-caught fish.
So why do countries like China have a zero-tolerance policy, or the other countries have what do you call them, URLs? MRLs? MRLs, MRLs. Why do they have them for fluorphenicol?
So MRLs are actually the amount of residue you would expect to find if people followed the label instructions for that product, then set at a enforceable level so that if there's detections above that, you go back and say, how are you using this? And it's a control of use tool as much as anything else. But I think the Trade and Market Access Desk at DAF are a much better place to talk about why overseas countries use different tools in both their food safety and non-tariff barrier markets.
Okay. But I hope they don't escape from the pens either, because they do have a regular problem with escaping salmon. Right, I think I'll put some other questions to you on notice. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Whish-Wilson. Senator Whitten, do you have questions of APVMA? Yes. Okay, it's not though we've got the timer on you, but we're getting close to the end. So questions, Senator Whitten, and then we'll go to our last witness.
Oh, thank you, Chair. G'day. Look, I'm on a bit of a quest at the moment. I'm worried about all the different chemicals and things in our food. So I'm just going to read out a few notes that I've made. And I hope I pronounce these right, so please forgive me if I don't. Bomarol, it's banned in the EU, a hormone growth promotant, and there's minute doses present in meat. Neocotinoides, it's an insecticide, growing evidence of harmful effects on pollinators as well as potential human concerns. Water soluble, absorbed by plants, has been detected in blood, urine, breast milk from fruits and vegetables and water. It has neurological and developmental outcomes, birth defects, potential autism and reduced sperm quantity. Diuron, herbicide, banned in Europe since 2007, endocrine disruptor, can be absorbed through the food chain, risk to water bodies and the Great Barrier Reef. Paraquat, banned in over 70 countries, increased risk of Parkinson's disease. Atrazone, herbicide, endocrine disruptor. Possible carcinogen, interferes with... sorry, I can't read my own writing. Interferes with reproduction, banned in the EU since 2004. Turns male frogs female, I'm sure you've heard of that one. Diuron, herbicide and algicide, banned in the US since April 2022. I won't keep going, you've got the theme. Lots of those and plenty more are banned in many, many countries and not in Australia. Can you give any explanation to that, to make me feel safe?
Yeah, it's a great question, because when everything that's registered in Australia is registered with a requirement that the holder of the registration of those products, if they're aware of any scientific information that points to the fact that that product may no longer meet the safety requirements, the efficacy requirements, the trade requirements, they're obliged, in fact legally obligated, to provide it to us for review.
They wouldn't lie?
Well, there's pretty significant penalties in place if they do. So when we receive reports, we have a team that triage, go through and look and say, on the weight of evidence of everything we've seen, does this change what we're thinking about this chemical? Now, for some of those that you went through, it'll be its main use in that country was on this type of product at this type of growth stage of that product and applied in this kind of mechanism, which is completely different to what we have here. Are we still satisfied that our risk management tools that we use through controls on the label are going to keep people safe? And if the answer is yes, then we continue with that. If there's times in which we go, no, we are concerned about that, then we'll conduct a review of our assessments and we will put the new information, the new data through that. And probably a good example of that would be chlorthaldimethyl dimethyl, which last year the US looked at that and said, hey, we're concerned about the impact that this might have on unborn fetuses. We looked at that data, ran a rapid assessment, and in the course of a couple of months we moved and have cancelled the registration of that product across the board. We're very active in that space.
That's part of my concern. Some of these products get in, we use them for a length of time, sometimes probably many years,
yep.
And then we go, oh, bugger, this is not good. I see that as an issue, that it gets in the first place, that we're only picking it up once the harm's been done, potentially.
Now, we always assess based on the best evidence of the day, and then we factor in pretty significant safety margins. Most of the products that are out there with regards to the buffer between the observable effect level for a human and where we set our margins at, in most cases are at least 100 times, not 100%, but 100 times different, to give a significant safety buffer between where we believe you'll start to see an effect and where the current exposure levels will be. Now, we can only ever work off the data and the information you know at any one point in time, and then be quick in sort of assessing what those risks change and how they look when we get new information. And that's the purpose of the post-market work we do in chemical reviews, and the work that we're doing at the moment in areas like paraquat, for example.
You haven't made me feel safe. What are your thoughts on labelling for these sorts of things? Because if I, as a consumer, had the choice between product A with these things in there, even though you're confident they're fine, and product B, which I could pay more for and be confident there was none of this in there, would you support labelling around these types of chemicals where there might be risk?
Sorry, Senator, Mr. Hanson. Very hard, diligent working staff we have here on Parliament House in Hansard and Broadcasting have been very kind to us and extended past. So I was hoping to get done by 7:30. I can't wrap it up. If you want to keep asking, you can, and I'm not going to cut you off. But if the answers can be short, direct, to the point, then we can move on. And which, Mr. Hanson, you can tell me to go for a walk too if you want to. But anyway, no. Pressure's on you, mate. They want to get out, and we do.
Thanks.
Sorry, Mr. Hanson.
I appreciate that. And so, sorry, Senator, I've completely lost train of thought.
Labelling of food.
Well, the beautiful thing there is that's not something we get to consider about that's a policy choice at government and then consumers.
I understand it's a different department, but would you support it?
I don't think it matters whether I support it or not, so we can move to the next question and keep moving through.
Okay. Now, look, that's all I've got. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Whitten, you're on to something here. I believe that we need a real good look, because I'm not convinced. Sorry, I'm not having a crack at you, Mr. Hanson. Some of the crap going into our bodies, I'm on your side on this stuff, and it'll be a very interesting Senate inquiry, that one. Anyway, let's put me offside with a few people. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing again. My questions are about red fire ants and just about the chemical side of things. So I note that the first restraint in permit number PER 87728 relating to the permitted use of the chemical pyroxafen, is that the right pronunciation?
Spot on.
Says, quote, do not apply as a preventative for red imported fire ant control. This being the case, why is it being spread widely by aerial and ground application to properties where no fire ant activity has ever been identified by people from the National Fire Ant Eradication Program in breach of the permit?
Yeah, and that's a issue that I think we talked about last time.
Yes.
The prophylactic use of chemical is not available under that permit, and that needs to be referred to the Control of Use Authority, being Queensland Government.
Thank you. What is the effect of this chemical, paroxyphene, to persons who have respiratory or autoimmune diseases when applied in their close proximity?
If applied as per the label, it's quite safe, but if not, if applied in close proximity to them, then there'd obviously be concerns for them.
Thank you. What Australian research has been done in relation to the effects of this chemical has on humans?
So all of those products are either variations of existing registered products or under permit and have been assessed against the safety criteria for humans. But again, all of those uses are as per the label requirements in terms of our assessment for safety to people, safety of the environment.
So you said, thank you for that, you said that they've been assessed relative to Australian requirements, but that doesn't mean Australian research has been done, does it?
No, in some cases we'll use international benchmarks or international research, that's right.
I note that the first restraint in permit number PER 90213 related to the permitted use of the chemical S-methoprene says, quote, do not apply where fire ant populations are not evident or no longer evident. This being the case, why are people from the National Fire Ant Eradication Program insistent on applying the chemical on properties where no fire ant activity has been, ever been, or is evident and in breach of the permit?
Well, that sounds as though it's in breach of the permit conditions and should be raised with the Queensland Government with regards to control of use.
Why must baits only be laid where it is not possible for poultry to have direct access to the baits? Is it a poison to bird life? What about our native birds?
I'm not able to answer that one. Sorry.
So you don't know the impact on birds?
Oh, yeah, again, all of the assessments to environmental impact will have been taken into account with regards to controlling those risks via the conditions on the permits. I don't have that permit in front of me. There's 13 permits that we have issued at the moment with regards to chemicals for use in the red imported fire ant control program.
A lot of questions that might shock you if I raise them, but in the interest of speed, I will continue. I'm confused by this permit because on one hand it says that treatment may be applied into waterways up to 1.5 metres from each bank, yet in the same permit it states that the chemical is very toxic, emphasis on very toxic, to aquatic life. How can both these statements apply? Waterways in Sanford Valley near Brisbane have already been contaminated and the aquatic life wiped out.
I'll have to take that one on notice, Senator.
So it seems a contradiction. You can apply it close to waterways, but you can't apply it in waterways, and it's very toxic.
Yeah, but there is a slight difference between close to waterways and in waterways, but let me take that one on notice and have a look at that permit for you.
Thank you. What action have you taken to prevent a repeat of the contamination of waterways?
So again, once we set the directions on the chemical, on the permit, it's the state and territory governments whose responsibility is to control and ensure that the permits are used in accordance with those instructions. If we receive information that that's not the case, we forward it to the Control of Use Authority, in this case the Queensland Government.
So what agency in Queensland would have responsibility, and do you have direct oversight of them? Or
Not oversight.
So.
All states and territories are partners in the National Registration Authority scheme, and we supply that into Queensland DAF Biosecurity.
Just for your information, it's not working in Queensland because only yesterday the program staff used a drone to dump poisons directly into a waterway.
I heard that evidence being given earlier, yes.
Yeah. So why has there been no Australian environmental impact study done in relation to the application of both these chemicals?
Because if we can run off the back of good international data, we will do so, if it makes sense to do so. If we need to tailor it to the Australian environment, then we do so before we make a decision.
So why hasn't it been done?
In that case, it would be either we are confident in the ability to use the international data and, for our assessments, or we've been able to tweak the international data to factor in Australia's native wildlife and environment.
But this has not been critical of you because you've got limited authority over Queensland. But how do you know that Queenslanders are complying with it?
And that's something for the control of use, which unfortunately we don't police the control of use. That's the state and territory governments.
Right. So there's no accountability and I'm not
Oh, no,
saying
there
you're
is, but it's
deficient.
at the state and territory government level.
That's right. So the federal government gives the money, taxpayer money, and the states use it without oversight.
Yeah, well, I think that there's a shared oversight there, and the lead in the oversight for the use of chemicals under permit that we issue sits with the state and territory governments, in this case the Queensland government.
Yeah, thank you. Is it true that in 2001, when fire ants were discovered in Brisbane, a decision was made to attempt eradication based on the study and modelling predictions made by the USA's RIFA program, which predicted that the ants could spread throughout the majority of Australia? An off-label permit may be applied for to use a chemical in a way that is contrary to the manufacturer's instructions, or for minor use, for an emergency use, or for the purposes of research. Is that true?
The last piece I'm confident about, the fact of the permits. The first piece, I'm not sure.
Okay. What evidence was provided, do you know, to support the proposed limited permits? Was it data from the failed USA's RIFA program?
I think it would have been environmental data, human toxicology data from around the globe with regards to those chemicals. And given the fact the majority of those chemicals are actually registered products that are now being used in an alternative way, we would have looked at the original suite of data that was provided when they were registered as well.
Thank you. I like your answers there, direct. The Chair would be very, very happy, I'm sure. In 2001, according to Mr Craig Jennings, the Principal Policy Officer at the Fire Ant Control Centre, the total area to be baited during the eradication program was to be 71,000 hectares. Within this area, he said 1,236 properties were found within infestations. By August 2004, over 1 million property treatments had occurred, and the area had now ballooned to 850,000 hectares. If the off-label permit allows for limited use, how does the APVMA consider this expansive area as limited?
Yeah, so I guess two pieces on that. The first piece is obviously the permits, whenever they expire, they come back up for consideration, and we look at the scope and scale of the program and how they're going to be used. On that front, we are currently reviewing a suite of the key permits that we have in play at the moment, because there's obviously been an indication from across the program for a rapid ramp up of both size and scale of response, and we need to make sure that those permits remain appropriate to that size and scale.
How do you do your due diligence to make sure that Queensland is complying? Or how do you get the evidence to change the permit use factors?
So we look now at what is the proposed use pattern, like what kind of area are they talking about it being used, how are they looking to apply it, how frequently are they looking to apply it, and we factor all of that then into our health assessment and our environment assessment, and we work out whether it's still appropriate for use.
Do you go on site up in Queensland?
No, we don't. We get the plans that they submit to us with regards to how they intend to use it, and we run that against our assessment criteria.
In addition to pyroxafen and S-methoprim, permits for chlorpyrifos and fipronil were provided by the APVMA, two highly toxic chemicals. On the 3rd of October 2024, the APVMA made a regulatory decision to remove the use of chlorpyrifos for most agricultural and urban pest use, quote, due primarily to worker health and safety and environmental risks that the APVMA does not believe can be mitigated, end of quote. There was a 12-month phase-out period for remaining products. Has this poison use now ceased?
So chlorpyrifos and the permit that was held, when it expires, it's in line with that close-off with that phase-out date for chlorpyrifos. Yes.
In 2000, a number of products for use around the home were cancelled, while in 2019, all home, garden and domestic uses of chlorpyrifos, as well as uses which could result in exposure of children, were cancelled. Now, why, if they knew of the concerns, did the APVMA allow the use of these chemicals when treating homes, farms, schools, parks, sporting fields and agricultural areas?
Yeah, because the requirements for that treatment actually required the treatment by people who were qualified and trained to be able to carry out the treatments, as opposed to allowing people to buy it off the shelf from local retail stores and do it themselves.
Thank you. The material safety data sheet for pyroxafen states that the chemical is for R&D use only. It has a rating of, quote, H410, very toxic to aquatic life with long-lasting effects, end of quote, and, quote, P273, avoid release to the environment, end of quote, Section 13 says, quote, do not contaminate water, foodstuffs, feed or seed by storage or disposal. Do not discharge to sewer systems, end of quote. The APVMA is most certainly aware of this, and so why for 25 years has it permitted these chemicals to be used?
Again, we would have conducted the assessments against the controlled use under the program and determined that they met the safety criteria.
Can we get on notice access to those records, please?
We can see what we can provide, definitely.
Thank you. How many people, nearly finished, Chair, how many people work within APVMA?
226.
The APVMA has certain powers to manage and monitor compliance with the AgVet legislation and undertake enforcement activities when required. Is that correct?
So enforcement of the control of use in each state and territory is the responsibility of that state and territory.
So that's not correct, what I just said?
No.
It can't manage. Do you monitor at all compliance?
No, we don't monitor the compliance. We work in a partnership with states and territories. We make the assessments as to what's safe and how to manage the risks of chemicals that are required. We put those controls onto a label. We then work with the states and territories in which they ensure that it's being complied with, and they monitor in part with other broader scale monitoring programs like the National Residue Survey to ensure that we're seeing compliance across the board.
So no powers have been used by APVMA. You don't have any powers to ensure compliance even within the permits granted?
We have powers to ensure compliance with regards to ensuring people are using registered products, or that people are selling, distributing, using registered products. But in terms of the control of use of a registered product or a product under permit, that role and responsibility sits with the state and territory governments.
Yep. Why is there no public register for people to report their experiences with baiting?
There is. It's called the Adverse Experience Reporting Program. It's on our website. We've received 28 reports over the past year. They range from concerns about impact on pets to their own health to the environment, and all of those have been assessed, documented and forwarded up to the Queensland Government as the Control of Use Agency.
Could you name that program again, please? Or
the Adverse Experience Reporting Program.
Thank you. Who specifically is responsible at the APVMA for the authorisation of these chemicals?
It's the APVMA. Ultimately, the power in the legislation sits with me, and then I delegate it down to suitably qualified and technical people to make the assessments and make the judgments.
Who makes the final decision?
So whoever the delegate is on individual permits, and it could be a range of people across the organisation.
Thank you. Knowing the dangers of these chemicals, what has the APVMA done to monitor the impact on the environment, wildlife and the impact on the health of the communities affected?
And again, if we had evidence and data supplied to us that suggests that if they're being used in accordance with the permit conditions that there was impacts, we'd reassess against those, we'd reassess those conditions. If we're getting evidence that it's being used not in line with the permit conditions, then we raise it with the Control of Use Authority, being the Queensland Government.
And what recourse have you got if you learn that they've done nothing, they do nothing with it?
So ultimately we have to consider whether we renew the permit, and at that point in time we consider whether the instructions and the conditions on the permit are able to be followed by those that have sought the approval for use.
So you might either cancel the permit or modify
or not
the
renew
permit,
it, yeah.
depending upon whether it's deliberate avoidance or non-compliance, or whether it's impossible to comply.
That's right.
Okay. Last question. Over $1 billion has been spent, taxpayers' money, so far on a program that's failing to eradicate fire ants. Completely failed. It's now into the Darling Downs and into the Murray-Darling Basin. It's up to central Queensland. It's in northern New South Wales. So it's been a complete failure. The eradication has just completely failed. And not only that, it's done enormous damage environmentally and to the human community. When will the government stop wasting money and destroying the environment at the same time and hurting people and hurting animals?
I don't know that can answer that, but anyway,
Minister, that's a question.
Let the Minister have a crack.
Yeah, we disagree with you, Senator Roberts, and I know that there was evidence given earlier, and I wasn't here for that. I apologise, but I know Minister McCarthy was. But the reality is that the work is slowing the spread of fire ants compared to what we've observed internationally, and we think that work is important, and we'll continue to work with the Queensland Government on that.
Minister, I challenge you on what you just said, because you said the work is slowing the spreading. By definition, that means eradication has failed, completely failed.
Well, we think the work that we're doing is important. We don't want to see the fire ant spread, so we'll continue to invest with the Queensland Government on that.
Minister, how can you say that the work is important when it's failed? The eradication program has failed. It's even failed as a containment program.
Well, and we'll continue to do our work with the Queensland Government because we think it is important.
But it's failed. How can it be important when it's failed?
Well, you might want to give up, Senator Roberts, but that's not what we will do.
And I'd say at this late hour, Senator Roberts, that I would say thank you very much. That conversation will go around in circles. Now, Mr. Hanson, arrivederci.
Thank you, Chair.
And thank you very much for your
concise answers and direct. Thank you.
Thank you. Travel safe. And we will now go to our last witness, the Inspector General of Biosecurity, Dr. McEwen, via the video conference. Dr. McEwen, thank you so much for facilitating yourself over the technology there. We really appreciate that. And between you and I, we won't tell anyone, but you and I are going to be out of here 3 hours earlier. Okay? So, you're on mute. You're on mute?
Very happy to be here early.
Beautiful. Thank you. Now, questions?
You're an ambitious man.
Oh, no. No, it's not a challenge, Senator Colbeck. Senator Colbeck, the last questioner for the last witness.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. McEwen. Welcome and congratulations. 25th of October is your start date, as I understand from my notes. First question in relation to your work plan. When will that be finalised and publicly released?
So at the moment, I'm spending some time making sure I get to understand all the biosecurity operations in a bit more detail, having discussions with stakeholders and the department. My plan is to have a draft program in January, which I can discuss with, again, stakeholders, the department and the minister, and then hope to finalise it by early to mid-February.
So do you have at this point in time the major areas of focus for that plan?
I've have a number of issues building on some of the work that was undertaken by my predecessor, and also some of the other issues that are around in the biosecurity space. There are a range of things that I'm concerned or interested to look into, from training and capability through to issues such as looking at the self-assessed cargo pathway, which has seen an enormous amount of growth in its in the traffic over the past 3 or 4 years. But there's a range of different issues, and what I want to do is be able to test some of my thinking with stakeholders, with the department, before I commit to a specific set of reviews.
Can you give us any detail on those stakeholders? Who are the key targets there for you?
So far I've spoken with the National Farmers Federation, IFCBA, which are the customs agents, the Freight and Transport Alliance, and also the Invasive Species Council. I'm keen to continue to have discussions with people who are both affected by potential biosecurity outbreaks, but also the stakeholders who are the sort of primary users of regulatory services within the system. And so that's where I've been balancing my attention so far.
Okay. The previous Inspector General considered that the role required some structural review or reform. Have you come to a determination on that yet?
Not yet. I've only been in the role for 5 weeks. I think that, like any role that's been around for a long time, it's potentially worth review and consideration. But I certainly haven't come to a view yet about the span of the role or how or why it should be changed.
Have you had any conversations with the department or the minister in relation to that yet?
Not in any detail, other than the fact that it had been raised by the previous Inspector General.
Okay. The term of your appointment's 5 rather than 3 years. Have there been any changes to any of the enabling legislation and employment framework to allow for that tenure, do you know, or has that not been discussed with you?
Has not been discussed with me. I understand that that usually with this kind of legislation, it's a term of up to a certain period. I would assume that the legislation already allowed for that term.
Secretary, do you?
Take that on notice, and it has been brought to my attention.
Okay, so are the, and I'll just put, I think this is probably another one for notice, is the remuneration, classification and conditions the same as her predecessor? Well, I mean, obviously one condition is different because it's 5 years rather than 3. So have you had a chance to assess whether you've got the appropriate staffing toolkit to... Again,
it's fairly early days, so I haven't yet really been able to come to a final decision about that. However, I've been gaining good support from the department and having discussions with them about how we can ensure that I've got the right team and the right tools in place.
So you haven't looked at any resourcing issues at this stage, and that will be dependent on what you find as you complete your plan?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. That'll do. Thanks, Chair.
Well, thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Look forward to further interactions over the next 5 years.
Much appreciated, Senator.
Absolutely.
Just a quick answer. Under the Biosecurity Act, it's for a term up to 5 years.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Chair.
Secretary. Senator,
efficiency. I love it.
Okay. Can I look, Acting Secretary Saunders and staff, thank you very much on behalf of the committee, myself and Senator Canavan and all other members, Senator Delega and Senator Colbeck and others. Wish you a very Merry Christmas to you and all your staff out there. Safe travels, and will we see you in the February estimates?
Indeed. Thank you, Chair.
Will we? We'll see you. No, we won't. We'll see your replacement.
Oh, yes, but I will still be here
okay.
and another guys. But yes, you'll see Vic Anderson here.
Yes, the outrageous slur I gave today, I apologise once again. Once again, I do apologise. Minister Chisholm, thank you so much. Of course, to all the Secretariat at the RAT, the long-suffering Secretariat, Patrick and Doc, Emma and co, thank you so much. Ros, thank you for helping out. Arrivederci. Okay, we conclude today's hearing and the committee now stands adjourned.
Thanks, Minister.
Thank you.
Have a good break.